consistent, I mean...
The argument is, if I was right, then I would be right. You think that gains him?
No, he's saying the opposite. Hey, if I was wrong, I would still do it. If I thought I was wrong, or I thought the command was wrong, but I thought the God exists, I would still do it because he's the moral authority. And I'm not the moral authority. The moment I say, well, I don't think I'd do this, who's the moral authority, right? Not God now, it's Andrew. And he wants to avoid that.
Well, so yeah, we know it's divine command theory. He thinks whatever is good is whatever God commands to be good. But like, the reason we point out this example is to at least give him some pause to think like, how can this be possible? Like, imagine there does exist a God and all this stuff, and he's all powerful, all whatever. Why would he command you to why would he command you to kill your own baby or your own?
You've got an example in the Bible, right? So they have got already an example where God commanded Abraham to kill Isaac, right? So he's got actual evidence in his Bible. Hey, I'll follow God's commands and trust whatever happens is correct. And I'm giving myself to the moral authority and trusting that he is good. Maybe secretly he's hoping that God would stay his hand, but if he didn't, he'd go, okay, there must be something greater good.
That's what's telling him. He wants to be like Abraham or whatever.
Yeah, but it points out the issue because, like, look, if you really believe God exists, as Andrew purports he does, and he believed that, like, let's say God communicated with him, he heard the voice or whatever, and he was convinced it was really God, and the voice said, "Kill your mother." At that point, you either have two options. Either your like sanity and your compassion and your humanism kicks in and you'd be like, fuck no, I'm not killing my mom. Or you go, yes, this is a logical syllogism. God is real. I ought to do this. Like, those are the two options. I hope he would go for the first one, but the fact that he's saying he wishes he could go for the latter is just very disturbing.
Or the latter being that he...
Shut off
question God or go with God? Which one?
No. He wishes he could be a robot, and just when God says kill your mom, he could just carry it out instantly. But he admits he can't do that, which he views as some type of maybe moral failing on his part.
Well, yeah, that's what a theist would think, right? I mean, he's not being inconsistent. So if you're looking for the inconsistency, you won't find it. It's seemingly, at least at that stage. So he's been consistent, saying, hey, I don't like this, but hey, God commanded things in the Bible and so forth that other people didn't like, and there was a greater good came from it. So, I've got anecdotal evidence that when I feel uncomfortable, that in and of itself is not sufficient reason if I truly believe that God is speaking to me. But it's not consistent there, right?
It's not consistent, you're right. It's just, I don't know, dude. Like, you just thinking the story of Abraham and Isaac, like, it's a good moral lesson. Like, it's teaching you to be a robot. It's like, I understand it's not a contradiction.
What do you mean by robot there? That you just do whatever you're told and you don't have a choice or you don't deliberate?
Yeah, like whatever God says. Since God is the moral arbiter or whatever, you don't have to think. Whatever God says, just do it immediately without thinking.
Well, you have to think that at least that God is speaking to you. And be like very convinced that's
right.
The case.
If you do that, and then whatever afterwards God says, you literally don't have to think about it. You can just follow through because He already did all the thinking for you.
Yeah, well, that's going to be better for a Christian, I guess. Especially if it violates their intuition. They're going to go, well, I don't want to think about this because now I might hesitate or whatever the case is.
Yeah,
it's not looking good for him.
It's not looking good because it's like even if I believed in God. And I believed God was all good, and he told me to kill my mom. At that point, I'd be like, well, no. Like, he's either making a mistake, or he's telling me something he knows I already can't do. Or so either way.
Is that if you knew that God existed, let's suppose in some hypothetical, you were as convinced as you could as a human being that God was speaking to you, and you assumed that he was good. So whatever he says is not going to be malevolent ultimately. You would say no. Let me just ask you, in that scenario, are you the same person who's taking God as your authority?
Yeah, let's say even I would.
Yeah, then you're just being inconsistent. So there would be an intellectual problem on your end. Now, you could just hand wave that away, of course. Go, well, I'm just denying God here because he violates my intuitions or whatever. But there we would have a legitimate case to say, well, you're just being inconsistent. You pick and choose when it suits you.
No.
Just why have God as your authority at all now?
They presumably, again, everybody is aware of how many crazy people do all these crazy atrocities and tell them God told them to do it.
Yeah.
They have to be aware of that, bro.
This is again, remember, CM, we're saying the person here is convinced they are of sound mind, unless you think nobody could be of sound mind.
I don't know. Why is this guy out of breath? Like, why are you out of breath?
Because I'm walking up a hill.
He's taking a walk.
I'm out walking,
You're
exercise.
always like hiking or something, right?
Yeah, I'm out walking, and it's a bit of a steep hill. So
I always kind of wonder. I guess I thought you were like at the gym or something.
no, out walking. But in Abe's case, in his hypothetical, he's just being consistent. And then Andrew, I think, could legitimately challenge him and go, well, hang on a moment. You don't actually think God is the authority, except when it suits you, like you cherry pick it. So that scenario intellectually
Yeah, I guess
wouldn't
maybe
work.
you'd catch me on that then. Yeah.
But emotionally, you might go, yeah.
Irrational. Like, I mean, I don't know. Again, I can't imagine, and especially again with this knowledge that all these crazy people have done atrocities in the name of God, thinking God told them to do it. Like, if you don't have a pause with that, then I mean, I guess you're just submitting. I don't know. You don't care.
I agree that from our point of view, these are atrocities. The difficulty, and I said this to my child the other day, and I'll challenge you guys. If a person holds to their view, all you have at the end, as far as I can tell, when I've done this with many people, is you have grandstanding. Oh, but this guy's like a maniac. It's ridiculous. You don't have an intellectual argument. You just hit against a brick wall and you're done. And so then all you have left is like grandstanding. And when I realized that, I was like, okay. Unless I can get them to contradict themselves or to get them to take a different position, if they just hold firm, if Andrew said, hey, slavery's good because the Bible says so and God is good, and ultimately there's a good reason. I don't think there's anything you can say intellectually that's going to like move him. And if you can, and I'll play devil's advocate, I want to hear it. Otherwise, you're just going to be going left with something like, you guys, you wouldn't go, okay, do you know what, we're at a stalemate, I can't press you any further. You probably will say something like, look at this, slave apologist. You'll do the grandstanding thing, which I agree with, but it won't move him intellectually at all.
Okay,
He'll just be hearing you guys like giving your opinion about something, and it won't be moving for him or anybody who thinks like him.
Yeah, that's a good point. So then why isn't he pro-slavery?
Well, he might be. I mean, unless he thinks, which he might have an interpretation, that was sort of, at a point it worked, and then through the new covenant it was taken out. Or I don't know what I can't remember. I'm sure he might have said it, and I just don't remember. He might have a view that's no longer applicable or something. And then you'd have to look that up.
God can change his mind, or he can change his mind.
But if he didn't, like, what are you going to say? Because you're going to probably be reduced to like grandstanding. And I realized this, CM, when I was doing this with the Muslims. They would challenge me on, hey, incest. And I said, look, I don't think it's good. I have a perversion or a preference against that. And unless there's scientific good external evidence to my opinion, I can't say that they're wrong because I need to appeal to something else. Now, maybe there is evidence of like, correct, if there is good, but suppose there weren't. And then all they had to do is say, look, you're this, that, and the other thing. And all I heard was noise. And I recognized immediately at that point, hang on a moment, they're not offering me an intellectual objection. Now they're just pandering or grandstanding. And then I thought, hey, shit, are we doing the same to them? And it occurred to me that we are actually doing the same to them. And so they're not going to be moved intellectually. And so all we do, which is what they do, is kind of mask it with grandstanding.
Because I admit that morality is subjective. So if you want to have sex with your siblings or whatever, yeah, of course, my moral thing, I think that's wrong, or I don't like it. I'm opposed to it. But I don't say like this is like wrong on like a objective level. Like again, so let's take out the genetic problems that it can cause or whatever. Let's take that out. I wouldn't claim this wrong on some like objective level. Whereas what they claim is it's the asymmetry. What they claim is that it is whatever they say is wrong is because they're claiming it is wrong because God said so, or like they're claiming it's.
Yeah, we don't hold the moral realist view, but what we could do is motivate somebody else based on some other reasoning, right? Let's suppose we didn't have the science. If you've got the science, CM, if you can send that to me, very useful. I haven't had that conversation with Muslims for ages. Almost never get it with Christians. It's only with with Muslims. But if you have got that evidence that shows that, absent my opinion, even if I didn't have an opinion one way or the other, here's the evidence to show that it's wrong, even if those people self-reported that they had a great relationship. You want something that overrides that. But suppose we didn't have the science.
Well, first of all,
Then all the Muslims say, well, Rob, CM, you guys are disgusting. And all I'm hearing is da-da-da-da-da, chatter. I'm not hearing a reason for me to change my mind because they haven't broached on my level.
Well,
now giving me their opinion. Why would I care about that?
This is a very common tactic, by the way. Hamza Tsortsis, he's an Islamic apologist. He debated Lawrence Krauss, and he threw out the incest thing too. A lot of times it's because it's like kind of a taboo in their culture and their religion. So they use it to gain points from the audience.
That's correct.
Yeah, but
it's a propagandist tool. It's not an intellectual tool. And as long as you get them to admit that, well, then they've got no intellectual ground. That's the point I press heavily. But the same can happen to us.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying that no, I understand. But even if we steel man them, because like usually incest, the arguments are against the genetics. But you could pick like homosexual incest.
Correct, that's what they do, right?
Yeah.
They want to bypass that stuff.
Yeah.
And then they want to get, hey, Rob, Abe, CM, why is it wrong? Right? And we can tell them why it's wrong. You and I can tell them. But then they go, so you can't even tell those people it's wrong. Absent science, right, to some of the method.
What Lawrence Krauss did, though, is he said to Hamza, he said, assuming everything's like, not forced and everyone decides they're willing and there's no genetic problems, he says, I'm not convinced that it is wrong. And then the audience started booing him. But I think he was very brave to actually make the point that he's talking about harm, not about their own presuppositions about what relationships are okay and not. Yeah, so if you stick to the harm principle, I think that's the best way to kind of just, wave it off.
Yeah, but then you've got to show that there is harm over and above their opinion. If they say, no, it's not harmful, in fact, we love each other deeply and we can't think of a better relationship. Now, it's a case of you need something that overrides that. And your opinion or mine, Abe, or CM's, is not going to do that.
No, but so something kind of has, right, but I'm saying to press you, Rob, if let's say we steel man their argument, and they said to you there's absolutely no harm, then why would you still fight against it? Why not just...
I'm just going to appeal to my intuitions. I think it's intuitionally wrong. And I think humans do have intuitions.
Okay, hold on. Let me
in all cases.
Okay, so wait, let me actually push you on this one. Let's assume there's an incestuous relationship between two males, so it has nothing to do with any harm, nobody can get pregnant, and they love each other and it's willing and everything. Would you be against that? And if so, why?
Two homosexual people. Would I be against it? No, I wouldn't be.
Okay, so you're not against incest then?
No, but incest here is a different category, right? Here it's among family members. And for me, there I do have an intuitional preference against it. I don't have an intuitional preference against homosexuality.
Okay, hold on. But the incestuous relationship would be against two males, right? So no one's getting pregnant.
Yeah. So they're of the same family.
Right, so why are you against it?
Yeah, because I just have an intuition that that's wrong. I can't go deeper than that.
You can't go deeper than that.
Probably if we had the science, right, then I could point to the science, which CM says we have.
No, the
science is going to ultimately be my...
The science is going to talk about pregnancy.
No, that's not what I was looking for. CM, you don't have the science just in general there. Because obviously the pregnancy biology is easy to overcome. I thought you had something against it in principle.
No.
Here's what... Well, CM, Ed. What some people have said is that there's a power dynamic that is unhealthy, right? That's the one critique that I've heard, absent being, the biological thing. So even if there was no biology, there's a power dynamic that's unhealthy that isn't even recognized by the participants, and that would outweigh their...
It's not even recognized. Hold on. So you're saying that even though they're saying we love each other and we want this, you're saying you know better than them?
Well, not me, Rob, but psychology, right? That's been the one point that's been pressed. The same with a Stockholm syndrome. We're not going to go, if the kidnappee loves the kidnapper. Who are you to say not, right?
Okay,
you're going to point out psychology.
Quoting psychology, right? First of all, psychology has been wrong on a billion different things. They used to think homosexuality was like a mental illness. So
I don't know about that.
Of course they did. Are you serious? I can give you the evidence. It's in the DSM.
Yeah, but again, right, psychology improves. So, I mean, what we're going is with the latest data. Otherwise, you're just saying we can't appeal to psychology for anything because it could be wrong in the future.
What I'm just saying is that, of course, there's going to be things they were wrong in the past and things they're going to be wrong in the future. What I'm saying is, if you're only going to appeal to, quote, psychology, and when I say give me the mechanism, and all you can say is either my intuition or this is Stockholm Syndrome, like, that sounds crazy when it's two completely willing people in the same family, and you're saying no, even though they're saying they love each other and this is non-exploitative, you're saying no, there's a deeper principle that you think is exploitative, even though they're saying they're fine with it. So who are we going to listen to, the psychologists or them?
No, here we want to take the psychologist in the same way we would in the Stockholm Syndrome. We're not going to take the two parties, are we? And go, well, because the kidnapper and the kidnappee are now tell each other they're in love, we're not going to say, well, that's...
Rob, are you really drawing an analogy between people who are kidnapped with extreme stress and pressure and it can change their kind of perception? You're saying that is equivalent to two people in the same family who decide to have a sexual relationship?
It's equivalent in the sense that they are being sort of primed, because in the family there, typically what's happening is the father-son type of thing, because I agree that's what the Muslims have presented to me. There the father has this dominance thing. He's right. It's like there's a submissive posture, and that happened pretty much from birth. And in the Stockholm case, the person then gets taken away against their will, whatever, and over time, the kidnapper, and this is well documented actually, I can't remember the term for it, but there is a term for it, and then the kidnapper starts to be nicer and nicer. And because they've had this shitty experience, they now start to calibrate that this kidnapper is a good person. And so I think the same thing could happen with the son.
But this seems like a very steep bullet to bite, where you're basically saying that you're going to make a blanket statement whereby even if it's possible that sometimes there's these power problems. First of all, there are power dynamic problems in all relationships, not just incestuous ones.
Yeah, but this one's particularly right. I'm not going to say perverse. This is a particular issue, right? This is what I'm saying to other people. I've looked it up, and I thought that what CM was going to bring, something like that. The biology is easy. I agree, the biology, but then they can sidestep that. So that's not going to be a defense in all cases.
Yeah.
I'm looking for
I'm saying if you're literally saying just because of this possibility, you would think it intuitively right to ban all incestuous relationships just because of that possibility. Well,
I don't think it's a possibility. If it was more than a possibility, which at least some people, I haven't read up, maybe I should actually chat GPT it and do a bit of research. But if it were the case and it was exceptionally reliable, then yes, I would be banning it. And that's not just my opinion. But remember at the outset, Abe, I did say that it could just come down to a preference or whatever the case may be. And then the Muslims go, the whole point of this discussion is more the case the Muslims will go, oh, look, you're disgusting, it's ridiculous. And I'm going, on what basis? They're not going to tell me lights, now they're going to tell me via their lights. And that's what we do to Andrew and others. And then they go, well, what I care. God knows all, he's good. It may seem bad at the moment, but God's got a greater plan. And CM, Rob, Abe, your opinion, you haven't given me an intellectual reason to change my mind. So you're just grandstanding and telling me that your preference doesn't align with God's. Why would I care about that? So that's his defense. And I don't know what we could say against that, right? I think we're pretty much we've hit bedrock there and we can't proceed. In the same way the Muslim can't proceed with me. If all they're going to tell me is it's disgusting if I say, hey, I can't say that it's wrong. I can tell you that it's my intuition, but I might not have a greater reason, which is what you were pressing me on.
So all I can do in that case, Rob, is point out how there's very real harm coming from Andrew murdering his mother. But there's
but now you're just begging the question, right? Because he doesn't think it's harm. So he's going to hear that word and go, but that's just your opinion, eh? So all you're doing is reinforcing your opinion with another opinion.
But Rob, look, when he goes to kill his
you can prove it's harm. What do you mean?
Yeah, look, when he goes to kill his mom.
Andrew's lights, that's the point. If you could do it by Andrew's lights, I'm with you.
I know, but look. If we're talking about empirics, right? And he goes to kill his mom, and his mom is screaming, "Please don't kill me!" And he brutally murders her, right? That's a very different type of empirical harm than two people in an incestuous relationship who are saying, "Yeah, we're fine with this. There's no coercion. We're all happy and loving." They appear completely different to our senses. Okay, if you're going to say that that's somehow similar.
No, I'm not saying it's similar in terms of the quality or quantity or whatever it is. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there's a principle here. And if you say to Andrew, hey, you're going to kill your mom, let's not use Andrew's mom, I think we don't want to use family members. Hey, you're going to kill a loved one, right? Someone you deeply love, and you're going to tell me it's okay, and I'm going to tell you it's wrong. And he's going to say, well, why is it wrong? A, Rob, CM. And we're going to go, because look at this harm here, what you're doing. He says, but hang on a moment. God has told me to do it. God knows everything. He knows that there'll be a greater good. Yes, it seems harmful, and even against my own intuitions. But if God is the authority, I have to abandon my intuitions in this case, and I have to go with what God says, because he's my authority. And I believe that he's good.
Okay, but the harm is also going to be that his loved one is protesting, saying they don't want to die.
Yes, but that's a lesser harm overall. That if he were to disobey God, that would end up being a greater harm. At least to himself, and probably even to his loved one, that he's currently unaware of.
Look how backwards and insane this is. You have someone pleading for their life, but he thinks that it's going to be a greater good if he carries it out. Versus the incest case. Hold on. Versus the incest case, which is two people saying we're completely happy and in love, and you're saying, oh, maybe there's some harm here. Like, these are complete opposites.
But that's not what I'm not comparing him in the way you are. I'm not comparing there. All I'm saying is that we are not going to move him in the same way that the Muslim is not going to move you or me or see him for us to go, do you know what? Because you said it was disgusting or wrong, now we have to condemn all of the incest. We're not going to move because they laughed or called us ridiculous or whatever. And in that sense, all you are doing, and maybe I am too, which is why I'm holding my hand up about this, is going, Andrew, it's ridiculous. But you're not showing him by his own lights why it's ridiculous and he should change his mind.
Yeah.
So you need an intellectual argument, right? That's the difference.
All right. And what's up, guys? Good to see you guys.
Hey,
it's good to see you, Rob. I appreciate what you're saying here. Assalamu alaikum, my brothers. I just wanted to say, just real quick, and I am listening. I appreciate what you guys are saying. Rob, you might point out, too, as kind of much to my surprise, not necessarily to my chagrin, you have become more sympathetic to the death penalty. And I would just point out that when you're putting somebody to death, they might scream all kinds of stuff about how, hey, don't do this to me, please, blah, da, 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 da. And, if they're a Hitler, you may just not really, that might not move you to think.
Your loved one's Hitler now, Andrew?
That's the difference, right?
That's a punishment.
The loved one hasn't done anything that you're aware of. And if you were commanded by God, I think that's what Abe is saying, then you're doing something that by his lights is deeply harmful, even if they're shouting out. And I point out, you're just following your moral authority. And you believe that while there's apparent harm now, there's a greater good that comes from it.
Right. And if it's the innocence that's being appealed to there, obviously then we're going to have to talk about what we mean by innocence, because, from the perspective of the theist, if it's the case that the person is an adult, namely someone's mother or aunt or whatever, the fact is they're going to have a whole litany of things that are probably capital crimes according to God. So it wouldn't really be. Then it would just come down to. But see, the problem is, Abe, I know you think that's funny, but the problem is you're appealing to your sense of justice. And
Andrew, what has your poor grandmother done that requires her to have the death penalty in the eyes? He said, when I said, Andrew, do you think your grandmother, whatever your mom, is Hitler? He's like, in the eyes of God, they have done things that warrant the death penalty.
No, I didn't say that they were comparable to Hitler. What I'm saying is they've done a whole litany of things that God might
name one that your poor old grandmother did that she deserves the death penalty.
Are you perfect? Are you like Jesus?
Wait, I want to hear what she did. What did your grandmother or your mother do that requires God the death penalty?
Well, first of all, I wasn't talking about my family. I was making more distance. But my point is that I'm sure all kinds of family members have had, or people who have had family members who have committed adultery. Obviously,
everybody has sinned.
They deserve death because they committed adultery.
No, not by your lights, but that's the very thing Rob's pointing out. You're not understanding. Look, if it's the case that God has established a moral law, and it's the case that these people are in violation of that moral law, and God's like, look, they escaped the justice system because you don't have any laws against it. I'm just giving you an example here. You can be like, you need to do this. Okay, well, there you go. Done deal.
Andrew, have you obeyed all of God's morals, laws? And also, it's kind of strange that, once he's telling you to break one of his own commandments.
That's not breaking one of his commandments. The commandment is thou shalt not murder, not thou shalt not kill.
You're murdering this person.
That's not. No, murder is the unjustified.
Your justification is that they've broken one of God's moral laws or whatever. Then basically, you don't think you've sinned as well?
Of course I have, but that's not the point. If the supreme moral authority is telling me to do something, it doesn't matter if I've done it.
Turn it back around, Andrew. If God told your mother, Hold on, Daniel. If God told your mother to kill you, would you be okay with that?
You would just say yes.
I wouldn't exactly throw a party. Okay.
Would you fight back?
I think. Well, I mean.
Yeah, but if you ask me,
hold on. This is a good question.
It's not a good question.
It's not.
If God told your mother to kill you, would you resist?
Well, let's just follow through what you're saying here. If God, meaning I know that it's God, is telling my mother to kill me, then obviously
that's it.
Okay, then so you're saying I wouldn't know. Well, then I obviously would try.
The other person.
No, if you did know. Hold on, wait, hold on. Don't let him get away.
I do know.
Hold on, wait, stop. Sam, hold on.
You guys are so funny.
If you did know that God talked to your mother and your mother told your mother to kill you, would you resist? Would you fight back, or would you just sit there and let her shoot you?
You sinned, Andrew.
Let's follow this.
And your mom told you God.
I got to tell you guys, you guys are so funny. You're like, wait, see him. You're like, help me. You're like, see him, help me hold him down. He's trying to get off. I'm just like, you guys are so funny. You guys are so funny. Okay, if it is the case, God has told my mother to kill me, and I know that if I believe that, let's say. No. Sam, you both are saying two different things. You said I don't know it.
Yeah, let him answer mine first, Sam. Let him answer mine first.
Okay. You guys I don't know how you would know, but okay. Hold on. But you could be convinced. You don't have to know with certainty. Obviously, you could be just convinced of it for whatever reason. Okay. The point is, if I'm convinced and have knowledge of, that it is the case that at least I believe I have knowledge, even if it's fake knowledge.
God spoke to you when He spoke to her and said, "I'm trying to talk to you."
So if the confidence I have that God is the one who has told me that, what I ought, first of all, I would ask God if they're I would feel like I want to fight it, right? Of course. But at the same point, you're so funny. At the same point in time, I would be morally obligated to do whatever God has said. Now, she's morally obligated, keep in mind, she's morally obligated to kill me. But that says nothing about what I'm supposed to do. So she is supposed to seek me out to kill me. So she's on her way to fulfill her moral duty. But God could have another plan for her, just in the same way He told Abraham to kill Isaac. Isaac didn't get killed. So God can tell somebody to do something, and the ultimate intent is not to finish it. Okay.
Okay, but if He tells both of you, but look, thank you for the explanation. But look, if He talks to both of you, He says, "Andrew, this is God.
Yeah.
I'm telling your mother to kill you. Stand still, don't move." Then He says to your mother, "Andrew's mom, this is God. Go kill Andrew."
Yeah.
And so basically, it's following through. He's not going to say your hand.
Yes. So what it would be is, it's almost.
Would you sit or would you fight?
Yeah, it's almost trivially the case that I ought to stand still and not move and let her do that. Now, if you're asking me, would I? Well, I mean, obviously that's a pretty rough situation, and I'm not going to be like, yeah, this is great.
So you wouldn't listen to God?
No, I ought to, and hopefully I would, but my moral fortitude may not hold up, and I don't. That's obviously a crazy scenario.
Yeah, but I mean, guys, you're not pressing him intellectually, are you?
Twisting himself in knots.
You guys think they are?
I don't see how he's twisting himself in knots. Tell me, just explain the knot.
The knot is he's having to reframe, saying, "I am having a moral failure." By not being able to sit and do nothing while somebody murders me.
But how's that or not that? We all have moral failures. I mean, basically all
because that's not a moral failing to defend yourself.
According to you.
No, the moral failing is not to follow God's command, right? He's got an intuition not to. That intuition is mistaken. If God exists and has genuinely told his mother to take his life, then it is a failing. I mean, I don't see the knot there. He's just going, hey, I've got an internal tension, but we all have that. Then we have to point to all of us.
It's just 1984 newspeak. Ignorance is knowledge. Weakness is strength.
No, but now you're
that's
swapping.
all he's doing.
You're now just jumping from topic to topic. The moral question is, hey, is it right to do this? Then your other question is, would he do it? And he's going, yeah, I'm going to have a difficulty, just sitting still. Even if I trusted my mom implicitly, I don't want my life to end here.
So how would you suggest we make progress then, Rob?
I don't think you can intellectually make progress. That's my point. If you want to, I'm listening carefully, but at the moment you're not making progress. That by his lights, if he was like a rational being, he would go, do you know what, Adrian made a good point. By my lights, I've got to reconsider. All you point out is the tension, which he's going to acknowledge, which we're all going to acknowledge if we were in that position or indeed in other positions. So it's not like you've caught him out. You haven't done that. He's just going to go, yeah, I've got this tension. I don't want to die. Typically, my intuition is to try and live. God has commanded my mom.
Hold on.
Maybe I wouldn't sit there. I would be good if I could. I'd hold on to the chair and say, Mom, do it quick or whatever, right?
Even if you're right that it's not like an out-and-out contradiction, at the very least, I can show how his view of, quote, morals are complete fucking mirror images of what your average person would call moral. Most people would say defending your life when someone attacks you and tries to kill you is a moral thing. In his God belief, it's the fucking opposite. So at least I can point out the inconsistency. Yeah.
Well, it's not inconsistent because what you have to show an inconsistency can't be from your point of view. It has to be from his, because he's going to reject that it's inconsistent.
Well, it's inconsistent compared to
that the rest of the people are right and he's wrong, right? If you point to that, he's just going to acknowledge a moral failing.
What would you suggest?
I don't think you can make progress here. That's my point. I'll listen, but I'll point out how if you make an intellectual progress by his light, or you get him to abandon his view and take on yours, then of course you could motivate that. But absent that, it's unclear to me entirely how you can make intellectual progress such that Andrew reconsiders. Not that we all go with you, hey, yes, we agree. That's not going to move Andrew. Yeah. It's in the opposite way. Yeah. If the theist said to you, hey, it's wrong to kill any human being even when it's conception. And they go, hey, that's wrong. When you and I are not going to change our mind and go, well, look at all these people that say, we shouldn't have bought a blastocyst. Let's listen to them. We're not going to be moved, are we? Same way Andrew's not going to be moved. We need something by his lights, or we need to convert him to our view of thinking. Both of those are extremely hefty tasks.
Yeah, well, all I could do is point out how, his conception of what is ethical, the reason he's having a difficult time sitting around and letting someone murder him is for this very fucking reason. It is unnatural, not the word unnatural, but it is going against his own personal feelings and biology to sit there and let someone kill him.
No.
And you should listen to your own feelings.
Okay, but even if that is the case, so then he's got a moral failing.
Yeah,
that's not saying to him, hey, you should change your view.
Right.
He's just going to say, well, I've got a moral failing. God doesn't. I acknowledge my failing.
Right.
I mean, I don't know.
That's right. Right.
You and I have got it too, by the way. With the trolley example, you and I have got it.
Right.
If we pull the lever, we probably don't have a problem. Push the fat guy off the bridge, you and I probably have a problem. We're just being inconsistent because the same result happens, but somehow pushing the guy is much worse for you and I than pushing a lever which doesn't entail making contact with another human.
Yeah.
And just go, look, you rob, you aim, you're inconsistent.
Yeah.
If you're going to save 5 to sacrifice 1, you've got to do it in every case.
That's right.
You guys are just inconsistent. We probably have to go, probably we are. But there's some underlying reason why the push feels different than pulling a lever.
That's exactly right, Rob. And you're underlying, because what are underlining the issue, because what's happening here is Abe thinks that he's showing some sort of internal consistency or inconsistency issue or struggle, inconsistency, right, within my view, because if God says to my mother, or we'll just say whoever, to kill me, and then tells me to stand still, that, the fact that I want to fight that is somehow some inconsistency with my moral view. And I would just point out that they themselves are going to be in the exact same situation. It can be the case that what I mean by exact same situation is a moral tension. It can be, and their desire to stay alive. For example, if somebody's trying to harm one of their family members or somebody that they care about, not to use their family, but somebody they care about, let's say, okay, and they're in a situation where they have to fight that person. Well, part of them might, let's say the person's huge, the person has weapons, whatever, and Abe and CM do not, okay? They're going to have some concerns about their well-being in doing that. They're going to have this tension of ooh, I don't really want to do this. This is going to be tough. This is going to be, I might get hurt. This might be really sucky. But at the same point in time, they're going to feel morally obligated to defend the people that they care about. So that tension is also going to be there. It does nothing to move me, Abe, by you saying that I'm going to be wanting to fight for my life potentially, or have that desire, right? I mean, hopefully I could be as calm as a Hindu cow, let's say. If God tells me to stand still,
Hindus don't kill Hindu cows. Hate to break it to you.
That's the point. I'm saying I wouldn't move. Hopefully I could just stand there and that my mother could just come up or whoever could come up and just kill me, right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I will hope for. But my point is, likely I'm going to have that internal struggle, that fight for life, to come
I'm
out.
glad you admit that you have some healthy instincts of survival.
Exactly.
That's all you're getting. That's the W. If the W out of this discussion ends in, I'm glad I see some signs of healthy instincts in you. I mean, okay, you got to.
Yes, some healthy humanity. That's good. Yes, I'll consider that a small
but I just want to point out. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
This is not to point out
nothing you guys have said
in your worldview
at all, and it shouldn't. That's all I'm saying.
This is not to point out some contradiction in your worldview. If your worldview is already diluted, and internally consistent or whatever, it's not to point that out. It's to show how it's completely contrary to your own intuition.
Wait.
Yes,
it's not
100%.
No.
I mean, I know what you're going to say. You're going to be like, but my intuitions aren't God's intuition.
It's not an intuition.
I know you can delude yourself.
No.
That's fine.
No.
I mean, I'm not trying to point out a contradiction.
Well, let me just point out, my intuition and my acknowledgement of who God is in his existence is way stronger than my confidence that my wanting to live should outweigh that. It is crazy. Like if God said to me, and God said to my whoever that, there's this mutual understanding that they ought to kill me. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not going to be like...
Let's scrape down... Wait, Andrew. Let's just scrape down all the BS. If God commanded you to kill yourself, bro, let's just go straight to that. God commanded you to kill yourself.
I think that's well, I don't think that's doing any better for your case, but just...
No, I know. It's just we're taking your mom out of it.
So what you're asking me is... Well, I think, just to be clear, I think that's a counter. I don't think God asked... I don't think that God asked people to kill themselves.
Oh, wait. Why not?
Isn't it against Bible teaching or something, or some interpretation?
Yeah,
killing or murdering is also
I think the point is it's just going to be like, I'm going to go off the precedents in Scripture, and there's nowhere where God has ever endorsed that, as far as I know. And I don't think that in the Christian church it's just held, which I'm going to say that the Holy Spirit has influenced the Christian church for the last 2 millennia. I do not think that it has ever been a position that suicide is acceptable. And God would not do that, is my point.
Andrew, you said...
What about... Okay, actually, I want to get back to the suicide, but what about just go off to your death? Like, God commands you to, I don't know, say there's some people that want to kill you, they're looking for you, and He commands you to just turn yourself in so He can kill you.
If He's commanding me to go do so, I mean, if the idea is I don't think that it's consistent with who God is for Him to say, just do this so that you get killed. But there could be a purpose in what He's telling me to do that ends up in me getting killed. And that's fine. Yeah, I think that's completely acceptable. And if it's the case, I do think that's that is possible for God to do that in the actual world. So, yeah.
Andrew, God you said God could command you to kill someone, but not to rape someone?
Correct. I don't think that that's something God can do. That's correct.
But in the Bible, God told people to rape people. So that's a precedent.
Give one example.
One example, when He told the Israelites, when He said, keep women and young girls for yourself, and the men...
You're assuming no consent there. Now, obviously, we can argue about the context, but you're not going to be able to show that it's... He doesn't... You just said, here's what your statement was. God commands people to rape people. Okay?
Yeah, why would He say keep the women and girls?
Because obviously they're going to probably procreate with them, but you're assuming that these women wouldn't be voluntarily doing it. Now, you might say there's some sort of power differential there or whatever. We can argue about that.
Dude, you just murdered their whole town and
family. Here's the fastest they want to willingly procreate.
I agree. But if the alternative is they just stay there in the desert with under no safety net, no place to go, no DHS or EBT or anything else, I'm pretty sure they might say, I'd rather do this. Now, you might say that doesn't seem like a fair setup, and there's a power differential, etc. But when you just make this bold, truncated claim that God commands people to rape people, I just think you're going to be nobody is going to be able to show that. I don't.
It's just so funny to me how you think God God,
At the very
right? God would tell you to murder people, but not rape them.
I don't. You're just begging the question. It isn't going to be the case that God is telling people to murder people. It doesn't.
Okay, but kill them to kill them.
Yes, I mean, God will command to kill, right? But rape is inherently bad. It's like murder. God can't command rape. Maybe he can't command murder. That's what it
Yeah,
means.
because God can command
So it's
somebody
impossible
to
for that. There's certain things God can't do.
That's
Just
right.
go against nature or command something intrinsically bad.
To get in a relationship.
This is God. I'm going to say. Yeah. Let me point out. You guys laughing?
What if God commanded you?
Hold on. Can I respond to Abe real quick?
Let him respond.
Sam, please, because it's hard. I don't mind you guys both going at the same time, but it is a little difficult. But let me just say,
Andrew, I apologize, but when I've been in your rooms with like 6-on-1, this is just a
no,
small taste.
I'm not. No. This is not a condemnation of how you guys run the room. Not by any means. I'm just saying to try to engage with you guys.
Yeah, sure. That's fine. That's fine.
But so what you're saying here is you're kind of laughing when I'm saying, like, God commands you to get into a relationship. Well, no. I mean, just think about this. It's pretty easy, right? God knows everything. God's the ultimate matchmaker. God is going to know what is best for you more than you know what's best for you. So if it's the case that God says, hey, you should go be with this person and procreate, you should be like, andale, There's nothing about that.
God, you just murdered my family, and now you're forcing me to have sex with the guys who did it. Andale.
Well, that's a separate thing, because I was just talking about, first of all, we were talking about the rape thing that you were saying is what God commands. But then we moved on, and I said, look, God's not going to be commanding people to rape people. And then I moved it to, but he could command them to be in a relationship.
Andrew, I think Andrew's just a publicist for God. Like, change the word rape to
guys, hang on a minute.
relationship.
I'm on your side of the fence, guys. If you can make an intellectual breakthrough, I'll credit whoever does it, and I'll use it for the rest of my life. But so far, you're hitting a brick wall, and you're trying to skirt around it. So you're not trying to go over it or through it. You're trying to go around it. So I'm listening. If you guys acknowledge, look, this is a brick wall, I can't go any further, then you're kind of in my camp. If you think you can defeat this in some intellectual way, I'm all ears, but you haven't done it to my hearing.
We can't. It's a deluded world.
Yeah, but they can say that about us, right?
It's unfalsifiable, Rob. This is the reason it's circular. It's internally consistent, but unfalsifiable. It's the perfect little bubble. That's
what is it you're trying to falsify exactly?
Yeah,
well, Andrew's God belief, obviously.
No. That's not what you're trying to do. We're assuming that in his view, God exists, or he at least believes it. We're not at this moment in time trying to show him God doesn't exist.
That's right.
What you were trying to do is say, if God exists and he's good, and these other things.
Yeah, so I guess I can't refute if you start off with a delusion and then you have an unfalsifiable belief. I can't refute it. Yeah.
Yeah, but then when you do, but if you're going to go that route, then you should never be talking about the morals ever with Andrew. What you should be doing always is going, hey, I'm going to challenge you whether God exists.
Yeah, okay.
Because when you do the moral claim, you're just hitting a brick wall. Because now you say, hey, it's all you can do. Hopefully you agree.
Yes.
So Andrew, by your lights, do you think this is wrong? Under your view, if he says no,
We're
you can't penetrate it. You've got to go, I've got a white flag here, I can't go any further.
That's true.
We're discussing divine command theory, and yes, under divine command theory, like there's literally no way to falsify it. There's just
no.
Okay, so what are you hoping
is
to
good
do?
is when God commands is good.
Okay, but so what are you hoping to do when you ask Andrew these examples?
Mostly,
like
honestly,
or whatever?
just because it's just a funny conversation for people in the audience to point out how his view leads to absurdities.
Hey, this is what I want you to do. Go to the Muslim room and it'll be put back on you.
Right.
And if you think that it's funny or amusing or you want to do it for a long time, cool. But I don't think you will. You'll get to, you're just not making any progress. All I'm hearing is blah, 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 and I'm not making progress. So I think we have to sort of reflect on ourselves and say we're doing the same.
That's fair. Hold on. That's fair. But look,
moral objectivity.
Yeah. And you realize that if I'm in a room with a bunch of atheists, it can still be useful for the other atheists to hear. So
it's not like the other atheists are going to go, ooh, hey, we disagree with you. They're going to agree with you at the outset. So then it does sound like you're grandstanding, and there's no intellectual weight behind it.
That's right.
And then Andrew can go, do you know what, Andrew? This is just like propagandizing.
That's precisely right. That's actually a manipulation tactic. You're doing actually kind of what you think the filthy preachers are doing, Abe, when you do that. That's actually not right.
We're trying to show you.
It really is. No. Let me explain something.
Divine command theory is
guys
inconsistent with your intuition.
No. Look, the whole point is if you're trying to show an internal inconsistency, okay, have at it. That's fine. That's a fair endeavor. But if what you're trying to do,
you can't against divine command theory.
Hold on, my brother. Hold on. If if what you're trying to do is just make everybody in the audience think, oh, look at the idiot theist who's saying this crazy stuff about his moral view. Well, the point is that can easily be flipped on you. Your moral views are going to be held abhorrent by a majority of people around the planet who hold to a theistic view. They're going to be like, look,
I don't care though. No. I'm not claiming.
Yeah, but why should Andrew care that, yeah?
Jeepers.
I don't claim my
Then Andrew shouldn't care either, right?
I'm saying, but I don't claim my morality is
That's irrelevant.
to me, but from
Look,
John.
look, hold on, Rob. I kind of agree with you foundationally, but I still think that CM made a really good point here, which is that he's pointing out how if you ask us about our subjective atheistic beliefs, if let's say you ask me would I defend myself, someone trying to kill me, I would say yes. I wouldn't say, I would try, but I feel uncomfortable, but I'll do it.
Hang on, Andrew.
He's pointing out there's an inconsistency between Andrew's professed belief that God is, the perfect arbiter versus his moral failings that he's unable to just go like a sheep to the slaughter, will.
Yes, but he's acknowledging that he's a fallible being and he has moral failings. So you aren't pointing out an inconsistency that we ourselves don't have as well. If I gave you the trolley problem, we're going to have that same inconsistency.
No, that's not true. I don't have an inconsistency with the trolley problem. What's my inconsistency?
Well, there it's the case that you're going to feel differently about pushing a man off a bridge than pulling the
but I'll tell you why. It's a logical reason. It's because with the lever, right? The lever is something like by omission. By pushing the man, the body, you are actually doing something. That's the difference in the trolley problem. It's not difficult.
Do you think Andrew's going to give you a why as well?
No, he's just gonna say I'm failing listening to obedience to God or something.
Yes, he's telling you the why. The why is I've got a moral failure. This is on me, Andrew. In a perfect world, I would follow God's commands perfectly. I'm a fallen, sinful being. I don't do what I ought to do.
But I'm not confused about the trolley problem. This is the difference.
He's not confused. He's just acknowledging.
If you said to me, look, ask me the trolley problem.
Yeah, the trolley problem. Hey, if you've got 5 men on a track and you've got one working on a track where the track splits, you're standing at a lever. If you don't do anything, the trolley will come along and kill 5 people. If you push the lever to the other direction, the trolley will veer off and only kill 1 person. What do you do?
Do you know what I would do, honestly? I would not do anything. Because if you do the lever, everyone's going to say, why'd you kill 1 person? Whereas if you just sit there and watch it, you can make the excuse and say, look, I wanted to do it. I couldn't do anything. So at least you didn't do anything by omission.
That's not the intuition most people have. We can go off on the trolley problem if you want. I'm just pointing out the trolley problem as an example. You gave a why, no problem. I'm fine with whatever why. Andrew gave a why. His why is, hey, I'm a failed person. I should do what God says without question, and it should line up. But hey, it's my problem, not God's. That's his why as to why he's like there's a tension there, but that tension doesn't undercut his view. In fact,
the one thing I'll agree with you, Rob, the one thing I agree with you is that the deeper foundational thing is we should just ask him why he thinks God exists. That is true.
Yeah, but what we often do is say, hey, Andrew, that's a terrible view. And by terrible, you presumably mean like it ought not happen.
But trying to show the absurdity, yes. I think I can still point out an absurdity.
That's where the problem of evil works. But these other sort of critiques that you and I sometimes do, and I've tried not to do anymore, don't work. They just butt up against a brick wall.
Yeah,
right, where the problem of evil goes over the brick wall, or it shatters it, in my view, at least.
Yeah. I did see Andrew say that. Andrew's actually pretty open to the problem of suffering, so I think we should push on that more. It's a really good one.
You have to show a contradiction, though, in the problem of evil. There's no contradiction.
We're not talking about that. Look, but the point is this: we're doing the same thing to them, and I think we just got to acknowledge that. And he's given you a why, and that's all he needs to do. He doesn't need to say any more than, "Hey, I'm a failed human being." I wish I could do exactly what God wanted all the time, and feel like it's the right thing to do, and just do it automatically. I just can't because this fool, whatever. Right?
We can't show a contradiction to what Abe said, to a all-encompassing worldview that's unfalsifiable. We're not going to be able to show contradiction. That's fine.
Yeah, but that's our worldview is unfalsifiable as well, then.
What you're saying about the, kind of, what did you call it? It's not, as opposed to, it's different to, showing that God probably doesn't exist, whatever, is that we're talking about the moral question. And we're not claiming moral objectivity. We're just showing how this is just I don't know. It's just
It's what?
It leads to absurdity.
That's not consistent.
The only thing to show is that it leads to absurdity. It doesn't show that it's a contradictory, but it does show an absurdity, and that's what I was trying to
When
do.
you say absurdity by your lights, right? Not
with his own intuition.
It's not a contradiction.
By most people's lights, I would think.
Not with my.
Why would it be absurd?
With his own intuition. It's
No,
not with my intuition, with his own intuition.
Yeah, but that's not, that you're not undermining his position by saying to him, hey, on these occasions, your intuition sort of is in contrast to what God study you. He's going to go, yes. And the reason why is because I'm a failed human being. You haven't done anything to move him.
That's how.
On that point alone.
When I knew it show contradiction, that's fine. Again, that's not what we're trying to do.
Okay, but then what it sounds like you're trying to do is grandstand. Look, Andrew, you're a terrible person. By whose lights? CM and Robert.
By your own light. By his own light.
No, but he doesn't think he's a terrible person by his own lights, in the sense that what he's doing wrong is not following God's command without being perfect. But he acknowledges that as a fallible being.
How? Which I shown that
Most people would think that's crazy, by the way.
What do you mean by crazy then?
It's crazy against
irrational.
In the special plea, dude. God would command you to kill but not rape. Like, I mean,
Let me ask you guys something. Let me ask you. If it were the case that Christianity is true and everybody's
Oh my God, I'm feeling
fallible
waterboarding.
beings, would we
Stop,
expect there
please.
to be some cases where intuition violates God's?
It's just gonna be. It's just moral waterboarding at this point. It's just like, if I was right, I would be right. If I was right, I would be right.
No, come on. Abe, it's more than that. You guys want to point out that he's wrong. And what you mean by wrong is that everybody, including Andrew, should see that he's wrong. But you aren't doing that. What you're instead saying is, hey, he's wrong by my lights. And Andrew's going, well, why would I care about what your lights are? And that's where you can't motivate it.
By his own intuition. Again, it contradicts his own intuition, which
Well, just answer the question that I asked
is
you.
kind of a problem.
Carlos,
If that's the
you would
case, that
not.
God exists.
You absolutely would not, Carlos.
And people are fallible due to the fall, would we expect that their moral intuitions always line up, or would there be occasions where their moral intuitions diverge from what ought to be the case?
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't believe in a God that went against all.
You see, you're not answering. The question is obvious, right? Yes, we would expect there to be some divergence. Now, if there was a lot of divergence, that might be a reason. But if half of Andrew's intuitions violated God's intuitions, we might now say, well, that seems unlikely. Right? But if one or two do, and he's a fallen being, and he's doing his best to be like in God's light or whatever. The only reason I'm going this route, guys, is to show you how hard this is to do, to actually show the other side that they're actually wrong by their lights. Because we can say they're wrong all day, like I did with the Muslims. They're just going to hear a lot of noise from us. What we want is something that penetrates their worldview. And I just don't think that this critiques are doing it. If I'm wrong, show me intellectually numbers.
No, we're trying to. Yes, again, this is not a logical kind of debate or whatever. We're not trying to show some contradiction. We're trying to show him that, again, it contradicts not even my intuition, his own intuition.
He knows that.
Yeah,
You're not doing anything.
Because he's assuming all this crazy shit, like, I'm a sinner, I'm fallible.
Dude, stop trying to come on stage. We're having a conversation now. You come up later.
Yeah, but you're not doing anything. The point is, he already knows this. You're not bringing anything new, and you're not showing him that he ought to change his mind about something. That's what you're not doing currently. As long as you acknowledge that, then anything else you're going to do is going to be grandstanding to the fellow atheists, which I agree. I'm going to agree with you. But then go do the same in the Christian rooms. You're going to see how infuriating it becomes after a while.
This is the moral question. Again, we're not trying to show a contradiction in his worldview.
You're not doing anything morally that moves him. And if that's your intention, then you have failed.
Dude, I'm trying to.
And that's what I realized. I'm failing here. Somebody's showing me a way to do this, but I just don't see it.
Bro, you're saying it's not going to move him.
No,
I'm
Rob's
hoping that if he can realize this shit contradicts his own intuition, that he's wrong for thinking just some, like he's a slave and a fucking fallible and all that. I'm talking to him. I don't know why you're being like his lawyer here. Like, this is not
The reason is because you're not going to move him.
proof thing.
But nothing that you're saying so far, CM, is moving the dial at
How
all.
do you
So it's
know?
washing up against the
How do you know? Because you're saying that
Because I was on the opposite side of the
agree
fence.
It's not an intellectual argument. All right, I agree. It's not
Okay.
a perfect intellectual argument. I'm trying to get him to realize how this whole divine command theory is fucking like weird. It's wrong. Yes, it's not. I can't.
And the weird and wrong is just your opinion about it, right?
Okay,
Why would
Rob.
you care?
Yes, we got it. Yes.
Okay, but that is not only.
Okay, but then let's agree to move on to something else, guys, because I want to do the intellectual along with you guys. If we agree this is non-intellectual, let's move on to something intellectual. There's plenty we can critique Andrew on that is intellectual. Let's let go of the non-intellectual branch. How about that?
Yeah, that's totally fine. I just want to point out you kind of straw man there what Rob's doing, like he's being my lawyer. No, he actually asked you guys. He said,
he's just claiming that it won't move. He's claiming. Shut up. Listen. He's claiming it won't move.
No, it's not.
How the fuck does he know? I want to hear it from you,
Dude, he's saying it ought not. If I'm being consistent with my own views, I'm not going to be moved by that intellectually. And as far as trying to show you something, hold on. I'm not going to be moved by it intellectually. And if you're trying to show some moral tension, I pretty well have those hammered out. You're not going to make something. You're not going to be showing me something here. Like
I'm going to show you how you're contorting your own morality, your own intuition.
How on earth are you going to do that?
Again, it's not an intellectual argument, so it's fine.
No, I know, but give me an example of what you're even talking about. Look, God is the moral authority. Okay, yes, I am a slave to Christ.
But God is not when you start saying, but you know what God would command and what He wouldn't command, that's already like a big problem for you. You know He wouldn't command you to rape. Under divine command theory, if He commanded you to rape, that would be correct.
No, I can have intuitions. Do you understand the way we come to it? No, hold on. The way that I come to my conclusions, if I come to a conclusion, which can be based on intuition and precedents set out in Scripture, what I've seen him do, the character that I know he has, if I come to a conclusion based on that, who are you to tell me that I have to believe that it's possible for God to command contradictory things? I have an intuition and a conviction and a belief based on various different points of data that it is the case that God is not going to command certain things. And you just saying, well, you believe divine command theory, so if God commands a contradiction,
it's the definition
it's just
of divine
going to be the
command
case.
theory.
What?
The definition of divine command.
The definition is that God is the moral authority, and if He commands something, that constitutes your obligation. The problem is
that should
if you
ring bells.
No. But what you're saying is you're basically saying
you're not brainwashed. That should be ringing bells.
Hold on, brother. You're saying God can command square circles, and I'm just saying no, He can't.
Yeah, this entire idea of saying that God is the moral authority. First of all, nobody can be
contradiction.
Hold on, nobody can be a moral authority on everything all the time. Because that would imply
God could, right? They think God is.
Yeah. But the point is,
except for rape, apparently.
Right.
So, oh my goodness. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. The point is that this is the Kitover dilemma. So if things are bad, right, then they're bad regardless of God saying them or not. And if they're not, if it's only because God says so, then why the fuck are you saying God wouldn't say to rape someone? He could literally command it, and it would be good.
Because it's not.
So this is another fucking weird, inconsistency in your view.
No, it's not at all. Look, it's not.
Is rape bad because God said so, or because it's bad in and of itself?
What constitutes our duties is what God commands. So He tells us no rape. That means no rape. Great.
Okay, so it's only bad because He said so, right?
But him saying that is him saying that. You guys got to be able to track something a little longer than just one sentence. That command is predicated on His nature, which does not change, and He has no opportunity to change it. He has no desire to. He's consistent with His nature.
What do you mean does not change, Andrew? Didn't He change His mind?
The nature of God does not change. That is just Christian theology for the last 2 millennia. What are you talking about?
I thought He changed His mind on slavery.
Wait, God never changed, but yet He needs a whole new fucking covenant?
For real. And I thought He changed His mind on slavery.
Okay. Yeah. So God having different relational injunctions.
Oh my God, Andrew, you are just God's lawyer.
You just finished
God's lawyer. When you just said God doesn't change,
you just finished saying God doesn't change.
You guys don't understand what you're talking about. God interacting with temporal beings at different times, giving them different commands for different purposes. For example, it's very simple. A father who tells his child, "Don't jump out the window because it's going to break your arm or cut you or whatever." That's it. That's a command that he's giving. Let's just assume the father's God here. Okay? He's telling his son, "Don't jump out the window." That's an objective command for him to follow. That is a law that he ought not break. Great. Now, if the house is on fire and God says, "Jump out the window," now you have a different law that you need to follow, and it's contrary to the previous one. But is that a violation? Hold on. But is that in violation of God's overall principle of what he's doing based on his character, which is love his child? No, it's completely consistent. He says, one hand, don't jump out the window because it's going to hurt you. But in the other hand, when you're about ready to get burned to death, he'll say, jump out that window. And yes, you're going to get hurt, but it's better than being in the house and burning to death. Both of those commands are contrary to one another, but they're consistent with his love. So the point is, he doesn't change. He loves you in both cases, but his law changed. That's the point. Thank you.
Yeah, but this analogy doesn't work.
His nature.
It does work. It does work. It does work. God's character does not change. His eternal attributes do not change. The way he deals with temporal beings changes. Yes. That's irrelevant.
Yeah, but he's in control, right? So he controlled the temporality.
What does that have to do with anything?
Meaning he made it in one time that he knows he'll talk to them in way number A, or the letter A. And then in the second time, he knows he's going to talk to them B. So why would he do that?
Well, just think about how bizarre what you're saying is. You have libertarian free preachers walking around doing their own thing all over the world, right? And God's like, hey, I'm going to tell this group of people, don't do this because it's conducive to the ends that I have that are godly. They're good ends. They're loving. They're serving justice, whatever. But then he's going to tell this other group of people, you do this. They can be completely different commands, but they're commands that are consistent with God's nature. And so he can have different commands to different people, and they can be completely consistent, even though they're contrary to one another. And that doesn't indicate a change in God. He stays the same during all of it. That's the point. God doesn't change. The scripture teaches God doesn't change. Christian theologians and philosophers throughout the last two millennia of the Christian church believe God doesn't change, and I believe God doesn't change. It just depends on what you're talking about. It doesn't mean that he doesn't say different things. He's an agent. He interacts with people that are also agents, that are doing things that are different throughout history. So, of course, he's going to have different injunctions at different times to serve different purposes. It's bizarre to think he would tell one person to the next the same exact thing. Now, there are things that are universalized in some sense that it just don't change because there isn't a reason for them to change. They're just always going to be the case. There's a few of these, you can say whatever you want, but there's a few of these that just don't change. I think one of those is rape. But the whole idea of not murdering definitely is something that you don't do because it's built into the definition. You don't do it. But the question of when you can kill somebody is going to change. There's going to be different times when that's appropriate and when it's not. And God can tell you when to do that because it's conducive to the good. That's the point. God doesn't change.
Why can't you say it's conducive to the good for God to tell you to rape someone?
I don't believe that it is based on, there's several things. One is the precedence in Scripture, which is going to be huge for me. There's nowhere throughout the Old or New Testament that I believe that God has commanded in any way that you can show in any kind of persuasive way to rape somebody. He just hasn't done it. Secondly, I have an intuition that that is an issue. Thirdly, there's this passage is all about union between two people and the kind of spiritual bonding that happens on those kinds of relationships. So if God is just telling you to do that, it's going against something that seems to be very significant to God. It's a huge thing, that whole being union or uniting with another person. So I don't think God's just going to flippantly say that because it's telling you to become union or united with somebody spiritually. And it's a very strange thing because you're supposed to be marrying people. So that doesn't
also
make sense.
A strange thing when God said, do not kill.
You're saying that, and when he didn't say that. He said, do not murder. Ask any Jew, ask anybody that understands the Old Testament, ask anybody that understands the Bible.
I know the fucking Old Testament.
It's not do not kill. You're wrong. It is not do not kill. You're wrong. Any translation, look at any translation worth its freaking salt, and it's not going to say do not kill. You're wrong.
Do not murder. I'll grant you that. Then you're affirming divine command here. So then murder is wrong because he says it's wrong, right?
Murder is wrong. No, our duty is constituted by what he commands. So he says, do not murder. That's our duty. That's what we need to follow. The reason it's wrong is because God has commanded it, but the command is consistent. The command is consistent with his nature, which is objective, and it is something that does not change.
And can I ask you about the murder thing? I think that's problematic, though.
Yeah.
Because if murder is inherently wrong, then it just cashes out to don't do the wrong. But in the other cases, they're not inherently wrong, right? All of the other commands are not inherently wrong. They're wrong because God has commanded it. But in the case of murder, it is definitionally wrong. So there seems to be a difference. That's why I think it probably is don't kill in maybe a special way, or don't kill in an unjustified way or something. But if you're just going to say don't murder, then it's not because God says it's definitional, right? Whereas the others are not.
Yeah, so, I mean, we can talk about that, and that's an interesting point. I mean, you almost might say that it's like redundant to say, do not murder.
Yeah.
Like that that's a redundant thing to say. But the point is it's supposed to be don't kill in an unlawful way. Now, the question is...
That's fine, yes.
Right. And then it's going to be, well, which laws are we to follow and which ones aren't? And those are outlined by case law in the Old Testament. There's going to be various cases that you could say under those cases, at least as far as the Old Covenant goes, you could kill under. And then that's going to be laid out. So when he says do not kill...
Yes, under certain circumstances, killing is justified. In these cases, it's not.
Sure.
That's fine.
And most people,
yes.
Yeah, and most people are going to be at least sympathetic to the reasoning. If they're not in favor of capital punishment, they can understand that at least there's some reasoning they can be sympathetic to. Now, they're not going to agree if they're, atheists particularly, or people that are opposed to Christianity. They're not going to agree with the cases that God says it's acceptable, right?
I mean, there's going to be disagreement in this case. And
Sure,
I think
sure,
what I was pointing out is that saying don't murder is either superfluous, redundant, because it's not by God's command. It's rather that it's definitional, right? In all the other cases, it's because God says it's wrong. In some cases, maybe you may think it's inherent, but in other cases not, which is why he needs to tell you it, whatever the case is. But with murder, it's always wrong. Right?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, and I think that can be brought out, and I appreciate you saying that. But let me just say, I think that Albedo has said that he's got a new argument that I definitely want to hear. We should invite him up. But I just wanted to point out, Rob,
I just said something to Albedo in the comments. He's got to block me if he wants to come up.
But I
think we made progress, at least CM, and I think maybe Abe didn't say it
explicitly. I think what you did was good there, Rob. I think it's
but
good.
CM has acknowledged that it's not an intellectual argument to say, oh, Andrew, this is ridiculous or this is bad. That's just like a hyperbole or it's like grandstanding. That's progress, right? Because I'm looking for the intellectual argument. Because I realize when people do that to me, it's useless. So I can imagine it's going to be useless to you. Everybody in the audience that's on our side is going to cheer. The others are going to go, what's all this noise going on, right?
Yeah, and I kind of, like I said, I do agree that technically, if we don't want to waste time, or not waste time, but if we want to be purely logical, we should just go to why he thinks God exists in the first place. I do think there was some merit to doing what we're doing, like CM said, and I agree with that, but yeah, I get it.
Is the merit
Andrew, one thing, Andrew, if you look up the word in Hebrew, where it says the Ten Commandments, it says, lo tirtzak, which basically means do not spill blood. Okay? That's what it says. Do not spill blood. Now, you can say from dawn to dusk that, like, this is about murder, not killing, but that is your own little interpretation. That is not what the Hebrew says.
Well, I'm just going to tell you that the scholarship on this is roundly against you. Now, we can go ahead and I'll just get some material on this and we can go over it. But there's a reason the people who translate the Bible have translated it, and you can try to argue, they're all biased, which is an insane view, because there's people who are atheists that are part of these translations at times. But the translators render it, do not murder. There's a reason that they do that, because do not kill would obviously present a massive issue, and I don't think that it is due to biases that they're doing that. I think it's just due to, that's not what was written down. That's not consistent with what is actually being expressed by the Jews or the authors of the Old Testament.
I'm saying at best case scenario, it's unclear. Best case scenario, this is a word that has multiple meanings.
You're not a translator. I mean, you're just reading what it says.
I kind of am.
Okay. I mean, what's your understanding of Hebrew? I mean, what are you saying?
I know Hebrew, Andrew.
Oh, like you know Hebrew, like you have a degree, or you actually understand it in such a way?
No, like I can read Hebrew.
You can. Okay. Oh, fine. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So, are you fluent?
So the point, basically.
Okay.
Not perfectly, but basically.
Okay.
So the point is, at your best, if I'm steel manning your argument, the word has multiple meanings. It has something to do with taking blood.
Of course, it's about shedding blood. The question is, Is it saying that you just can't shed blood ever, which is an insane thing to say? Because obviously within the context, there's all kinds of bloodshed going on that God is not only endorsing, but he's telling people to take animals and do it. Now, if you want to just say,
Andrew,
the authors,
it also says...
hold on. If you want to say that the authors are so myopic in their understanding that when they're writing things within the same paragraphs or within the same 2 or 3 chapters, they're going to be writing things like,
that is what I'm
do
saying.
not kill.
That's 100% what I'm saying.
This is what you're arguing for. Well, I just want to point out, this is where Dr.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Well, let me just say this. I want to hear you, but I just want to say this. Dr. Josh points out, and I think rightly, people have this very weird view. They're like, a bunch of idiot sheep herders riding a Bible. It's like, you have no idea what you're talking about. These people are not dumb. The people that were coming up with these views or writing things down, the text that they're authoring, a lot of these people were very smart. And it is not the case that you just come out with it like, if they're this dumb, they're going to contradict themselves within one chapter to the next. I think it's pretty ridiculous, but go ahead.
First of all, multiple authors over a long period of time, compared to the average person nowadays, of course they were dumb. And the reason that they're completely inconsistent is because they'll write like "do not steal," which is another one of the 10 Commandments. And then they'll say, do not steal. And then they'll say, go take the slaves from the nations around you. What the fuck? I guess they only meant don't steal if it's in your own little tribe.
That's amazing, Abe. So,
like, of course there are contradictions. So, yeah, they could say don't kill.
Let's see. So, when you say, it says do not steal, and then God says to go take land that he created, that he owns.
I didn't say land. I said people. People, Andrew.
Yeah, God owns the
land too, but
God does not own the people. What the fuck?
Oh, really? And how do you define ownership, Abe? Go ahead. Yeah.
Look,
exactly.
I know just because it says in the Bible, your slaves are your property. That doesn't make it
define
true.
Ownership. Define ownership, Abe.
You're allowed to have slaves. You're allowed to order them around.
No. When I say God owns people, and you're like, God, you can't own people. Explain that. Go ahead. How is it the case you can't own somebody?
It's because of the rights of the Enlightenment, Andrew. When people started thinking more clearly about humans and their rights, they realized that all humans.
We were actually talking about. You're appealing to what you, by your own lights, is a subjective view.
So
You're appealing to a subjective thing that comes way later that Christians are not going to agree with, and people who affirm and object to moral law and an understanding of theism and what the scripture lays out, they're not going to agree with what you just said. And so I don't know why you think that's some kind of counter to say, well, because of the Enlightenment, you can't own somebody. Are you kidding me? God owns the earth and all of the inhabitants of it.
Yeah, so you're cool with God being a slave owner, basically. You're okay with slavery.
And that's wrong. Why?
Yeah, he's going to do the same stuff.
Exactly. All you're doing right now is just throw red meat.
They're going to do the same stuff.
Toss a cut open red fish to all the people listening. Throw some red meat. Go ahead.
Oh,
you're okay with slavery?
You're the one that's saying. You're the one that's denying what he was saying about. He says not steal, but then go steal people. Basically,
that's not denying it. Listen, God says do not steal. He's telling humans do not steal. God owns everything. If God says this land I promised you by way of a covenant, and these people that are on it are sacrificing babies and doing horrific things, go up and clean up shop. Or take the land from them. However it is that he wants to say it. It's his. Of course he can do that. And if you tell me that's wrong, by what standard?
It's internally consistent, right? Like it's not wrong because it's internally consistent.
It's internally consistent. It makes sense, but that's why.
Yeah, delusion defines them out of it. I don't know.
Also, when you say that you have objective morality, you realize that is your own subjective assessment.
Oh my goodness!
That you have an objective morality, right?
Oh my goodness! Oh yeah. How do you determine something? Abe, I think we talked about this before, but what statements can you make that are objective? Go ahead.
I don't make objective statements.
No, they're not moral.
Related to the empirical world is objective.
I can make moral. I can make objective statements.
But I just want to say this: you don't think that a statement? Did we just lose that guy?
I put him in the audience. He kept
no, you can bring him up. I do have to mute, but I just want to say, if you just say, well, let me just say this real quick. You saying that a statement is all statements are subjective. Well, look, if you can't say something, hold on. If the statement that you make is directly corresponding to reality, to just say that that's a subjective statement, I think is kind of silly. Obviously, if I say the sun exists, I'm making sure, it is a subject, i.e. me, who's making a statement. But the claim that I made, it has content, and the content is mirroring or reflecting the actual reality that we live in. And to say that that's merely a subjective claim, I think is kind of silly. But anyway, I'll mute. It's good.
Well, yeah, I mean, even though you can move the guy to the audience, that was kind of the point, is that it's not internally consistent, really, even within the Bible. Unless you just, I don't know, just do these mental gymnastics to just talk your way out of it. Or whatever. I don't know. Alessandro was typing some stuff in the comments. You want to go?
Hey, just a quick point for you. You probably don't want to say that you don't believe anything's objective, because if Andrew asked you, is that statement objective, and you said no, then, it seems like it's sort of undermining your view.
Presumably some morals.
And presumably by objective, you mean some fact of the matter that's not subject to our opinion or something like that. So just a small thing. I think you probably have to concede that there are such things. Maybe you don't label it objective, but there are some facts of the matter, and that's typically.
You're not talking about moral
objective. No, just statements. I don't think there are moral facts.
No, exactly.
I was basically talking about morals, but even if I wasn't, there are facts about the universe, but my assessment of them is subjective. Yes.
No, but that's not what's being meant there, right? That you're just appealing to a fact. There are facts in the world, whether you have epistemic access or not. There are facts, and those things are what we mean by objective.
Yeah,
I think you'll agree with that, right?
I don't even like the word facts, because it like people are like all philosophical. They're going to start like talking about Platonism or whatever. I'm talking about there are facts of the world, meaning there is matter in motion, and sometimes it's at point A, sometimes it's at point B. That is not up for debate. However,
that's a fact, yes? Okay.
But that's what we call a fact. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
in that sense,
is objectively true.
Yeah. There is a case of what actually is existing at any moment in time. But my ability to figure that out is completely subjective. And I don't think there's a problem with saying that.
Yes, but that's not what's being asked of you. I think what they're asking is, do you believe that there are those mind-independent, quote-unquote, facts out there?
No.
You're going to say yes.
No, I don't.
But their factor is not, the fact is referring to something, right? Matter in motion.
You paint yourself in a corner when you say yes. Then he's going to say, oh, you do it too. You can't concede that point. He's just going to say you do it too then, so I'm allowed to be delusional. I'm not delusional. I don't believe in objective, like anything you're sensing through your senses is going to be subjective. We do our best when CM uses words like we're doing math and science. These are human tools that we developed that attempt to be as objective as possible, and they do a really fucking good job of it. But they are still human tools, and that's okay. That's completely okay.
What I think Andrew's referring to is the ontology, not the epistemology, not, do we have access to it? But rather, is there some state of affairs that is the case, independent of our opinion or our preferences or whatever? And you and I are going to say, yes, there are things like that. And I'm going to say that for every descriptive fact, even if I don't have access to it, but I'm going to deny it for the prescriptive case, i.e. the normative case. And you probably are too. And that's fine. If we say that, there's no problem. Andrew's not going to go, you're inconsistent. You can't say that. So we could deny prescriptive facts and accept descriptive facts, and it's not a problem.
Well, to be clear though, Rob, when Abe and I have spoke about this before, I think he might be kind of walking it about a little bit. You gotta be careful, because as CM says, Abe's a little slippery salamander at times.
That's your word, not him.
I know. I'm using your term.
I think Abe's going to agree with that. Hopefully, what I said.
Well, here's what he said though. He actually has said that any statement that he makes is subjective, and so if he wants to take it and say something different now, it's fine. But that actually.
Okay. But I think there he's just thinking it's subjective because I'm making the utterance. But then I think that's not what you and I and most people are talking about.
No, it's not.
We're not saying that. So I think It's fine to
Right.
say that, but it's like trivially true.
Right.
So what we really need is some
Exactly.
utterance in
Doing some
accordance with some fact outside there in the world. That's what we need, right? And
Yeah,
some aren't.
so Abe saying, everything he's saying is subjective. That's not really saying much because, he's a subject.
Yes,
He's
yeah.
uttering. That's
If
fine.
that's all he means, yeah.
Yeah, right. But that's not really what's. But if what he means is, which I think
It's
is what he's
important. It's important when you claim that you have objective, access to objective truth. That's why it's important to bring down.
What are you
But you
talking
do
about?
too, right? You and I both have access.
Andrew, hold on. As much as Andrew would like to make it look otherwise, Andrew, you are a human being just
What does
like
that
me.
have to do
You're
with
a
anything?
primate on the
So
planet Earth.
what's the point?
You
though?
have become convinced that you have access to a God
And
who
so
has
have you
objective
about all
knowledge.
kinds of things that you think are true.
No, but I have not become convinced that I have access to objective truth.
What?
That's the difference.
Really?
See, that's the thing, Rob. There it is. There it is.
Okay, I think that's kind of mistaken, Abe. You do think that you exist. You do think that there's a sun, a solar system. You think those are objective truths, i.e., that they refer to things in the actual world that's independent of your preferences.
Yeah, and I use
But
my
that's
own
what we mean,
senses to make the case that they're likely
Yes,
true.
so that you can still refer to them as objective, though. Your epistemic access to it doesn't change the fact that something out there is the case. It just changes that your amount of access to that thing. But still, the sun is still going to be quote unquote objective in the sense that most people talk about. And you and I can agree on that.
Yeah, but I can prove that. Andrew can't prove his God.
Yeah, but that's but there you're going back to the epistemics, right? All the question is whether there's something in the world that we can call a fact. The sun, the stars, whatever it is. And you and I are going to agree, yes, those are facts in the sense that they're independent of us and there are something out there that is the case. We're going to agree on that. And that's all Andrew means. Then if you go, but I can show mine and you can't show yours, completely different question. That's fine.
That was my point, yeah.
Well, it sounded like your point was that we can't call anything an objective fact. There's no ontology out there that we can appeal to that is objective. That's what I thought you were saying. But if you're not, then okay.
No, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm going to say that just for the sake of the argument, that I do think there's a case of reality out there existing. And the difference is I can show to your senses, to your subjective senses, that the sun is here. And I don't think Andrew could do the same for his God. That's all.
Okay, that's fine, but that's just like an epistemic disagreement with the ontology. We agree with Andrew that there's some state of affairs that's out there. He just thinks that's a different state of affairs to us. But now we're not arguing that there is some state of affairs out there. Rather, it says which one of those is the correct one and how do we assess that, right? That's fine. But I thought you made the case that, at least I thought you were saying, that there's no objective facts.
That's fine.
All right, so I think hopefully we've cleared that up, Andrew. He does think there's objective facts. You think there's objective facts. He thinks he's got access, epistemic access to the facts that are true. Yours are false.
He was just making
So
a
they're not
technical
facts, in
point
other
that
words.
he views them through his subjective, first-person experience.
Yeah, we all do that.
Which is technically true, and again, it's so he doesn't get cornered into some platonic discussion or whatever, which
Right.
Andrew, not coincidentally, Andrew loves to do.
Yeah.
Alessandro, are you there, dude? I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I guess you were Andrew. Were you saying? Maybe I was. I came in later. Maybe I didn't track appropriately. Do you believe in divine command theory?
Indeed, he does. That's what we've been talking about.
Okay, and then you guys are saying that's objective morality.
Or he believes so.
He can't speak now. I think he said he had to mute up. Maybe he'll come back on. As soon as he comes on, you'll hear it. He thinks that's objective.
I was thinking that if God is a subject and morality is dependent on the subject, and then you can view it as divine command theory as being ultimately subjective.
Yeah, that's very true too. That's very
Yeah, but
true.
what they want to
I've made that
say-
point before.
Yeah, what they want to say, and I think there's an objection, so I don't accept it, but what they want to say is that it's his nature. It's not just his opinion. It's not like he's just going, how does the wind blow today? Or like, how do I, what do I feel about this today? No,
Yeah, but
he's not
Rob,
doing
this
that.
is the Euthyphro dilemma. You can trap them really easily. When they say that, say, is it bad because God said so or because of its nature? If they say it's because God said so, then you say, okay, so then he could just literally say otherwise. And if they say it's because of his nature, then say, so God doesn't fucking need to say anything. We already know it because of the nature.
Yeah,
So they trap
that's what they want to say.
themselves.
So that's the sense in which they mean it's objective. I'm just explaining to the other fellow that it's not just his opinion, but rather he's informed by his nature, and that itself is some fact of the matter that couldn't be otherwise. Like the sun couldn't be not the sun floating out there in
I
the
feel like
thing, right?
if we say
Yes,
the
you can object to it,
attributes
of
of
course,
God
but
is,
that grounds it as objective, right? In the same way
I think
that
that
the Son, that's what they want to say.
But if God is almighty and all powerful, then that means that he could change his nature, and that
No,
his
they're
nature
not going to
is
say that.
well,
His nature is
well,
unchanged.
that's not what they're going to say. I would say,
Ask
like,
Andrew. He's not going to say God can become, he can have a different nature. He's going to have one divine, perfectly good nature, and that's going to inform all of his actions, right? It's not like he could tomorrow have a different nature.
Says, I think that I would disagree. I would say, well, he hasn't been responding. If he's there,
He's a necessary being. He's a necessary being that that has attributes that do not change. They're the same.
Andrew, let me ask you a question.
Right, but I think that the relevant point that I would make about his attributes, right, are that does not change and not capable of changing are two different things. So, like God, I would say, if God is almighty and all powerful, the fact that he does not change his nature does not mean that he cannot change his nature. So even then, his nature is just what he is allowing it or willing it to be, and therefore morality is the same, right? So he could change his nature, and he could therefore change morality.
No,
you're saying he does not you.
No, they're not going
Andrew's
to say
saying
that. Yes, he's going to say he can't.
he's right here. Let him say what he thinks, right? So, like, do you agree that God could change his nature, Andrew?
No, of course not. He can't want. He
doesn't.
He can't even want.
Okay.
He can't even want to. I mean, that's.
Do you think that he's powerful enough to?
No, it's not a matter of
God's a
power.
slave to his nature.
No, you guys are being weird. Look, God can't do impossible things. God can't do things that are impossible. You're basically.
So you're saying that, like, it would be some sort of logical contradiction for God to change
or something like that. Yeah, you're going to be ultimately boiling down to saying A and not A. And God is not doing that. He cannot do that. So it's just you're
it's not doing and cannot doing are two different distinctions that I'm trying to get you to make.
What I'm saying is God does not do. It's also true that he cannot do, but he does not do.
Okay, so I'm more interested in the cannot, right? So the nature of why he
there's no possible world in which God can make a square circle. There's no possible world in which God can make a married bachelor. There's no possible world in which God can change his nature.
And so how is that a contradiction? How would that be? How would God be? I can understand. Now, I'm not saying for God to change his nature, just for him to be capable of doing it would be a contradiction. You're saying just the fact that God could even be capable of changing his own nature would be a contradiction. So how is that P and not P?
Yeah, because you're basically saying a being who is by definition omnipotent, omniscient, he has all of these attributes, and he has these aspects of love and just and all these things. You're saying that he can remove aspects of his nature such that he is changing who he is as a necessary being, and he has these.
That's not what I'm saying, though.
Well,
so I'm not saying that he is.
How do you have the power to do something? What does it mean to even say somebody has the power to do something that is actually a contradiction? What does that mean?
I'm trying to figure out how it's P and not P. So, like, for instance, you're saying that if God changed his nature, he would no longer be God, right? Which I can agree with that, right? Now, I'm saying God has the power to do that, but he does not do it. You're saying that God even having the potential to do so is somehow a contradiction of P and not P. But I've not heard you introduce the P and not P.
I think that you're just holding a position that. So what you're trying to. That's fine. So let's work on this. Okay. So let's picture what we're talking about here. Okay. Definitionally, God is the greatest conceivable being, or he's a perfect being. Okay, something like that, right? Now, if a perfect being could change, it's either going to be the case that he's becoming worse or better. Okay. There's going to be some difference about who he is, because we're talking about the greatest conceivable being. If you're going to say that he becomes worse, then he's no longer perfect. That's a problem.
Right.
If you say that he becomes better, then you're saying he wasn't perfect. That's a problem. So you can't have a perfect being becoming better, and you can't have a perfect being becoming worse. So
what I'm saying is a perfect being. I'm saying to you, Andrew, I believe a perfect being would be capable of making itself imperfect, although it chooses not to do so. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but he's told you why.
So I'm saying God.
I don't understand why you keep pressing this point. He just told you it's impossible for that. Yes, it's a contradiction. He's God and not God. God can't do
No, I'm not saying that he does. So wait. I'm not saying. So I can be alive or dead, and I can kill myself. I have the capability of killing myself, but I'm not going to, right? So God can be in a state of perfection, and in that state has the ability to become imperfect, but he does not do that.
It's Schrodinger's God. He's only perfect when you're not looking at him.
Do you see what I'm saying?
No, yeah, but
do you see a P and not P?
I'm just ashamed that he can be not God. Come on now. And
I mean,
I'm saying that he can change into
This
the
is
state of not being.
philosophical shit, so whoever you ask, you're going to get a different answer.
No, it's not true.
I don't think any theist is going to accept that.
Yeah.
I don't see the P and not P. I don't
God
see the
and
P
not
and
God.
not P.
Like, how difficult is this, my friend? God
Am
and
I
not
telling
God.
you
That's
that
a
he
P and
is
not
God and not? So do you think that I'm saying that he is God and not God? Is that what you think I'm saying?
You're asking for the contradiction, and Andrew's saying to you that if his nature changes from a perfect nature to something that is not perfect, which must be the case for change, that's what Andrew's saying to you, then he's not God. So then you have God and not God. God cannot be not God. Very simple.
So God cannot. So God cannot change himself from being God. But God cannot
not God.
Yeah, but God is a slave.
I'm saying God can make the
God
world.
is a slave
God
to
can make the place. So God can delete himself, right? God can make the world a place where there is no God.
God cannot.
Why not?
It's simple as this. And
Because then that's not P and not P. That's just the existence of God.
A perfect being cannot change.
Is God a necessary
That's the
being
point.
that cannot fail to exist? That's what the Christians think. And there, the part cannot fail to exist is part of being God. So no, he cannot not exist. He must exist for him to be God. Otherwise, he's not God. This is very simple, Alessandro. I don't know why you're getting caught.
So they are saying that existence itself, by definition. So okay, look, I can see that you're saying I'm not saying God can be God and God cannot be God. I'm saying God can make the world a place where God does not exist by not existing. He can choose to not exist.
And Andrew and I are saying that is impossible.
You have to understand something, Alessandro.
I appreciate your patience because I know that it doesn't seem like I'm trying to argue. I'm trying to walk with you. I appreciate you.
Listen, wait, Alessandro. Yeah, Alessandro, look, the point is this. Christianity and religion in general are ancient belief systems passed down. They're not interested in logic or truth or nuance. Let me finish. They're interested in conformity. What they do is they give you syllogisms that are internally consistent to get you to just drop the first domino, and after a billion more dominoes where they gaslight you to death, it's going to end with go to church and like tithe and give us money. Like, that's all it is, okay? This first gaslighting is just your first taste into the cult. Many cults do it. It's the same as all of them. So, yeah.
You sound like a pastor for.
I think that by definition,
a shady pastor for atheism, maybe.
I would like to be charitable here because I think there is a depth of what the definition of God entails existence in such a way that God is a being that exists at all times.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be.
So yes, so I can understand that. I can understand that the act of doing that. I'm sorry, that an entailment of that is that he cannot stop himself from existing. Is that what you're saying, man?
Yes, and in the same way, he's a perfect being. His nature is one of moral perfection. Cash it up, whatever words you want to use. He cannot fail to be that. Anything else, and he's not God.
I appreciate your patience in helping me get to that point.
Evil or whatever, right? To undermine the goodness aspect. And if you undermine that, then it follows that God doesn't exist. Right? So that's my endeavor.
Totally see that. I appreciate you pointing that out.
This idea that God can do impossible things.
Come on, dude. I think that
what is impossible? No problem. We can talk about it. But I think
man. I think that was a misunderstanding on my part of regard. I was not familiar with that entailment, so I appreciate you clarifying that. On the whole, though, I think that then I think the original burden would really just be help us please help us with compelling arguments for why we should believe in this God. Right, so like if you're internally consistent under the frameworks that you have, that's great. What would be like, Andrew? I guess I'm curious. What would be your method for trying to get someone who's skeptical to believe in your God.
Yeah, Andrew, demonstrate that God exists, please. That's a good question.
Yeah, I love you, Abe. Obviously, that's going to be a long conversation. We're going to have a lot of different things to go down. You can start with things that you don't think are compelling. I can start with things that I think are compelling. We can just do a comparison of our particular commitments about our worldviews and see if we can give something that has the same strength and explanatory scope or depth or whatever about the various data points that we want to point to in the world. We can talk about consciousness and all kinds of other things. And I do think that there's a case that people should be able to reasonably, rationally work their way to God. I think that there is a case to be made there. But there's more than I can probably do right now. But I'll just say this, Alessandro, I just wanted to help with that last thing that we were talking about. And we can talk more for sure, and I'll be listening. But I just want to say this. A necessary being cannot be contingent. If it's the case that God could have the power to eliminate himself, he would be contingent. It's a contradiction. So you're just, it's built in. God is a necessary being. So that means there's no possible world in which he doesn't exist. So to say that he can make himself not exist is just saying that there's a possible world in which he doesn't exist. And therefore, he's a contingent being. Therefore, he's not God. That's the...
Right. So I think I was talking about like maybe all powerful, all knowing and stuff, but then also he is a necessary being. So that's an important part to include in the definition. I think engage in evangelism, dude. That's what we're trying to get to. Because I think that ultimately, the internal consistency of your worldview and stuff is probably going to hold up because you're a very thoughtful person. But I think that the internal consistency of a worldview is only
I agree.
Interesting
to me.
Yeah.
Right. You just had the consistency. Yeah, that's not all the work is before me. I get you, but that's why we have these conversations and whatnot. But I want it to be relational too. I do want to be able to give arguments and the best I can, but I'm not really the argument type person. Like, the premise one, premise two, although I like arguments. But, it's more just like dialoguing over reasons why you don't believe. I'll give you reasons why I think this, and, there's conversation to be had there. And hopefully in good spirit and good nature, good faith. And hopefully we can both concede where the other person makes good points. I think that's generally should be the aim, the endeavor to get to truth. Now, obviously, I think that Christ, I'm quite convinced, is the truth. But, I'm open to at least hearing your objections and trying to engage. And if there is something I think that has teeth, I'll just be honest and say, yeah, I think it has teeth. I think the problem of evil has some teeth. I do. Certainly from an emotional standpoint, it's powerful. And I think the fact that it is emotionally powerful can be an argument that can be used against the goodness of God or against his existence altogether, or maybe even just the power of God, right? Something's got to give, or maybe his omniscience, right? That's what it works towards anyway. So yeah, I think we can have good faith dialogue and kind of give and take and see where we go. But yeah, for now, I'm going to mute up a bit. But I was going to say I really want to hear what Albedo's new arguments are, because I don't know if you know this, Alessandro, and I know who you are, by the way. You're a man of many names, but Albedo is now a Christian, believe it or not.
Me too, man. I actually am.
You became a Christian?
I sincerely am, yes. Now, the thing is, I don't believe that Jesus is the only pathway towards, I don't believe that you're going to burn in hell if you don't worship Jesus. Right.
Well, wait, but you believe that he died and rose from the dead?
No, I do not believe in the resurrection.
I don't. Wait a second. I mean, not to be tribalistic here, but we're really talking about the base. This is like you could do a Dawkins thing and just say you're a cultural Christian, but to say that you don't believe Jesus died and rose from the dead is basically almost like saying you don't believe God exists, but yet you're a Christian. I mean, that's pretty.
Well, I think that's so. The way that I view it is okay, I've been an atheist, right? I've been an agnostic. And then, I think about what do I think about the nature of divinity? Can divinity, can human beings express divinity? I mean, we can define divinity, right? I mean, that's going to be a term that's hard to, whatever, right? I believe in the divinity of Christ, right? I believe that I've had divine experiences. yada yada. You know what I'm saying? Like this is just like so I do believe that Christ is operating in accordance with the will of the creator of the universe, called by God, even the conduit through which yes, Jesus is. I do believe in like the power and effect of Jesus on this world today. I do believe in. Well, I'm not convinced that it would be an interesting conversation if someone like could convince me of the annihilation of consciousness upon death. That would be an interesting conversation. So I'm not persuaded that that's the case. So yeah, like I believe in Jesus. I believe that he was divine. I believe that he even was a vessel through which the highest level of divine energy did flow, right? And you should try to be like Jesus.
Wow.
And you should try to follow Jesus.
Is this
right?
Is this a recent thing? I'm sorry. Okay. Wow.
For me, this is a quite recent thing. I mean, I've been a theist for a second, but I think that for me, this is, the divine. I think that also when I look at the compilation of the Bible, there are multiple versions. There are multiple church fathers who believe in different versions. You have Apocrypha, right? And so I think that like the church itself is not a unified body with like explicit beliefs. You even have many churches that don't even believe in the Trinity, that don't even believe in the divinity of Jesus, and all of them would say they're Christians. So yeah, I mean, there you go.
Well, first of all, I just want to say that's awesome, man. I mean, obviously, I'm happy to hear that. Why wouldn't I be? I think that's awesome. But I would just say there are people here on stage that don't believe. They're naturalists, or whatever, and they're going to say they don't think anything supernatural is true at all. So I'm very curious. I would love to hear, and I'm going to mute, and until Albedo comes up or whatever. I would love to hear you say what it is that convinced you, or what brought you into, let's say, theism, because I didn't even know you were a theist. I always thought you were an atheist. And then what brought you even more specifically to say that you think Jesus is divine or was divine? I would love to hear that, and I'll listen, brother. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I have a question. Alessandro, what makes you think you're still going to be conscious after you die?
So, I believe in the block universe, right? And some of the implications of, which means I also subscribe to the tenseless theories of time, which means that causation, even in just a physical sense, like at point A, from point A in time to point B in time, causation would be illusory, right? Like, do you follow?
Not illusory, but it's not like the direct causation like in A model theories of time here.
It's not a causation in the sense that we mean when we say cause.
Yeah,
right?
It's all existing, at the same time, but just you become aware of it. Yeah.
It's not in the same sense, but it's like some emergent kind of causation. It's not the same exact causation, but even I know the B theory of time. Okay,
so cool. Like the tenseless theories of times, you got B and C theory, right? So there's not a moment in space time that you would say this moment in space time exists because this moment did a thing and caused it to exist, right? That doesn't make sense. So I don't think that emergent dualism makes sense. I don't think that consciousness exists because things are happening in space-time causing consciousness to exist. It seems to be the case that we are just conscious of various moments in space-time from the perspective of the organism that we call our body, right? And so since I don't believe, like I look at space-time as a place where nothing is happening. There's nothing happening in space-time. So it doesn't really make sense to say things are happening in space-time that are causing our consciousness to exist. Right? So I don't believe consciousness is dependent upon things that are happening. Right? And so since for me, okay, you see what I'm saying? It's like for me, consciousness is not even dependent, or it's not emerging due to processes. Because like processes in that emergent sense of a sequence of events with an outcome, that's not the most advanced understanding of the configuration of space and time, right?
But you think are you like a panpsychist? Do you think you have consciousness without your brain?
No, I think it seems to be the case that like our consciousness is just peering into time and space from the perspective of our bodies, and I don't know what the cause of that is, but
I thought you said you're not a dualist, right?
I would say I'm not an emergent dualist. So like an emergent dualist is going to say consciousness exists because like a thing happened and now consciousness exists. Right, like I don't look at causality like that.
Okay, but you are a dualist, I guess. Just not
I mean,
emerging from your
Do
brain.
you think consciousness is physical or non-physical?
I believe that everything is probably physical. We just don't know what to call it yet.
So why can't you just say that why can't you just say consciousness is emergent?
Well, because emergent, for something to emerge, like you're saying, like a thing happens and then causes a thing to exist, right? But I'm once again, I'm in.
Are you saying you think consciousness is uncaused?
I'm saying I don't know the cause of consciousness, but I don't believe that consciousness exists due to any of the physical processes that we're observing.
Then why wouldn't you just say that you probably think it's non-physical? Because if you're saying you don't think it's caused by anything physical, then just call it non-physical.
Well, I think so. Whatever we would call non-physical now is probably something that for instance, people used to think light was non-physical, but we just had to discover photons. Do you see what I'm saying? So
yeah, that's true.
Even things that people will call super. Sure, I mean that may be the case, but I think that I don't make vast assertions about the nature of consciousness. I just look at what we know about space and time, and I'm going to say causality is not a thing. Straight up, full stop. Causality, according to the laws of physics, in accordance with the Bloch universe theory, the relativity of time and space, and the passage of time and the error of time, and all of that, all moments in time already exist, right? So it's not like your consciousness exists because there's this thing happening. I don't know if you see what I'm saying, but
I know what you're saying. I don't think the conclusions you're drawing are actually correct.
So what is incorrect?
No, just because.
What is more questionable?
See, even in a B theory universe, I know it's just again the problem is you're mistaking the word, you're using the word for two things. So, okay, if you don't want to call it this causation, the same type of causation as you have in A models, then we can invent a new word, or you can just put a prefix in front of it, call it emergent causation or something. But something like emergent causation still exists in the B models. I mean, things don't happen for no reason.
Of course not. I think that so here's what I'm saying.
Still are separated, even though they might not be like CM said. There might not be caused A to B to C, but they are still spaced out in a way that is sequential. It's the reason it's the reason why your experience right now is not like you as a child, you as an old man, you as a middle-aged person. It's the reason it goes in order.
Of course. Now I think that we may disagree on the implications of that. And maybe we can come to an agreement. I think that there's a sequence of reels on a movie strip, right? And let's say sequences of pages within a book, right? Page 3, we can say page 2 caused page 3 to exist, but also page 3 and page 2 exist at the same time, right? So no moment is privileged, right? So if, for instance, say event B must happen, then event C happens, and then consciousness exists. That's something that you guys are trying to say, right? Event B happens, event C happens, and that's why consciousness exists. That's what you're saying, right?
No, well, I didn't really.
Because do you see what I'm saying? It's if event B and event C exist simultaneously, and consciousness exists simultaneously, then yes, I appreciate your reference to sequence, but it means it's causality only in a sense that there is a sequence. It's not like true causality. Do you see what I'm saying?
That may hold for the sequence thing, and because you might be able to like play with kind of sequences in B models, but again, there's still some kind of we agree that things don't happen for no reason. There's some kind of emergent causality, like it's just.
What do you mean when you say emergent? Because maybe I'll give you what I think, and then correct me. Because when you say emerge, it seems like you're saying did not exist, now does exist. Emerged.
No. So
right?
there are two forms. Yeah, there are two forms of emergence, right? Like, yeah. But let's just go with like the basic emergence, right? You have one water molecule, right? That there's nothing there. It's just the water molecule. But when you get billions of water molecules together, then you have like temperature because they're hitting each other. So temperature emerged out of what was not there before. There was no temperature with one molecule.
I love that example right now.
Yeah.
Let's say in one moment in time, you have one molecule. In another moment in time, you have all the molecules and temperature. The problem with causation is both of those moments exist simultaneously, and the second moment didn't wait for the first moment to happen before the second moment existed in space-time, right? So yes, there is this sequence and there is this order, but there's no causation in the colloquial sense. So the temperature was not caused, right?
Okay, I kind of understand what you're doing, but I'm kind of feeling a little bit confused about how it affects your main conclusion. So what is your conclusion, I guess? That's what I'm trying to say. What's your conclusion?
So if even in space-time, each state of affairs is an eternal attribute of space-time in its own right? We can't even say that like for instance, this moment where we're talking on the phone has always is a clumsy word, but it's an eternal attribute of the universe, this moment, right? Yeah. It doesn't exist because I got up and chose to one day do some shit.
No, I follow you. I'm just saying, so what's your point, though?
So then I'm saying it wouldn't make sense. We can't even say things are the way they are because things happened. Like, we can't say because things took place, things are the way they are.
How do you get from this to God?
He asked me about consciousness. So I was saying, like, why do you...
to consciousness, yeah.
So I would say I don't believe in emergent consciousness because I don't believe like events are taking place. You just don't believe in emergence,
period.
Yeah,
it's not
But then that's me saying too, though, like consciousness. That's why I'm saying I don't believe our consciousness is being created by our bodies.
But you shouldn't word it that way because it completely throws people off the trail. It makes them think that you think that consciousness is special. But you're not even saying that. You're saying you don't even believe that, like, me kicking a rock is some type of, like, causation. You don't even believe that's causation.
I don't, yeah.
Right. So that's separate. So you just don't believe in causation, period.
Yeah.
So and that's why I don't believe in emergent dualism. Like, I don't believe, like I wouldn't, like, if you were to say your consciousness exists because, like, a thing. Well, I guess if he was to say, because he's saying, why do you believe that your consciousness can exist without your body? And that's because I'm saying it seems to be the case that my consciousness is just aware of different moments in space-time.
Because you believe that every moment in space-time exists without something else. So, yeah, okay, fine.
No, but that's fine. Like, hold on. Do you think, were you conscious before you were born?
Probably not.
Okay, exactly. So then, but then again, because what he's doing is he's just equating his consciousness to moments in time. Like, literally that's exactly what he's doing.
No, I would say that it's awareness. So, like, for instance, I would say my consciousness would be what I consider me, and my body is like this organism that there are at different points in space and time, there's this organism that I seem to be aware of. You know what I'm saying? So, like, but I seem to constantly be shifting through moments in time, even though my body isn't.
Or maybe I'm
Your body is. How is your body not?
No, because like go ahead.
I'm just trying to clarify, kind of like, what was the reason you think God exists?
Okay, well, God exists. Yeah, man, that's just gonna be like my own through experiences I can't explain. I believe that I cannot compel another man to believe in God. I don't believe that you have to believe in God. You know what I mean? I'm just being honest. Even though I am a Christian, I consider myself to be a Christian.
No, I appreciate that. I know you're not compelling anyone, but I'm saying, do you mind just sharing what it is that convinced you?
Hold on. Well, so before we go to God, I want to finish. I just want to say about consciousness.
Okay,
so you don't think you were conscious before you were born. Why do you think you're going to be? And so that means your conscious did have to, I don't know, use whatever word you want.
So, like, to be real with you, if we're just going to start talking about my faith claims, like, I believe that we were set.
If I was going to tell you before you were born, you don't think?
I said I don't know. I said I don't think so. I don't know, right?
You obviously.
I didn't say no.
You don't. So it's just, why do you think after you die it's going to be any different?
Well, I think that there is a purpose to our existence right now. These are just faith-based claims.
Yeah.
I do believe there's a purpose to our existence. I do believe, and I believe, hey man, reincarnation of our minds could be it. Now, I would never advocate for any of my beliefs, right? I would never run out like you guys said.
Of your mind.
Or maybe not reincarnation, but like our minds could have existed in other ways, and this is another way that we're existing, experiencing space and time this way. Then we may do something else after this shit is done. You know what I mean? Like, it seems to be like I'm just aware of different moments in space and time.
Oh, sure.
And I don't know why I couldn't become aware of other things after this. Like, if there's other things for my awareness to explore.
I'm glad you know some like philosophy and like relativity and stuff, but you might want to look into like some of the latest developments in neuroscience, which actually tell you about your mind and your brain, stuff like that. Because for that, I mean, it's actually quite common.
You're gonna talk about causality, dog. Like they would have to discover and
sure, but it's
for me that's gonna be irrelevant. Because like you're gonna describe
your mind, you're just saying, oh, all bets are off, basically. For your mind, you don't need anything for your mind to exist.
No, I don't think you need anything. No, I'm saying I hold that for all moments in time. You don't like.
I know this is the most like fascinating worldview I've ever heard. That's like, it's the most like mushy worldview. Like, you don't believe in causation. You don't believe in physical like things. You don't believe in consciousness that emerges.
I do believe in consciousness. Well,
at this point, why are you just not a solipsist?
I didn't say I don't believe in consciousness. I literally just described like I believe consciousness is my awareness.
I know, but you think it's not emerging from the brain.
No, so again,
I don't think anything. I don't believe in emergence. Period.
I know you don't believe in causation. So I'm saying, like, why are you not just a solipsist?
Causation or emergence? You believe you're conscious because you're conscious now. Like I said, I heard you, Matt, a bunch of times. I was picking up on this, that you're kind of almost equating your consciousness to the moments in time in which you are conscious.
No, consciousness is my awareness. Consciousness is my awareness.
My consciousness. You're tying it to moments in time. Like, you're conscious now. Like, it's not because you're conscious now because you're conscious now, not because you were conscious before or yesterday, but because you're conscious. So, like, it actually sounds more, I guess, philosophically like a presentist, but whatever. Regardless, if you're tying consciousness to moments of time, then, but you also say, obviously, you weren't conscious during the Roman Empire. Like, why do you think you're going to be conscious, again, in the future, 1,000 years from now?
Right. So what I'm saying is, what it looks like to me is happening, right? Is like there's this thing called space-time that like already exists.
So
consciousness can like be aware of moments in space-time from the perspective of biological organisms, right? So it seems to me to be the case that like
Okay, but so now use
probably
that. Now use that. If when you cease to be a biological organism, can you be conscious of space time?
I don't think there's any like ceasing to be, right? Because the biological organism is an eternal feature of space time, right? Across all the moments and times of its life.
Sorry.
So it's like, no, but like, okay, like what you're saying is like, it's not the case that the past, the present, and the future are all real. I'm telling you that it is, right?
They could all be
If we dispute,
I mean,
Yeah, but
they
then
could all,
why are you
like,
not?
physically
Why are you
real.
not conscious right now of like when you were a baby?
right? Because I don't think that my consciousness and my body are the same thing. That's one of the things I'm trying to point out.
But why is it that you're not conscious right now in this moment of you being a baby?
That's a great question, because I believe we're only conscious of one moment at a time. Similar to like reading a book.
Why though?
Maybe that's more of like that's a question I cannot answer. But it seems to be the case that I'm only aware
Okay,
of
hold on. But I appreciate your honesty. The reason I'm going to press on this point very strongly is because it's pointing out that there are highlighted moments, whether there's no causation, whether your consciousness is not emergent, whether anything. But if you acknowledge that you do not have access to you being a baby right now, and your consciousness is only aware of you right now, it follows logically that there will be a moment in the future or in the whatever time slice where it is highlighted that you are dead and you will not be conscious.
Oh, the way that I view that, right? So I view that as like reaching the end of a book, right? It's like
When you reach the end of the book, you will not be conscious of any more words, right?
No, but like I'll just be looking at something else. So like I think that it seems to me that like if these are
Hold on, wait.
like,
If you say there'll be something else, then why aren't you conscious of before you were born?
because I'm not in that, like I'm not in those moments. Like they're probably
No,
like
but
what I'm saying is
you don't even remember them. You don't even remember them. Why not?
I think that it seems to be the case, like, okay, I think that what's happening is something like this, and this is going to be my faith, right? Space-time is something that consciousness can peer into. While we're doing that, we experience what it's like to be these organisms. When it dies, we go back to wherever we were. Like, that's what it seems to be. It seems like this is like some book that's already written, where all these moments already exist, and we're just reading one page at a
Somehow
time.
the pages are turning. So if you acknowledge that the pages are turning and you're only aware of the page you're on, it stands to reason that in the same way you were not conscious before you were born, and then you became conscious and you can't remember anything before that, it stands to reason that after you die, it's going to be almost the same thing. Like you just
The
not
only
going to see
reason
anything.
why I think that, like, okay,
he's throwing
our
his
lives-
hands up in the air. Like he's
No, I'm literally saying
when
to
it
you,
comes
like,
to consciousness, he's just now it doesn't want to like look at evidence or anything. He's just
what do you mean look at that? I would love to. Okay, look, here's the thing, bro. So, define consciousness. Can't see it.
Awareness.
Okay, cool. So,
Subjectivity.
what is help me understand the ontology of consciousness?
It's very easy. It's an emergent property of your brain.
Can you? So, I mean, in the context of what I was talking about, telling me that it's an emergent property may seem kind of vague, right? Like, what can you tell us a little more? Like, it emerges, but what about it
I
other
can't
than that?
fully explain. We've only literally studied the brain for like 50 years, and it has
Right.
like 100 billion neurons, so I can't fully explain it yet. But it
Of
is
course,
most
like,
likely
the
that your
answer is
brain
like we don't know. We don't know
your brain
what
is
consciousness.
your brain is generating in the same way it generates, chemicals and emotions and stuff. It's generating this sense of awareness, and we don't fully understand it, but that's probably what's happening.
Okay, that's fair, but like we cannot fully describe consciousness here, right?
Not
And so, like-
yet. Not yet.
but yeah.
Like I said,
I literally just said yeah. I said
Yeah,
I'm
even
sorry,
though
I
you
get
can't
it.
know what.
Cool. So like what I'm saying is CM, I would definitely find the evidence that you alluded to interesting, but I don't think that there's like a knockdown, here's what consciousness is out there in science, and here's how it's created, and like I don't think we have that. You know what I'm saying? I would love to see whatever evidence you're talking about, but you can't even define
Look,
the
I
thing
don't-
you're
I
talking
don't-
about.
I
It will
do
show
that.
you tons of correlations again between your brain and your mind, which
Yeah, we
obviously
could show,
where your
we could show you
consciousness.
massive correlations. But look, even if
Of course, I believe they are. Okay, look, in the A theory sense, I do believe in emergent brain, right? I believe that our brain is doing shit, and those moments correspond to consciousness, right? So I'll concede that point. Yes, our brains.
can we just
in, like,
it's
the
making
But
it a
even
little
in
bit-
B theory, that's the case. In B
Yeah, I know,
theory,
it's
you're just
making-
saying like the future also exists, like and the past also simultaneously.
I don't think you grasp what I'm saying.
Because again, even if you're tying your consciousness to moments in time, like saying you're conscious now, not because you were conscious yesterday.
You're just conscious because every second
you're
of
gonna be conscious forever, but you obviously
I
don't
think-
think that.
No, dude, like what I'm saying is there's this thing called space-time. There's this, and to me, this is what I'm saying. There's this thing
I
called
know
space-time.
perfectly well with space.
In it, there are like physical organisms, right? There is
Who
consciousness
experience
that experiences space-time at various moments from the perspective of these organisms, right? But I'm also saying, like, since this body exists at various points along space-time, this is a moment that other consciousness may decide to come and look through just to see what it's like to live from this perspective, right? Because just because my consciousness isn't looking through this moment doesn't mean my body isn't still standing there. So, like, think about what I was doing yesterday.
I'm on like a drug
I mean,
trip
but
right now.
but these are just like the real implications of the senseless theories of time and the realness of my body at various
None
points
of
of
this is
space.
the implications of space time.
Okay, so wait. Is my body yesterday? But hear me out. Answer this, bro. I'm really just trying to ask you this. Do you think that the physical body that I was in yesterday is like physically real somewhere in space time?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You think
I do, but you don't see him, right?
I mean,
Because you don't understand what I'm talking about.
right?
Thank you.
Space time doesn't. Let me see.
Do we see that he doesn't understand though, Abe?
No,
What are you talking about?
He just disagreed with you, Abe.
You're a person.
He just disagreed with you, Abe. You said yes and he said no.
I'm firstly, I'm thinking that people have physical bodies in space-time. I don't know what you meant when you were asking him.
So I was asking you, do you believe that there are moments in my life that are like physically real that my consciousness right now is not aware of?
I don't know. I'm really getting confused.
Across space-time, right? It's like within space-time, if the past, the present, and the future are equally real, there's a place where the baby version of me is like, is there in space-time, right?
Yeah, but it's not. You're no longer conscious of it. Yeah, you're no
I'm
longer
aware
conscious
of
of
that.
it.
So what I make of that is that the life of a physical organism is a point that any consciousness can probably peer into and see what it's like to exist. Your life is a book that not only your
I'm gonna have to
consciousness
take a
can read.
break if you want to see him. If you want to continue talking with him.
Yeah. I'm saying.
You're good, man. I just feel like what I'm saying is not like completely fucking like, there's a lot of assumptions, but there's nothing in it that you're going to be like, that's unscientific. I'm not going to be like,
Honestly,
here's like,
I think the whole thing's pretty unscientific, but it's okay.
so what's unscientific about it?
Your whole way of looking at the world is like,
Yeah.
Or like, what have I said about reality that violates the laws of physics, right? So like, I would say like, if you tell me something that violates the laws of
the
physics,
assumptions
I would say that's unscientific.
the assumptions I would need to say that my consciousness is somehow linked to a B theory of time, as opposed to just saying my brain is generating my consciousness. There's like so much more. It just is like incredibly
What was
unharmonious.
the assumption? What was the assumption?
You have a bunch of crazy assumptions.
Can you say one of them?
That you think that you're going to be conscious after you die. That's the main one.
No, but okay. He asked, how did I get to there? And you're saying I got there. I'm saying that's an assumption, that's a faith-based claim. And then I'm trying to explain, what did I say about the nature of reality that is unscientific? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, I mean, you're getting completely unscientific, like you said, when it comes to consciousness and the brain.
You're just
I'm talking
basically
some blueberries, right?
It's all
But
magic.
consciousness is like, of course. But I'm talking. Okay,
Again, you're
I
trying.
told you that I do believe consciousness is generated by the brain, right? I told you that. So how is that unscientific?
You did not
Yes,
say
I
that.
told you that if I don't believe, okay, look, yes. Just like I believe in evolution, right? We evolved from atoms. But I also believe that all points in
You
space
don't
time
believe in causation. You don't believe we evolved from animals.
Right. So like what I'm telling you is the reason you're here is like this moment has existed independent. You can't say at the same time, but or you can't. It's hard to say or as long as.
Dude,
like
next
this
time
moment
you like
has existed.
drugs or whatever, just tell me what you're on, because I want to.
I don't understand. I'm honestly just saying that if each moment in space-time exists simultaneously, I'm talking about the block universe. There's no privileged moment. All moments are equally. You've heard that phrase, right? There's no privileged moment in the block universe.
No,
right?
There's no.
So
when
if
we're
we're
talking
talking
block
about-
universe, you don't live you don't experience the entire block. You only experience a slice of it, which is the right now.
Right.
Okay.
But I think like what
And
we
he
would say
admits
is the
the pain.
beginning
He
and what we would
does
say
not
is the
even
end.
know why that is. He doesn't even know why that is, and I appreciate your honesty. But you admit
What do
you
I not?
don't know.
Which one did I say I didn't know?
You do not
I wanna-
know why only one slice is illuminated for you, and you're not
Oh, that's
conscious
true.
of you as a baby. And the point is, if you
But I
acknowledge that, I think that undermines your whole conclusion, which is that you think you're going to be conscious after you die. But that doesn't make sense, because that time slice is going to be dark.
What I'm saying is,
That
right, so I'm
time
saying
slice is going to be dark. Yes or no?
I think that
Yes
we
or
can start
no?
looking into. I don't think so. No, right? So like when you die.
Hold on. At that point, you're just like special pleading, because if you're saying
What do you mean a dark time slice? Let me just add, can you clarify me that? A dark time slice.
your
time
There will always be
consciousness
something
Like a
existing.
time slice similar to one before you were born.
before you were born, exactly.
But also I said I don't know what happens
You don't
before
have
you were born.
memories of you before you were born. You don't have memories of you having a full
I don't have
life.
memories of me when I was 1 or 2, but I still existed.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but again, for
So
all
like my ability to
you're talking about
recall
your
something is not.
consciousness, since you weren't conscious of that,
I was conscious at 1 and 2.
you might as well have been a rock. If you weren't conscious of it.
Okay, yeah, so like babies are not conscious because they can't remember
No,
existing or something like.
Not that they're not.
Here's
They are conscious by what I call conscious. What you're calling conscious, as in you got to be literally aware at that moment. What's kind of the difference, really? Because you're equating consciousness to moments in time.
no, I'm not. So consciousness is awareness of moments in time. All right.
Exactly. You're tying consciousness.
So that's not equating it to moments.
Well, you're tying it to moments in time.
I'm saying consciousness is your awareness of various moments in time. So yes, there is a temporal link between, our consciousness and the universe. Within the block theory universe model, right? Like the arrow of time is even considered to be an illusion. So the notion that there is a such thing as before and after are arbitrary, right? So when you're saying that there's
See, that's what I'm saying.
in the C theory of time, it is though. In the C theory of time, the arrow of time does not necessarily move forward or backward.
I forgot which one exactly is the C theory. I never really talk about it. But again, you still in the physical world, you still have entropy, and usually the arrow of time is tied to entropy, to the increase of entropy, which is the second law of thermodynamics. So
I guess what I'm saying is
disorder increases.
Yeah, exactly. The tending towards rate of disorder. That's what a lot of physicists usually tie the arrow time to.
Right, but then
Even
also
if it's
it
not
is-
an absolute, and relativity doesn't tell you that there is no time slices or whatever. It just tells you that time slices could be bent a little bit. Not that they don't exist.
I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm curious why you think that's relevant.
No, well, again, they can be bent, but they're still there, and they're still.
I'm curious why you think that's relevant. I'm curious why you think that's like the letting me know time slices exist. Why is that relevant?
Well, they exist in kind of a sequential order, even if that sequential order is not absolute. It's
Okay, so now if the sequence is not absolute, right? then that means the configuration of matter at any given point in space-time is not dependent on adjacent moments or even the direction of their link to that moment. Right?
The time slide, there's still no
like, forget about consciousness. Let's just talk about like block theory and sequences.
Because again,
right, and the arrow of time.
Yeah, that's exactly
right, so
what we're talking about.
So what I'm saying is, if you're talking about tenseless theories of time, where the arrow of time is treated as arbitrary.
No, so okay,
right?
Talking about the like in relativity, there's still no closed time-like curves. Meaning, there's still no, in this case, I guess, time travel and shit to the past. There's no, you can't do. There's no circles. The time slices are still planes in the block universe. There's even if they wiggle, they're not circles. They don't close in on themselves.
Sure.
And this
did I
is
say
kind
they
of
close in on themselves, or like? Did I say they close in on themselves or something? Like, I'm trying to figure out why you're saying this.
No, because then if there's still planes slicing, even if they're not completely perpendicular every second, like so this is what I mean by they're not absolute. You can slice at like different angles a little bit. What's called, you still have a sequential things of slice, and again, the angle which
of course, that's my point. I agree with all this. I agree with all this. It's like what would be physically taking place now, billions of light years away, can change depending on where I'm standing right now, what I would consider now, billions of light years away, right? So that's what you mean by location, time, and location and movement in the universe affecting what you would consider to be now.
I understand.
So I mean, of course, I understand all of this. Like I understand all of this.
Okay.
I mean, I guess it was like I really get caught up in the and like take consciousness out of it, just causality, right? If the arrow of time doesn't matter, then like sure, the sequence is there, but we're just describing we're just describing what the sequence of adjacent time slices, right? But with remembering that I'm saying the arrow of time is arbitrary, the fact that you're saying that this shit happened before, you're just arbitrarily calling that before, right?
No, but again,
so if I truly reject the arrow of time, what I'm pointing out to you is that this did not, like you're saying this before thing must happen for this now thing. If you reject the arrow of time, then no, this is just, it all just is.
So is that what you're doing? I mean, again, even then, I don't think that gets you where you want it to get you, but you're rejecting the arrow of time?
I'm rejecting the arrow of time, and I'm also accepting the real implications of causality being reduced to a description of adjacent time slices. Causality is not some explanation for how things emerge or how things come to be. Causality is a description of adjacent time slices.
No, it's still an explanation. It's just the type of emergence, or the type of causation is now like an emergence of like... Yeah.
This emergence is trivial because that which has emerged has always existed. So this emergence is trivial.
No, the fact that you didn't have consciousness before you were born means that emergence...
We're not even talking about consciousness. I just want to like appreciate what I'm talking about with emergence in general. Because if you can't even appreciate that, then we don't need to talk about consciousness.
No, again, dude.
So here's the thing.
Fine. You're tying it to time.
Yeah. Look, here's the thing. When we asked you about your God belief or whatever, at least you didn't bring up dumb arguments like miracles or whatever, but you basically had to throw out the entire fucking laws of physics in order to think that you live after death. So, yeah.
Which laws did I throw out, bro? Please, I've asked you, what have I said that's unscientific? And no one will answer that question.
Philosophically, your philosophical assumptions are just assumptions.
Your theory of mind is not scientific.
Wild. Yeah.
Of course, everything that I'm saying about consciousness is going to be assumptions, but I think that at that point, we all have I think some guys are like, they take the science and they make no assumptions, and I respect that. So when I'm talking about science, when I'm talking about the consciousness, and I'm giving you these assumptions, I can understand that, but I'm never, those are not the parts. Of course, my assumptions are going to be unscientific. But what I'm saying is they're based on at least me talking about what I'm giving you accurate descriptions of reality and physics itself, right? If I've said some shit about physics that's not true, please let me know. Have I said anything about physics that's not true?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So where am I wrong?
Well, yeah,
You have claimed that after you die, your time slice, even though it'll be completely black, somehow you'll be conscious. Even according to all your
that's my assumption about how that's a philosophical assumption. Because once you that's a philosophical assumption. That's not about physics. You're bringing in consciousness.
your entire theory of mind is just it's all
I asked you, what did I say about physics that was incorrect when you started talking about consciousness?
It's
So just to be clear, just to be clear, everything I said about physics is true. It's my assumptions about consciousness that are unscientific, right?
For the most part. I mean, I'm not going to.
I'm asking
because that's not that important right now.
Without my theories of consciousness,
It's the entailments of your crazy philosophical views that make you think that in the real world, in real fucking physical reality, that you're going to be conscious after you die. That's the unscientific part.
Well, okay. I think that I would never dispute that. Obviously, my theories of consciousness and God and stuff are nonsense. Okay, but I thank you. I didn't say anything about physics that was unscientific. Thank you. So I mean, like all that I'm saying is like, and I appreciate that that everybody can't rock with what I'm saying, but I think that you did when it comes to consciousness. I think that we will be able to discover what it is and explain it a little more better in physics at some point. You know, we're just not there yet.
No,
and even we may be able to describe things that people consider to be supernatural. You know, like I guess when they say like they're speaking to other forms of consciousness, maybe that's just like some disruption in some field that we're unaware of that causes someone to hallucinate or something. You know, like
if we were to do that, then it wouldn't be supernatural. But hold on. So the whole thing,
of course, by definition, it's like supernatural.
Like tying your consciousness to time slices, basically. It's just you got to think you're gonna be experiencing every time slice if you want to exist after you die. If you want to be conscious in the future after you die, you got to think you're experiencing every time slice after you die, and that's what's completely unfounded. Like,
or you come into the universe, you look at the universe through the eyes of this physical organism, and then your consciousness goes to some other, like, see, now this is assumptions and shit, bro. This is like some other dimension. I don't want to say dimension, but other, like, place, right?
Which is
where you're looking at
it. You're trying to be, you keep saying, oh, what I said about physics, is it unscientific? Or you're trying to be scientific there. But
right, and no, but I'm saying but you're asking me about my religious views and consciousness. So this is my religious views and what happens
talk about your religious views. I didn't think.
Well, I mean, it started off like with that. So like if you're asking me, so if you want me to only answer your questions with like, do you want me to don't include what I believe, only include what I know I can prove.
Well, because when I asked you for reasons, you started talking about B theories of time and, relativistic space-time and all this stuff. Like, you weren't just saying, I believe.
Just to get us to abandon causality, right? So that we can understand why I do believe in emergent dualism.
You didn't even have to bring up, relativity. You could have just said, you have a block theory of time. You're holding to that. And again, I can update what you mean by causation accordingly. I don't think it is what you're saying. There is still some.
Okay, wait. If I define causation as, isn't causation the sequence? Or a fairly colloquial explanation would be like causation of X is the sequence of time slices leading up to X. That's causation, right?
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be that explicitly, but again, this is what I'm saying. You just think.
Wait. What's a better explanation then? Like, come on now. Either I gave you an explanation. Is that a fair definition or no? If it's not, give me a better one.
Well, I mean, there could be not directly leading up to it. But yes, the whole point is there's got to be stuff in the past. However, you're slicing that literally. However, you're slicing that like literally in this case, there's got to be something. It doesn't have to be in the direct past. I can set something like set an alarm for it to go off later on in the future. So nothing directly preceding it will be. The time slice is going to be the effective. It's going to be something. It's going to be a gap way before. But that's not. Again, so.
I don't dispute. And the crazy thing is, like, nothing that you're saying is different from anything I've said. So it's like I don't understand why you're arguing with the wall, bro. Like, I don't get it. Like, you just don't like what I'm saying.
No.
Like, nothing that you're saying is different from anything I'm saying.
No, because again, you're just saying these words and then just saying no.
Come on now. All right, well, don't do this, bro. Don't do this. If you're okay, bro, you're good. You're good.
No,
I described to you.
You still
I
have
described to you the nature of reality. You asked me to fill in the gaps of my
entropy,
belief.
for example. You're completely ignoring entropy.
How?
For example, because
How am I ignoring entropy?
according to you, it's just now because you're tying consciousness to moments in time. Virtually, I guess that's a reason for you to say anything's possible. Like, I don't know.
No, I never said that. What are you?
I'm saying there's
Oh my god! Like,
there's
you,
no,
dude,
no
you can't track and just
even
don't
if it's
do it.
not direct causation, like in the A theory of time. There's no.
I asked you for a better definition of causation. You refused to offer.
No,
I said, have I
it
defined?
stays exactly the same. It just becomes interpreted.
Okay, so
That's what I'm trying to tell
here's
you.
where I'm just going to be done. Because I feel like you're not even
How come
tracking.
you never? If you drop an egg and you see it splattered, how come you never see a splattered egg completely reassemble and become an egg? Like, because why that violates entropy? This is the reason you never see that. It's just because
I never
tying your consciousness to moments in time.
How is that?
There's
So
no
entropy.
notion of causation, which is what you're trying to cling to.
So look. When you are looking at a broken egg, are you saying that you're looking at something that has come into existence that did not exist?
Can we move on to like Albedo, Sam?
Right? Like he doesn't. Like why are you doing this? Like he just doesn't understand.
Well, again, I mean, I'm not trying to make you change your beliefs or whatever. I was just trying to see.
Like you literally just asked me if a thing happened. Didn't things happen?
You understand. You read some things in physics. I guess you kind of understood it, but then just for other things,
you can't tell me what I don't understand. Look, here's the thing. What we're not going to do. If you can't tell me the thing that I said that's incorrect, stop telling me I'm incorrect.
You think you're conscious after
you're
death.
completely
That is what's incorrect. Yes.
Dude, yeah.
How can you prove me that? How do you know that's incorrect?
We're not going through this again. We're moving on.
You completely.
Because you know you can't prove that.
Thank you.
So now what?
You're trying to abandon the arrow of time. You literally said
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for your
Is that ludicrous? Is that unreasonable to a
It's ludicrous to think that you're conscious after death, yes. Even by your
So
limits.
yeah, you're going to avoid the actual question to go back to the thing that's easy for you to say.
You're rejecting the second law of thermodynamics, bro.
Yeah, I literally. Not only that, I literally proved it to you.
How did I go against the second?
No.
Okay, look.
You
The
admitted you
second law of
don't know when I
thermodynamics
said.
is an arrow of time.
Yeah, you admitted you don't know when I said to you, why is it?
The second increase of entropy, right,
Is a local
is
arrow.
adjectively describing that in accordance with our perception of the arrow of time, as moments seem to change, entropy seems to increase if you move in a particular direction in space-time. However, because all moments exist simultaneously, this is just a feature that we observe as we move in one direction. We observe entropy. You can move in the other direction of space-time, and you would not. You would observe entropy moving in the opposite direction.
Even if those moments in the past exist, you can't move in that direction. This is
If you were to observe space-time in the opposite direction, which you theoretically could, then you would observe entropy decrease.
You would have to be made of antimatter to go back.
No, theoretically, there could be methods produced in which you could, like this is not like applied, but in theoretical physics, yes, there's no reason why you could not move backwards.
No, but then you would have to accept the multiverse or parallel universe.
I do believe that we probably live in many worlds. Like, there's not one universe. There's not one planet. There's not one star. There's not one solar system.
I mean, obviously,
we're probably not so special. We're not so special that there's probably one universe.
I'm talking about, because if you got time travel to the past, you run into paradoxes if you only have one universe. The grandfather paradox. Like, you're talking about.
I don't want to get into all the paradoxes of time travel that's tangentially relevant. I can honestly think that I'll say
strongest evidence against time travel in the past, which is what you're talking about.
I'm not saying that you can time travel, bro. I'm not saying that you can time travel. Maybe that confused you. Wasn't trying to do that.
Well, you were talking about traveling backwards in time. I don't know.
I didn't talk about that. I said travel. Okay, cool.
I think that this is a type of philosophical thing when someone redefines everything to instead of saying I walk to my front door, they say I did not move at all, and the entire universe moved 6 inches toward me. Yeah,
but okay, it's fine.
Or if I tried to do something like I didn't walk to my door, I'm just aware of this moment in space-time ass argument. I'm not trying to be that pedantic, but I feel like that would be the
you weren't trying, but you succeeded.
If you want, we can move on from this topic. I mean, again,
we can. I feel like you guys are good sports, and we've thoroughly addressed it.
Sure, like I said,
I accepted mine.
So everything you're saying is not completely, unfounded, but it's just you seem to be drawing some pretty radical conclusions from which don't even follow from what you want to serve what you want.
Of course they don't follow. Of course they don't follow. That's a fair point. I would never claim that it follows logically.
And you're also biting some really difficult bullets. You're literally saying, I admit that I don't know why my time slice is only illumined right now. But then when I say, okay, so then it's possible your time slice won't be illumined when you're dead, and you're like, no, definitely not.
Yeah.
So
do you think that? But I think that maybe when you're saying your time slice is illuminated, when you're saying your time slice is illuminated, I think that we mean
you're experiencing a moment in time. That's what we mean.
Absolutely, man. If you guys were gonna go talk or do something else, all good.
Well, if you want, just really fast. We can drop this thing if you want. I think A wanted to ask you about your religious ideas.
Okay, cool. So
I guess here you get to be as wishy-washy as you want. It's not a problem.
If he's wishy-washy with physics, I don't even know if I need to go into the God belief now because it's.
Dude, I feel like my physics is fine, bro. I think the assumptions that I draw from my physics are not justified by my.
Okay, so let me just ask simply, right? Why do you think a God exists? Try to explain it in a paragraph.
Right, so I believe God exists because I've experienced forces that I cannot explain. That I through the things that I've seen in my life, I'm convinced that it's God right now. Since I'm not stupid, I know anything that I tell you could be a coincidence. I can't prove to you that it's not. I've not seen God, right? I'm a reasonable theist who knows. That's all my evidence is, right?
Okay, that's fair. Do you mind giving one example of something you think is attributed to God as opposed to coincidence?
I was going through probably a time in life where I was trying to where I couldn't really see a way out, and you know what I'm saying? Through prayer, actually in that moment, I did feel the Spirit of God come over me, you know what I'm saying? And I was delivered, And so with that being said, the person did pray in the name of Jesus and all of that, right? And it was an experience that I couldn't really explain, and I was changed from there. So, that's
when you say, if you don't mind giving a little more detail, when you say you couldn't find a way out, do you mean you were depressed, or what do you mean by that?
Well, I was just in a struggling. I was struggling with something in my life. I don't want to go into details about. It's not I saw someone do a miracle. No one healed me from cancer. No one you know what I'm saying? But I did not view myself as being able to solve this problem. right? And then a few things happened, like a few things moved out of the way, opportunities came, things shifted. You know what I'm saying? For that reason, I have been convinced that God was prayed to and responded to, to prayer.
Is it also
So
possible
you were
that, like,
praying for that?
Someone else prayed for me. You know what I'm saying? And then I could feel the Spirit of the Lord, right?
is it also possible that, like, you felt camaraderie with the person praying for you and it made you feel better and comforted? Is that also, like, a possible option?
Well, in this case, I feel like I've also been like there's great. It's like there's more of a realness to the sensation of the Spirit of God for me. That it's not just like I'm feeling like, oh yeah, these are some cool people. Yeah, you know what? Why not believe in Jesus? Like it's not that simple for me. Like there's actually like a supernatural experience that I cannot explain, that I can physically feel when no one's touching me. That I can physically feel that some people emanate. That I learned to emanate it sometimes.
What did it feel like?
Well, it's hard to describe it. I've tried to describe it to other people, and everyone hasn't had this experience. So there may not be words, but I mean, if it's just a universally welcoming energy washing over you, a sense of clarity in your mind. You know what I'm saying? And a sense of faith. You know what I'm saying? That comes over you.
Can that be attributed to, like, your neurochemistry?
Yeah, maybe I guess there could be a range of natural explanations, right? I mean, I would consider that, but I think that it's also the real events in my life that took place, and the realness of the change in me that took place. So it's like,
It's possible that people can also have, like, big changes that are just natural.
That may be the case as well, but I think that there's this ongoing relationship and feeling of the realness of another consciousness that is not mine in my life, that I can feel as, like, when some people say they believe in God, what they mean is they can feel His presence, right? They can commune with God. I believe that is true for me. Right, and that's what some people mean when they say they know God. Like, they literally feel like there's a dude they're talking to. Not a dude, but you know what I'm saying? A higher power, another mind that hears their prayers. But also, man, I've been an atheist, and during those times, I would, and I'm an atheist who used to be. Before I was an atheist, I was a Christian fundamentalist. So I've sought God, and when I was a Christian fundamentalist, I didn't feel God the way I do now, right? And when I was an atheist, I know I couldn't feel God. So I don't expect everyone to be able to. That's why I don't believe you have to believe in Jesus or you're going to burn in hell. I don't believe all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because I know everyone can't feel what I can't experience what I have. But I'm going to be a boring atheist to argue it, because I'm not going to be like, you're going to burn or something.
No, I mean, I wish more theists were like you then.
Alessandro, I do got to point out, though, what you were explaining now, you're kind of going back on your earlier commitments about, like, causation. Like, somebody prayed for you and things got better. That's kind of implying some form of causation.
Unless you meant to word it like, I was in a time slice where I was depressed, and the next time slice is I was
Right? I think that, I would say my experience in this universe is such that I have observed, and experienced things that have caused me to conclude God exists. Right? So maybe that's
but that's a fair point, Sam, about the causation stuff. That's a fair point.
I do think that, but I kind of was saying that like our bodies exist at all points across our life, and our consciousness is just slipping through moments from the perspective of our bodies. And like I think the observations that I've had are such that I've been led to conclude God exists as I move through space and time, right? So that's like.
So I know it's just probably like a kind of a problem with semantics. It's just the way he talks sounds just weird. You know, led to believe. It kind of all this stuff implies causation or implies some kind of correlation. Like so it's
weird. I think that so our body and our mind are, in my opinion, I'm gonna go full blown dualist. And I think that our mind's connection to our body is going to be awareness of it at different points in space-time. So like you have, let's say like you have your kid self, adult self, old self, teenager self, like none of those is really you. You are the awareness of the universe from that perspective at various points. Your awareness, like your consciousness, is impacted by the things that you see as you shift from one moment in your body to another, right? So I do believe that our consciousness is influenced by the lives that we are aware of. If that seems to be the case, right? So like the different moments that we become aware of influence our state of consciousness.
Sure. I'm not sure if that's saying much, but this just seems to be trivially true. So, I mean, I don't know. But this is kind of what I was trying to say earlier and why I pointed out what you said about what you were saying now seems to imply some, if not direct causation, some kind of causation to emerge in something. It's just because what happens from the last moment to this moment is not random, right? It's not.
It's not like anything could be possible. Like it's not like you could go from one moment. We're all chilling in the living room.
Yes, but it's not even that anything is possible. It's that there's some kind of connection between the previous moments and these moments.
What do you mean? I mean, there's definitely a sequence of moments. What would you say? What it is about? How would you describe the connection or the significance of or nature of that connection?
Hello, good morning.
However you want to describe it is just again from one point in time to another point in time. Say shortly after or whatever. Yeah, how you said they're not just random. It's not, the later point in time seems to have some connection to the earlier points in time. Whatever, I guess, but that's going back to the causation.
But that connection is not derivative, right? Like these moments in times are not derived from other moments in time.
Again, words here are just like failing us. You're again arguing for direct causation or whatever.
I'm not arguing for it. I'm literally arguing against
exactly. I'm saying you're arguing against it. But
well, no.
The whole point is that
you just won't offer your definition for it because, like, I'm giving you mine. You won't give me yours.
Well,
like define causation.
Causation, I mean, it's hard to define causation. That seems to be a pretty, elementary concept. Again, I know what you're asking.
Like you, come on now. Like define the term.
It's an atomic concept. It's a concept in which we explain everything else. But they're like forces of nature. You can't really.
I could Google the Oxford Dictionary definition of causation. I'm pretty sure there's definitions of causations within physics and other fields. Pick whichever one you like, because I gave you mine. Of the multitude of definitions of causation, just offer one.
Yeah, pick any. I mean,
I gave you mine, and you're telling me like you want to criticize it. So like, just tell me. I'm just trying to agree to terms because it doesn't really seem like if you're telling me I have this misconception of causation, I'm thinking of causation wrong, and I'm okay, bro. If that's true, please define it so that I can actually understand what you mean. And then you're like, I refuse to define it. Pick any one you want. And it's like,
because I'm not trying to define myself out of the conversation, but I guess because you're just gonna start talking about again moments in time and like etc.
I'm gonna work with whatever concept you think is best.
But what I'm trying to say about causation is some kind of influence from one moment to the next moment. Like from one moment to the next moment. The next moment is not completely random. Like
what is the nature of that influence? Use the verb influence. What is the nature of the influence of one moment on a following moment? What is the nature of that influence? Or the substance of that influence, or the process of that influence?
See, this is what I'm saying. At the end of the day, it's going to be hard to not go in circles in terms of definitions here. Because I'm going to have to, if I keep going, it's the same thing with defining like...
Well, the reason why you can't describe that influence is because there is none. There is no, like...
That's not the case.
When you have adjacent...
That's not the case.
Okay, so
any word in the English language, bro. Every word in the English language is defined using other words in the English language. It's all circular. Like define. I'll show you an example. Define what's real. You're gonna define.
Okay, don't define it. Just describe it. Because I'm like you're saying, moments in space-time influence each other, and I'm saying, okay, I have the influence of this mayonnaise jar of closing the lid.
Or we get, like I said, that's what I'm saying. Or have some connection or something. Again, from one moment of space-time to the next one.
So describe that connection.
Random.
I never said it was random.
Exactly, but that's
what is the fact that it's saying that if it's not relevant.
That it's random is I'm trying to imply there's some kind of connection. And like
I refuse to describe it, and so like that's the thing. Like, so I
don't want to just describe it using cause and effect, because then you're gonna say I just don't agree with the A model of time.
No, like if you could like describe the cause and effect process, I would believe that that's what's happening. Can you do that?
No. However I describe it is gonna be equivalent to cause and effect, but that's gonna be you're gonna say, oh, that only holds in the A theories of time.
Or you're going to conflate moments in space-time. Like you're going to say this moment became the next moment, right? Or something like that.
Not became, you know what I'm saying? Like, but again, influence is connected to, in a lot of cases, yes, literally became. Like because this is what I think this is the problem I think you're making. You think, so you think B theory of time just completely gets you out of causation. It doesn't.
No, I'm asking you to help me understand in a situation where there are two moments, right, that have always existed. You can't be like, even if this one, like, wait. One moment was not derived from the other. They have always existed. Tell me how, if they have both always existed, one influenced the other to exist.
Dude, again,
do you understand my question?
Yeah, no, talking about that, you're trying to define it out of existence. I'm asking for causation, dude. Again, you're using thermodynamics, you're just looking at shit. You drop a glass, an egg, the glass falls. I mean, you don't, even if you didn't say you letting go of the egg is what caused the thing to fall. It was just at one moment the egg was in your hand, at the other moment the egg was fucking just flying down to the floor. Even if you want to, again, not use this language of causation, there is some connection, like I'm saying, between moment A and moment B. Like it's not, moment A was you had a egg in your hand, and moment B, the egg just became a chicken. Like
I think it's probably more like moments in space-time fit together like puzzle pieces, right? Like this puzzle piece didn't cause the other puzzle piece.
I'm good with it. Yes, I'm good with that.
So now at this, yeah, it's like if these puzzle pieces go together, Now, the problem is the image that's written on the puzzle piece doesn't exist because the image that was written on the other piece did anything.
Doesn't
Right?
matter.
So like these moments, they're adjacent, but but they fit together like puzzle pieces that have always existed that always existed. This puzzle piece may go next to this one, and they fit together, and the image makes sense when you look at it, but they didn't cause each other to exist.
That's fine. Is that you could even talk about retroclass? They fit almost identically going backwards in time, but there's still a connection.
So do you
That's what I'm saying.
acknowledge like I described? So I can describe the adjacency of moments in space-time and the nature of causality with more accuracy than you, right?
No, because
I asked you to describe it and you couldn't do it.
Dude,
now I just did it, but you're going to tell me I don't understand science.
This is what you're confused about. You think causation or influence or connections from one moment to another, they just completely go out the window in a B theory of time. They don't.
No, I don't. Why are you saying that? I never said that.
Reinterpreted. The causation that you know from A theories of time just become reinterpreted in a B theory of time. They otherwise remain identical. It's still,
no, they don't.
I punch you in the face, your teeth break. It's just, you're using different language and saying, okay, it's possible that, it's just in 1 second you were swinging your fist, in the other second I had my teeth were broken, but it didn't directly, you're just getting rid of the cause and effect paradigm. But again,
I think that it's like,
actually get rid of it.
Here's what's happening. Here's what's happening. You keep describing moments in time that are adjacent and then saying, see, causality. And I'm like, okay, I don't dispute that. I already defined causality as if X, the causative factors of X are going to be all of the preceding moments in space-time that came before it, even back to the origins of the universe, right? All of those moments in space-time took place and caused this moment X, right? So when you just describe things happening, you're not even disagreeing with what I'm saying.
Right? When you say that,
so it's
I completely agree to that.
I said that already. I said the puzzle piece thing already. So I don't understand what you agree with the puzzle piece example.
You said the puzzle
so what are
piece,
you saying I don't understand?
Since you said the puzzle piece, I said, okay, that's good enough. I said any connection. Like I said, what I was trying to get away from was you thinking one thing, there's no connection between one moment in time and the next moment in time or the adjacent moment in time.
I'm saying their connections are trivial.
They might as well be.
I'm saying, no, I never said they might as well be random. I think that you're just not able to. I think that
you're trying to completely get rid of causation, which again, you can define that.
Look,
you can just not use
I think that, okay, I can appreciate what you, I think that you assumed I meant that moments in time are like a deck of cards that you can shuffle. No. I don't think you know. Of course not. Yeah, you can't take the time of the dinosaurs and then move it and put it over here because causation doesn't matter. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you just reach back and move the time slice.
Yeah.
Of course not. I mean, if that's what you thought I was saying,
I don't know why.
So then
about that. I'm talking about
you just said
a connection between adjacent moments, that kind of again still have something that looks like causation, even if it's not causation. It's for all. This is what I'm saying. It's just the words are what's failing us here because you're just trying to stick to the speed theory. And like I said, because I don't know why you think in B theory you just read somewhere. Oh, there's no direct causation doesn't exist in B theory. Doesn't.
When did I say When did I say direct causation doesn't exist? I literally just explained to you causation through physical things, through space and time.
No, so you do accept causation. This is what I'm saying.
I think that you feel like I think that the spirit of causation. You don't like that I'm not embracing the spirit that you have because you refuse to offer your definition. So there's just something about the way that every time, and I've offered multiple definitions that you agreed to. I've offered multiple analogies that you
going to work in this B theory of time.
I gave you 2 analogies that you agreed to and a definition that you agreed to. I don't know why you're arguing with me, and you refuse to define your term. So it's like
I told you the terms that I wanted to use about some connection.
but you didn't want to define them, so it's meaningless.
What are you talking? Oh my goodness, bro! Again, because you're trying to define causation out of existence, which again, and you're saying, oh, have you ever heard of the B theory of time? Like, even in the B theories of time, dude,
I think what you want me to say is like, I think what you want me to say, bro. Here's what you want me to say. You want me to say that like this moment is happening to cause your next moment to exist, and the next moment doesn't exist until we go into that moment. Like you want me to say some shit, like you want me to say like or you want me to say there's some unspoken power that this moment has over the next moment. Now, I can't define the power, but there's some unspoken power.
Pieces is good enough for me.
You gotta
Again, I was just trying to get rid of. There's no connection between one moment in time and the next moment.
I never said there's no connection. I just feel like, but you're a vibes person, right?
Explain the connection.
No. I've been giving you clear definitions, but you're just vibing, right? You're just vibing. So you feel like I'm giving you a hippie vibe, and so since that's what you feel like, responding how you're responding.
When you gave a good definition, I agreed to it. Like I said, it works for everything.
You keep pushing back.
No, I said the puzzle pieces or whatever. Again, that works for everything I'm trying to do. I said that the moment you said it, because you're just telling me, oh, give me a definition. I'm not going to give you a definition of causation.
You continue to push back after I said that for like 10 minutes and try to explain to me that there's this thing I keep wanting to do. I ask you, what's that thing? You can't explain. Okay, can you define causation? I refuse to define it because words are just words defined by words. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like, I would take your criticism way more seriously.
You telling me to define causation. I'm eventually going to go in a circle. It's like defining what's real. Real is what exists. Defining what exists, eventually going to go back to what's real. Like,
we could do this shit forever, though, man. I think that honestly it's because, like, a lot of times I encounter, because I believe that you guys at least understand what the hell I'm trying to say. So, like, I think a lot of times I don't encounter people that can even understand the basic concept I'm trying to refer to. And I definitely try not to bastardize the science while I'm trying to do it. Of course, my assumptions are unscientific. You are right. My assumptions are unscientific. You know what I'm saying? Like regarding consciousness and God. But I would never claim that they are.
No, yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
therefore, your conclusions are probably unscientific as well.
Of course, yeah. My conclusions are unscientific, but I think that like my premises at least try to take into consideration my premises are not built on scripture. My premises come from science.
Yeah, well, they come from philosophy. At least I appreciate it's not from scripture, but it is from philosophy.
Exactly. I really wouldn't.
Well, I do try to ground in it, like at least physics about the world. Like if physics was saying that A theory is the case, that's what I would be. Like if most scientists were saying they believe in A theory, then I wouldn't be saying any of the shit that I'm saying. Most scientists believe in senseless theories. And so I've really thought about what does that mean.
Look, I'm going to say that I appreciated the conversation because it's obvious that you have actually done some research on philosophy and you haven't referred to arguments from authority from scripture or miracles. So in that sense, I think you have demonstrated that you've tried. With that being said, I think that the philosophical assumptions and conclusions you're drawing are pretty wild and they're pretty far-fetched from what we know about modern cosmology and physics.
That's fair. That's definitely fair.
I don't know. So again, I just feel like you just don't want to use the words causation, but you kind of.
Don't do this. No, I'm just. It's good, man. I think what we've done. I feel like. I respect what you're saying, man. I feel like what you're saying. I mean, I guess I would just want maybe a more clear objection, where if you could be like, hey, man. Because you're criticizing my conception
I'll give you the clearest objection I could give you, besides for all the science. And I'm going to go on your level, right? I'm going to talk philosophically, okay? Philosophically, you admitted that you do not know why you're only aware of this present moment and why you are not aware currently of you being a baby. So you do not have an explanation for why your time slice is dark when you're a baby, but why your current time slice is light when you're an adult. And by your own reasoning, if you acknowledge you do not know, that implies that somehow, somewhere, time slices are being darkened and illumined, and that's just a fact. If that's the case, it does follow that when you die, your time slice will be dark.
I would question.
Yeah, you want
I would sincerely question: does it necessarily follow that your consciousness ceases to exist? Because when you're saying your time slice will be dark when you die, I'm saying that I don't think you are one with your time slice. I think that you are consciousness shifting from one time slice.
And if you're not one with it, why are you not conscious of being a baby right now?
Because I feel like, we are like a light flashing through a movie reel, illuminating.
Why is your light illuminating an adult to you and not a baby?
Because it already went through that part of the movie of the film's reel.
What do you mean when it went through the reel? How is it doing that? How is it going through the reel?
It seems to be the case that I'm aware of the reel when I'm a baby, then the reel when I'm 5, then the reel when I'm like a light shining through the different reels.
Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that?
I don't know. Do you mean what are the physical mechanisms accommodating that, or do you mean what is the purpose behind it?
Everything.
If you're asking me about this,
what's the mechanism? What's the mechanism doing that?
I couldn't describe that to you. That would be, but it does seem to be the case. Now, I don't know how it's happening.
I agree with you. It seems to be the case. What I'm trying to get at is, if it seems to be the case, then it's logical to say it will seem to be the case that you will be dark after your death.
No, because I'm saying that I also hold a belief. No, okay, and this is where I'm getting out of the physics, right? I mean, I think that it could be possible for your mind to become aware of another world or universe or another life, right? And that's what heaven would be, right? That's what hell would be. That's what, right? So it seems to me because also we know our physical bodies never die. If we really take the block universe serious, your physical bodies never die, right? In the realist sense, right? Now, death is a moment in space time, so it's
these are smuggling in words. You never die, but you were never born either. So
that's also true. So I do think that it's your life is a book that a conscious entity can choose to read through looking at the world through your eyes. Your life is like a book that maybe anybody could pick up at any point and just read through it.
If the conscious entity or the mechanism by which it's highlighting pages, if you admit that you're not conscious currently as a baby, then it stands to reason that it is certainly the case that it's possible that state can repeat itself after you die, and you won't remember, you won't be conscious.
That's true. It might not, but it might not. Or think about have you seen Rick and Morty, right?
A little bit.
And there's a video game where it's you put it on and it's called Dave. And now anybody can play it because Dave's life is always there in the game to be played, right? It's Abe is a game. You're some dude.
I understand. I certainly understand the mechanism.
So it's
in Rick and Morty, one of my favorite was when he made the butter robot.
Oh, it's been a minute since I saw it, but no, Rick and Morty is wild. It's wild. I think it's
Rick. He makes a robot. It's like a tiny little robot, maybe 3 inches tall or 4 inches tall.
Oh, he's just designed to cut butter. That's his purpose. Yeah.
Right, but it's conscious. It's a conscious little robot, and he plugs it in, and it goes, "What is my purpose?" And he says, "Pass me the butter." And the robot's
depressed.
He's like, "That's it," and he's like, "Yep." And the robot goes, "Aw." And that's the whole scene. I kind of felt bad for the robot.
The Rick and Morty thing?
Free.
Yeah, it's kind of it's cartoon that has to do with time travel and physics, but it's also very existential and absurdist. So Rick, the scientist guy, who's kind of like a nihilist, So he he made a conscious robot, and he made it its purpose to pass some butter. And then when the robot sizes that all, he's like, "Welcome to the real world, pal," or something like that. It's kind of like sad.
Yeah. No, I've seen at least the first 3 or 4 seasons.
But that was a meta commentary on the nature of like Rick's inventions, because all of Rick's inventions seem to be strangely imbued with sentience, right?
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. I've just seen like different clips and different parts.
It's one of my favorite clips, like absolutely, because it's such a commentary on the existential crisis.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Hold on, just last thing, Alessandro. I think I figured out the issue. I just thought about it. I was like washing some dishes. I think essentially what it is that you're a dualist. This is actually the real issue here. You're a dualist who thinks your consciousness exists independent of the world, or the matter exists independent of the matter, independent of your brain, however you want to put it. But I think at the end of the day, that's what I think it is. And this is, I don't know, we kind of did waste a lot of time. I don't know why I didn't notice this earlier. We kind of did waste a lot of time talking about causation and B theories of time, which I guess, like I'm telling you, for me, it just becomes some form of emergence. But again, there's still some causal or sequential relation there. Like the causation doesn't just vanish, or at least, like I said, to me, is that A theories and B theories of time are identical in terms of what happens. It's just the words that you use for 1 second to the next second, 1 moment to the next moment, just become different. But what actually happens is still the same. But anyways, I think
that I just appreciate more like you're referencing emergence, but if that which you claim has emerged has always existed, then emergence is trivial.
No, okay. So
it's emerged to your awareness. It's emerged to your awareness. It's the same, however you want to word it.
We can come up with a new word, but it's essentially, depending, it doesn't matter what we call it, it's still going to be, we're still talking about something. Again,
I think just the weight of that
some
means more to
connection,
me.
causal influence. Again, so like, you know, the B theories of time, you heard of time worms? Like you're a time worm? It's like a worm-like thing of you from a little baby to like an adult, then like getting taller, then to like you're like literally like a worm. Just getting bigger and then getting old and stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
I've not familiar with that, man. Sorry about that.
I mean, I'll get you a picture of it. Again, it's the. Well, anyways, even in the B theory of time, again, the only thing that you just become a time worm. You don't.
I always felt like a time worm. No, I'm just kidding.
What'd you say?
I said I always felt like a time worm. Can you send me the thing though? I want to know what that means because I never heard that before. Sam.
Sure, hold on. I'm looking for. I'd be interested if you could like try to explain what you're talking about to T here. Not that he's here, but
Oh man, I feel like I'm surprised like everyone hasn't just left the room, dude. We've been like going in on this for a little bit.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, I feel like you guys have definitely been good sports. I don't want to get bogged down on stuff we disagree on like for like hours and hours.
I just want to say something though. This is another example of how religion is social lubrication, because you told Andrew hours ago that you're now a God believer, and Andrew's like, "Oh, that's so cool, brother. You know, I want to hear." But then when you parsed out your God belief, it was so radically different than anything Andrew has ever said before. It's practically a different Christianity, or whatever theism. So that's fine, but it just shows you how there are literally 8 billion religions on the planet, one for each person. And even the people who say that we're like Christian, they usually have radically different views about what constitutes God and time and whatever it is. And yours is like an extreme philosophical version. But it's just interesting to note that, like, when you said you believe in God and Andrew said he believes in God, very, very different when you just talked to both of you guys. So, yeah.
very.
Can't do it. Can't find a good picture.
Are any of you guys like anti-theists? Do like believe, or do you believe like religion in itself is like generally dangerous?
I'm kind of an anti-theist, yeah.
Okay, I used to be an anti-theist, and to some extent, my brother holds anti-theist views. I mean,
Have you talked to him?
Yeah, I mean, I do agree, right? That like, okay, man, like probably the Bible.
The simplest definition of anti-theism is just that you think that overall religion has been a net negative on the planet. That's all you really need to be an anti-theist.
Okay, so then, I'm not an obviously I'm not an anti-theist, but I mean, I feel like...
Do you think the net has been a net positive for the planet?
I think I would say we may disagree on what actions are kind of be constituted as like really truly religious conflicts. And so I'm going to say no. I don't think it's a net negative. I think religion has been a net positive.
So you think that all the Inquisitions and the Crusades and the Holy Wars and the torture and the persecution and the killings and like all that doesn't count as still a net positive?
So I think that I'm one of those dudes that would say those conflicts were more geopolitical and cultural and fueled more by that than religion. Because you can take people who are like, let's say, Muslim and Jewish, and we can find times periods in history where they were living together cool. Now the religions were the same, but the geopolitical relationship was different, and so everybody was fine. Now when you change the geopolitical relationship, now all of a sudden people start finding reasons to kill each other.
These are common apologetics for religion, but here's the issue with it. Even though it is true that there were certain times in history that people weren't being killed, but in general, especially when the religions themselves are preaching the teachings and the doctrines, you're going to have a much harder time of kind of justifying that, especially when like the Catholic Church was preaching that like Jews were responsible for the death of Jesus up until like the 1970s or something, and that's like guilty of deicide. I can show you.
You're right.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
I'm not going to no true Scotsman's it either. I'm not going to say, those aren't really Christians. Because like that's just I wouldn't do that. So I mean, but I don't know, man. I guess there are certainly some atrocities that we can say have been committed in the name of God. I think that when we look at most believers, they have led like upstanding, positive, good lives. You know what I'm saying? Like most Christian people who have ever lived were honestly just trying to like do their best to be a good person and be like Jesus. You know, and so with that being said, I think that since most Christians are good people, and I would say the same for Muslims, and I think most Jews are good people and most Hindus, religion, therefore, I would say could be considered good.
Well, respectfully, I think that's begging the question, because we then have to ask the question, is acting like Jesus a good thing? Or are these in fact bad people?
Well, yeah, I think like the attributes.
Turn all that water into wine, we're going to have a problem, you know.
That's a good point. Fair.
I guess I do think a sincere reading of the teachings of Jesus Christ. I can't think of a bad thing that Jesus taught in terms of like, I think he has good ethics, good morals. You know what I'm saying? I think Jesus is actually a solid religious figure.
Yeah, you see, I think the problem is that, Christianity did reasonably well during the time when it was still persecuted, but once it wore the mantle of state responsibility, of course the same shit happened as with all other people and religions. That's the thing. But it has overcome it in a way by letting go in a secular state. at least in Europe. In the US, we see a reversal that I find very worrying right now. But at least in Europe, Christianity has been able to let go of power, and it's done it good.
I can think of a number of teachings of Jesus that just are completely reprehensible, need to discuss. For example, hating their mothers and fathers, hating themselves in order to follow him, and not here to bring peace but a sword. I don't agree with any of that, right? Or ignoring the mothers and brothers when they come to see him, speaking in parables in order to confuse people. The whole end of the world speeches, they're just completely evil, right? Pregnant women may not escape, and the hope that the end of the world isn't on a Sabbath day. The man burying his father tells him to follow him and leave his father behind and let the dad bury the dead. Not very loving, it's just there's so many examples. I can go on and on and on about this.
Can we, so I'm thinking my first thought about Jesus and all of those things is I'm going to have to pull a Charlie Kirk supporter, and I need those in context. You know what I mean? Those sound like bad things, but let me put them in context, right?
Okay. What context would you like to put them in? I'm confused.
Let's go one by one from the top or whatever, and I'll just tell you why I think.
Let's do throws the tables and trashes the temple, right? We know the context of that one, right? He called them robbers. You know the context of that, right?
Oh, so when he comes into the temple and he's flipping over the tables and stuff.
Yeah, I don't are you saying that's like that? We know that story. Right?
Yeah, I think that was a good thing.
Oh, I don't, right? I don't think that, practicing violence and trashing the place is an acceptable reason to do anything.
Oh, come on, T. You're just clutching at straws right now.
No, I'm not.
I think that, when we look at, that was...
Honestly, in all friendship and everything, but you see, atheists today wouldn't exist without Christianity. You being able to sit on that high horse wouldn't have been able had it not been for Christianity.
I don't know what high.
I would like to engage with your example, though. I feel like you honestly gave an example that you thought, you know what I'm saying? And so in the context of that, right, from what I've read, the temples, while they were being occupied by Rome, they were only allowed to, in that area, the authorities, the Pharisees, Sadducees, right, they were allowed to meet in a building that was adjacent to the Roman state building, right, so the authorities could be aware of how their theocratic society was functioning, right? And the problem with having the temple adjacent to the Roman state building is that they are starting to do things that they don't typically do, like sell goods outside and even inside the temple, right? And so Jesus is saying, right, this is not how we traditionally worship in the temple. You're not supposed to be in here changing money and selling stuff. Get this out of here. Imagine if you came into church and there was a dude selling random football jerseys and some dude over here selling cigarettes. You know what I mean?
But that's a real preacher context that we're all aware of, right? So I'm not sure why you're bringing it up.
Oh, I think that. Okay, are you making the deontological? You're making the deontological claim that you should never flip over a table.
What I'm pointing out is in that situation, I think there are better options, right? Diplomacy, for example, as opposed to throwing tables and trashing the temple, being used by money changers and people selling their merchandise, right? It's not a building that was owned by him. He was calling them robbers. I think that there's if this type of behavior today would just get you thrown in jail, right? It wouldn't actually result in any sort of lasting change, right?
I think that we disagree on the morality of causing a disruption as a form of protest, especially in this context, because so Jesus was killed by the Romans, right? Because he did not like the way that they kind of kept he was an unapologetic Jewish rabbi and leader.
Okay, but hold on. What you're doing now is apologizing for terrorism, right? And Jesus
engaged in terrorism?
Okay.
Jesus engaged in
Hold on,
terrorism, bro.
Hold on.
Now you are grasping at straws.
Hold on. No, I'm not. Terrorism is the threat of violence or violence for political change. That's what we're fucking discussing here. The threat of violence or violence for political change. I'm just not going to be okay with that at any point, right? You can dismiss it as terrorism when it is in fact the threat of violence or violence for political change, but I'm still not going to be okay with it.
I think that there are, so the Roman occupation of the Jews is, the history of that is so incredibly violent and brutal that even armed resistance would not have been unreasonable.
I'm against
in my opinion.
that too. I'm saying all of that is equally bad, right?
So would you say all forms of armed resistance are unreasonable?
Not unreasonable, no. Distasteful.
Well, I mean, I can appreciate you using the word distasteful. I'm saying like the oppression that they faced from the Romans was such that, for instance, Jesus Christ was like literally a victim of terrorism. He was tortured to death and hung up for everyone to see.
Which is whataboutism.
Which is
because we're discussing
terrorism. No, it's not. No, like I'm literally explaining.
No, it is whataboutism because we're discussing the terrorism of.
No, like I'm saying in a context, for the example that you just gave.
I know the context. I know the context.
Sir,
we need to debate that, right?
Sir, then I think that we just disagree.
That's the context, right?
Let's just agree to disagree. I think it's fine to flip over a table.
If you want a teaching of the person, which I'm not going to accept, it's terrorism, right?
Okay, yeah. I mean, cool. So, like, if you're being occupied by a ruling force that crucifies people for political dissent, and you flip over a table, I'm not going to start calling you a terrorist.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Because
that's what you just did.
Right.
You just said Jesus is a terrorist for flipping over tables.
No, I said Jesus is a terrorist for using violence or acts of violence for political change, which is literally the definition of terrorism, right?
He flipped over a table.
You're diminishing the fact that it was an act of violence.
You're trying to pretend it wasn't flipping over a table.
No, I'm pointing out that it was an act of violence.
Enormous. How fucking disingenuous authority. I mean, I cannot believe it. I know this behavior from other people, but I mean, come on.
What? I'm sorry. I'm not.
And there's easier verses to like. You picked like one of the ones that's easier to justify. There are more
you haven't justified terrorism in my mind. Right?
Bro, I think that we're going to disagree on this context because I think that you just view it in a way that's asinine.
What I'm pointing out is you have not justified it in my mind. So if you're just going to accept that you're not going to justify it, cool.
I'll accept that. I think that we'll I'm honestly not going to try to run away. I think that we just honestly view escalations of force differently.
I agree. I 100% with you, right? No problem. We do.
So, I mean, and to be fair, you didn't try to pick like the most worst one that you could find. You threw one out there. But yeah, I believe that like the teachings of Jesus are solid teachings. So.
Okay, but I mean that's just repeating the conclusion that you were trying to argue for and failed to.
If you expect me to introduce a syllogism or something, do you expect me to introduce a syllogism where it like necessarily follows that Jesus is a good teacher?
No. You were trying to argue, right, that this is a good teaching of his terrorism.
Right.
You did not convince me, and then at the end of the discussion where you failed to convince me, you repeated your conclusion, which is that it's a good teaching.
I mean, well, if we're trying to, I thought that I think that, like, for instance, you make this deontological claim that if you engage in terrorism, that is automatically bad. I disagree.
Excuse me, I said literally the opposite, if you remember correctly.
Didn't you say you can't justify terrorism?
I said
You said you cannot just
opposite. Hold on, let me
Okay.
finish. I said literally the opposite. I said it was distasteful.
You said it was terrorism, right?
It is terrorism by definition,
Okay.
and terrorism
And you said that it
is distasteful to me. That's all I claimed.
Okay. I can't change. I mean, so my response to you would be my argument for why this is a good teaching, right? Is that I
didn't
believe
accept
that.
Right.
Okay. So. Okay, like, what are you, the arbiter of what's a good teaching? Like, if you think it's a bad teaching, I don't.
Yes, when it comes to my preferences,
So-
I am the arbiter of my preferences. Yes,
I thought that we already agreed to disagree.
I thought so too.
So, so why are you pushing the issue?
Because, as I pointed out, at the end of the discussion, you decided to declare victory when you lost.
I never declared victory.
You did. You said, I still think it's a good teaching when you lost.
How is that? If I say that I think it's a good teaching, how does that be declaring victory over convincing
your
you?
conclusion that you failed to convince me of.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know I hurt your feelings. All right, my bad.
No, not at all. No feelings hurt at all. I'm just pointing out that it was in poor form. That's all.
I was not trying to declare victory. It's not that serious.
Okay, cool.
I have won. You have lost. Victory. That's declaring victory.
I'll let you have it, man. It's all yours, right?
I'm just messing with you, dog. I'm just
Buddy, it's cool.
And you did have ones. You had a whole list, though. I feel like the first ones that you offered would have been much, like, even when he's like saying, "Leave your mothers, leave your fathers, don't marry." You know what I'm saying? There's some teachings that are hard to.
Hand you a softball, right? I think you're less likely to convince me that those are good teachings, right?
For sure. I think that the context in which Jesus lived was such a very revolutionary time, and hard to even come to grips with. That I do think that overall, the fact that he advocated for peace, you know what I'm saying, even though he was met with violent death, you know what I'm saying, I think that that's a generally good principle. And I do concede.
He contradicts that, right? He says, I came with a sword, not for peace, right?
I think that's there. I believe he's speaking proverbially there.
Well, that's the problem.
Right.
That's okay, but that was another objection of mine, was using proverbs to confuse people, right? These are just bad teachings all around. Like, you're not going to get around this. You're not going to convince me that any of this is good.
You know, I'll say, given the Bible, a reasonable mind could conclude that Jesus is not a good teacher for them. You know, I'm not going to say that it's unreasonable, right? Especially if you're saying that he's coming to fulfill Old Testament law and that he's one with the God of the Old Testament, right? Then now we have to hold him accountable for all of the things that God has done, right? So it's like, I'm not going to say
we could get into vicarious redemption. There's something I'm not going to agree with, right?
I mean, I respect where you're coming from, and the whole conversation I've been having is like, I accept that I can't convince people of Christianity.
Well, no, I don't think that's fair, right? I'm open to the evidence that this is, in fact, a good idea, right? That there are times when violence is justified, right? I can think of times when I went, you know what? I'm gonna fucking punch a guy, right? That's happened, right? I'm just pointing out that as a teaching, that's not something I'm gonna endorse, right? I'm not gonna go around and go, you know what? We should consider violence sometimes, right? That's just not the type of teaching that I can get behind, and that's why I find it distasteful. And I'm not making any sort of deontological claim beyond that. It's just me going ick. That's it.
I guess I mean, I wouldn't raise my son to be like a complete pacifist. Like I would tell my son, like, if you feel like someone is going to like cause you great bodily harm or threaten your life, you should defend yourself, right? If you feel like you're in some world where people are getting like nailed to crosses for what they believe, like they crucified hundreds and thousands of them. You know what I'm saying?
That
It's like,
would have been a
if I'm not
teaching of Jesus, right? If Jesus
then
had
I would
like
say, like,
taught that, if Jesus had like really sat down and taught, you know, when to apply self-defense, when to worry about consent, when to, you know, those types of teachings, I'd be like, man, this guy was a fucking genius well before his time, right? But looking back at it, I see so much that he could have done that he didn't, and so much that he did that I'm just about, right? I see other teachers who did much, much, much better than him, and I'm going, where's the love here? I don't get it, you know?
I think that, you know, when I'm looking at Jesus and he tells us, like, some of the principles that I do believe are good to live by is to, like, love one another in the world, right? As another child of God. And I honestly do believe that if you honestly do regard each human being that you see as someone who you love, then you would, you know, and if you honestly try to make the world a better place, right? And if you, like, when you see homeless people, like, what would Jesus do?
Okay, but that was
right?
such an inspired trope by the time it reached Jesus, right? We can't credit Jesus for that. That's just him repeating
right.
to teachers who came before him who did a much better job of teaching this stuff.
Well, I mean, I'm saying that, like, these principles are principles that I'm not saying he invented, right? And he is building on scripture and things that came before him. But I'm saying, like, these are the teachings of Jesus that I take and that I hold. And, you know, I'm not solo scriptura. I believe that the entire Bible is Proverbs, right? And so you can take from it what is useful. And the parts that seem like they were written by, like, dudes 2,000 years ago and are completely useless, then, you know, just don't. You're free to sort that out how you want. I believe that, like,
okay, but that's like 90% of the book, right?
I think that,
like, on occasion you stumble across something really nice, like, oh, good, you should love each other. But then the rest of it is like, you know, God did this and God did that, and all these stories and you know, history timelines that aren't real, and it's 98% crap, right? And 2%, oh, this seems nice.
I wouldn't necessarily say 98% crap, because, like, for me, obviously, you know, persecution of other people down to the last man, woman, and baby, that's obviously crap. But I don't think that's most of the Bible. I think a lot of the Bible is going to be stories about, you know, people of God who were able to find a meaning in life through trying to be virtuous and good people.
Yeah, that's the crap I'm
you know, like,
to, right? Literally, right? Instead of, like, you know, one or two sentencing that, they go pages and pages and pages and pages of boring, right? It's crap literature.
Of course. Well, I mean, if in terms of, like, if you were to be like, write me a compilation of stories by today's modern standards, like, they lack introduction, they don't set up the characters, they don't give you backstory, you know, the dialogue is shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a well-written compilation of stories.
Now we're finally on the same page. You keep on saying that, but I think good in some way. It's not. It's crap.
But I think that's more of like a literature critique. Like, you're good enough of a writer to give it that critique as a writer.
Right, because and the reason that I'm saying that is I can give you any number of other books which are just going to be better for teaching the lessons that you like, right? And that's why I'm saying, you're holding this thing in high regard, and I can give you source material that's going to get so much quicker to the point, going to be so much more reasonably argued, going to ditch 98% of the narrative bullshit that gets in the way of actually teaching the lesson, right? That's the problem, is it's got all this narrative that gets in the way of actually teaching the lesson.
I could see how if I was some person that only believed in the virtues of you know, in similar virtues to Jesus, that I would, like, definitely use other things. But I do believe in, like, I mean, I've been I do believe in, you know, the power of, I've become a theist. I believe in Jesus, you know what I'm saying? And so with that being said, I do believe that there is something to be gained from, you know, becoming familiar with the Holy Scriptures.
Okay, but that's presupposing the point, isn't it?
Of course it is. Yeah, I accept that. I accept it. You can't be an honest theist if you're not going to acknowledge that there's presupposition. Well, for me, I'm sure on some level I'm presupposing, but I've caused, you know, my faith in Jesus does come from like experiences that I've had, right?
No, I don't understand.
But I'm sure
because faith is something that is that you use to justify a belief external of any evidence for it. So if you have experiences that raise probability, I would just consider that evidence, and then you wouldn't need faith to justify it, right?
No, like my faith doesn't justify my beliefs.
Oh, right? I'm sorry. Then we're talking about two different things. Usually, when people talk about faith, they talk about like, I believe it on faith, right? What they're doing is they're signifying that they have a belief, and they're providing the justification for the belief, faith, right? And that I don't have good evidence for you, and so I'm going to put a placeholder for that evidence, a placeholder justification, and I'm going to call it faith. Right.
See, when you say take it on faith, that's what that language sounds like. But the definition of faith that I'm using is faith is the act of placing trust. So faith is the belief itself, not the justification.
Right. Okay. So that's why I'm pointing out is we don't need a separate word for that, right?
No, well, I think you're just using faith differently for me. It's like,
no, I'm trying to point out that we have a separate word for a reason, right? We have the word belief. Belief refers to a propositional attitude towards a proposition, or an attitude towards a proposition, right? That's what belief refers to. You want to call that putting your trust in something? Fine, but that's still a belief. Okay?
You just said that I was using faith as evidence. I'm saying no, I wasn't.
Done yet, right? So we have a belief, propositional attitudes towards things. Independent of our belief, we want to have justifications for holding those beliefs. Why do I believe that? That's called a justification for the belief. When people say, I believe it on faith, what they are doing is they are providing a justification for the belief. The justification is on faith. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I mean, most people don't use the word that way. Most people would say
most Christians that
most people don't use it that way.
Most Christians.
I'm going to disagree with that. So, like,
right?
That's why when I look up the
you're disagreeing with my personal experience now, right?
No, I'm okay. No, okay. Like, here's what I'm saying, bro. I'm making an argument that we should just use faith the way it's defined.
No, and I'm making the argument that obfuscates.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Like, no, it doesn't. Like, if I use words to be what they say when you look them up, I'm telling you why. I'm telling you. I heard you make your case, and you said you were using two different words.
What should we supply for a justification that lacks evidence? The word that we use in the English language is called faith, right? That's just what that means. It's a justification.
That's not what that means. I'm going to disagree with you.
No, I'm telling you that's what I mean by the word.
Show me the definition that says that.
I'm telling you that's what I mean by the word.
I'm telling you I just mean what it means. And
that's what I mean by the word. When I say the word
faith, I'm saying
hold on, I'm not done. When I say the word faith, what I'm referring to is a justification for a belief. That's what I mean by faith, right?
That's not what I meant.
So we have different words. We have different words here because they actually do mean, in this context, in this conversation, per the semantic that I provided, different things.
I'm just going to ask that we go with the definitions of words that are available.
And I'm going to ask that we go with the definition of words that does not obfuscate the language.
I don't think it does. And I think
I'm telling you why it does.
Okay, you're telling me because in most of your experience,
no, that wasn't the reason. No, that wasn't the reason it obfuscates the language. No, okay, listen very carefully. The reason it obfuscates the language is because belief refers to a propositional attitude, and faith refers to a justification for it. You see, what I'm doing is I'm drawing a distinction. Now, what you want to do is you want to erase that distinction, which obfuscates the language.
But I think your distinction is not justified because that's not what faith means.
I'm telling you what I mean by faith, though.
Okay, I think that you mean something odd that most people would.
That's fine.
That's what I'm telling you.
That's fine. We can go with odd. I'm odd. I'm weird. I'm gonna own it, right?
Well, I mean, and this is just this is like a trivial point. This really not.
It is. You just accept my definition and move on, right?
But I mean, it's odd. Like you were telling me that I was giving you evidence and I didn't. So like that was the point.
No, I didn't say you were giving me evidence.
You said I was giving you faith. Faith is evidence, but you're telling me
faith is not evidence.
Or you're saying it's a concession that I don't have evidence if I'm using it the way that you're using it. But I'm just saying I'm not using it in that sense, so I don't need it in a form.
So you can generalize the evidence rather than using the word faith, right?
I appreciate that, and so like I'll say evidence would be anything that
raises the likelihood of the proposition being true. No, hold on.
Well,
anything that raises the likelihood of the proposition being true. Just because you find it compelling, doesn't mean it actually raises the likelihood of the proposition being true. So I'm going to put my foot down on that, right?
I'll agree with that definition because sometimes people are going to say what I'm considering evidence is not considered evidence. So it's good to define that term.
Right. I'm
so like, and my testimony is not going to
raise the likelihood of the proposition.
So then, what sense is faith evidence, Alessandro? Like you're all over the place. You're not like addressing what you said. Then why is faith evidence? You just said it's evidence.
It's not evidence.
Okay,
oh
so
my
then
God!
You just said it was evidence, right?
Did I?
You literally just said it was.
No, I think we're on
you said faith is evidence.
Wait, let's clarify.
You can just supply me with the evidence and skip the faith.
Okay, but did I say faith is evidence, T?
No, I don't think so.
No, you don't. T doesn't think so. Okay, bro. Like, if we're just going to start making up stuff about what I said because you can't track the argument, it's not interesting.
There isn't an argument. You haven't presented anything yet. You keep mentioning these, like, esoteric definitions of things, and you're not making them...
Here's what just happened. Here's what just happened. You came up, you told me that I said something I didn't say. Now you're continuing to argue with me. T just told you I did not say what you said. T just told you that.
I mean, you might have, and I missed it, but I thought we were...
No, I've been making it clear to you, T, that I don't think faith is evidence.
Yeah, I thought we were on the same page, I said. Right.
Yeah, so I don't know why he's doing this. Like, so what I'm going to say is there's no... Like, my evidence is going to be testimony. My evidence is going to be my personal experiences. Now, to me, those raise the like of my.
Okay.
They have not like numerically raised the likelihood.
Hold on.
I'll concede I have no evidence by your standard.
Okay.
Let me say
that would be a pretty good start, right? Because if you're going to say testimony, I'm going to say that testimony isn't going to be evidence for anything more than personal experience. And if you're going to say the personal experience, then I'm going to point out that I was actually asking what the personal experience of the evidence was, not that you had a personal experience of the evidence, right?
You can also use testimony to,
and that's fine.
You can also use testimony to talk about conditions, shared conditions that we all experience.
Yes, I'm sure we could. Yeah, usually when we talk about evidence, we talk about it in terms of like a hypothesis, and we're going to predict the observation that we want to make that would falsify that hypothesis, right?
Certainly under the scientific method, and that's a reasonable standard. That's definitely a reasonable standard. I'm curious though, Andrew, like if you had any thoughts about like the virtues of the teachings of Jesus. We were for a moment going back and forth about like, are the teachings of Jesus even virtuous? Right.
If you had a list of teachings of Jesus, it would be under 20 things.
Right.
Like you're making it. I mean, what are the teachings that maybe I'm missing something?
Doesn't Andrew love Jesus still?
Yeah, and we you say, virtue, that's always going to be a subjective judgment call. So you're just going to be like asking, like, hey, Andrew, what do you think is virtuous versus AT, what do you think is virtuous? And I think we know we're going to disagree on that.
I mean, too, he did have a good point with the love your neighbor, right? I mean, unless they're Amalekites, then drive them into the woods and slaughter them. But otherwise, love your neighbor.
Well, no, that's part of the objection that I had, is that wasn't a consistent teaching that he had, right? He said things like, hate your mother and your father in order to be closer to me, right? And so it was a very inconsistent set of teachings that he had regarding love.
What can you say that again about love?
Yeah, I was saying that it was a very inconsistent teaching that he said, a set of teachings that he had about love, because he kept on saying things like, hate your mother and your father in order to be closer to me. And there was a bunch of just,
did he say
like
that?
He could have said some really profound things about love, and instead I feel like he just dropped the ball pretty hard.
Did he say hate your mother and father and become closer to me?
Yeah.
It was all hyperbole. I mean, anybody who actually studies the text can obviously see it's hyperbole.
Sure.
Anybody that actually studies the literature.
And that's another objection that I have, right? Using parables and hyperbole and other stuff in order to confuse people. Something he admitted he did.
In order to
Then again,
confuse people.
I mean, we're already talking about how did he convey to his people, if you hate your father and mother, you become closer to me.
Let me find the scripture here in question.
Well, I don't even think that was the point. I think the point was him being more important than immediate family members. I don't think it means to actually hate your brother or your sister or your mother.
Yeah, Luke 14:26. I'm going to look it up right now.
The only way that you could probably say to hate is there's this thing where you, when you have two masters, you learn to love one and hate the other.
Okay, so the quote is directly, if anyone comes to me and does not hate his own father and mother and wife and children and brother and sisters, yes, and even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. This is the type of thing that I think that he could have put so much better. And instead, he's got these really inconsistent hyperboles, metaphors, parables, all this stuff, right? It's a horrible way of teaching.
I mean, I guess that's just your subjective opinion, because there's people that would disagree.
Yes,
and say
it
that
is my subjective opinion. I'm talking out my butt about how I feel about things. You're correct. These are my feelings.
So why should we care about how you feel about it if other people found value in it? Other people actually found value in it.
Before you got here, Dennis.
I was just pointing out that there's a lot of people that found value in it. Just because you did doesn't mean that you.
Yeah, I know, but that was in fact the discussion, right?
Well, that's very interesting. Thank you. He does say this. Thank you for showing this to everyone. It's a very interesting. Was it Luke 14:26? If anyone comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brother and sister, yes, even their own life, such a person cannot be my disciple. Wow, that is very interesting.
It is, and it's one of those things where I just feel like, these messages, this is an example of a case where his style of teaching is getting in the way of the lesson. Right?
Yeah, he even told his disciples, to abandon their families, their lives, all that, and just follow him. I also think that was pretty moral. Yo, Alligator, what was it? What was that, Luke what?
14:26. Very interesting.
14:26. I'm going to tattoo that on my arm, bro. So
you can search even their own life. If they do not hate even their own life. Wow, that is very interesting.
I mean, so do you take it literal when he says if your right hand caused you to sin, cut it off? Is he literally saying you should dismember yourself?
This is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah,
we already agreed was like hyperbole, right? The whole point that I keep on
we
making
agree that it's
is this is an example
so
of
we
a
agree that
shitty way of teaching getting in the way of the lesson.
all right, so we agree that it's hyperbole. What do you believe the point he was trying to make? If we agree that this is hyperbole, we should all understand the point that you're trying to make there, right? What was the point?
The only way I can look at this, and there's only one woman that Jesus ever mentioned, was Lot's wife. And we know about Lot's wife and looking back at the destruction. And this kind of conveys something similar to me. If you're not at the place where you hate your life, that means you love your life, and you can't be a part of what I'm doing because you love what you're doing over here. And what you're doing over here is not part of what I'm doing over here. So if you don't hate over here, you will never love over here. You can never serve two masters.
Right. I believe that the message was one of fundamentally othering, right? What we were saying is that you have to cause the separation in your heart between everything else that is not me and me, which is, all of Christianity and their religion, everything. And you see this all the time played out in Christians, right? Where they take this very, very literally. If you are not Christian, you are not one of us. You are other. You are something to be hated, right?
Yeah, there's tribalism in like all groups, like even atheists. Like I go amongst atheists, right? If you're not an atheist and you're a theist, I can feel the ostracization of it. Like if you're not one of us, it's just tribalism. That's all it is. That's in every group. I don't feel like that way towards people that aren't Christian, but there are Christians that feel that way. Just like there's atheists that feel that way, but that's amongst like all groups.
So this was an example of bad teaching, right? That was my whole point. Is that's why I brought it up at all, is because somebody asked me what's an example of something bad that Jesus taught. Well, here we go, tribalism.
I don't think he taught tribalism, because if you take everything he said in context, he was talking about all people of all nations coming together.
Oh no, pretty much. We just covered the tribalism that he taught, right?
But if we get the whole context, he says there's no Jew, no Greek, which are all different tribes, and we are all one through Christ. I mean, it's like breaking down the barriers.
But that's just more problematic, like contradictory lessons that are getting lost in the narrative here. This is yet another example of why this style of teaching fails so hard when the lesson gets lost in the narrative.
But there was certain racist tropes that Jews pretty much used to use against the Gentiles, and you can see that Jesus was trying to get and break down these barriers to have Jews no longer be separated from the other nations, because Jews around that time weren't allowed to even communicate with Gentiles. But when Jesus came around, he was showing that God had no respect of persons to Gentiles.
Yeah, I agree. His technology was primitive, right?
Yeah, I mean, technology was primitive.
His technology was primitive. Specifically, this idea of like, I can use God to show this and achieve this political goal. It was primitive technology. I agree, right? And for its time, it was advanced, right? It was advanced technology.
Yeah, I'm dying.
I mean, I think God can afford to be primitive technology. God still works today.
No, I'm pointing out that by those standards, it was revolutionary, and by today's standards, it's antiquated.
It's still revolutionary by today's standard. It's still revolutionary.
No, it's not.
It's changing lots of people's lives.
It's not. No.
So Christianity isn't changing.
Years has this trick.
So Christianity isn't changing people's lives today. Are you saying that?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. That's not what I'm saying at all.
So is Satanism, or the Church of Satan, changing people's lives also?
Not in a positive perspective. Not in my opinion. It's not a positive way of changing people's lives. No.
In what way is it not positive?
Of course, it can be positive.
Well, it depends on the group. Honestly, you have to show me the group and the beliefs. But I've seen a lot more positive changes when it comes to Christianity. Like there's people that I know used to be.
What change is the temple not?
You have to get.
that is not positive.
Are they a monolith? Do they all have the same beliefs?
Again,
no.
what?
You don't have to all have the same beliefs in order to be positive.
What change?
No, I'm asking.
Satanist
Give me a
temple
perspective.
that is not positive.
Give me a specific group, and I can tell you why.
No, that's a question.
And tell me what their beliefs are, because they all have different beliefs.
I'm going to ask you.
What if some people? What if some people
want to change?
What if some people needed negative changes in their
what
life?
What is going on here? Give me one change that the Satanist temple is making in people's lives that is not positive, please. Because I'm not aware of any.
I don't have it right now. I'm sorry, I don't have it right now.
I thought you were making it.
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking to some homeless guy. So you're asking me to give you one thing that repeat the question because there was some guy talking.
About the 8th time now. One thing that the Satanist temple has done, the changes that they have made in people's lives that is not positive.
That's not positive? I mean, it depends on the group because there's actual Satanists that believe in Satan, and then there's atheists.
No, that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question. The question was not. The question
that has an impact on whether or not it changes their life in a positive way.
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
So you're saying that the belief doesn't impact how to change their life?
No, that wasn't the question.
It is the question.
No, the question is, name one thing the Satanist temple, not individuals, the political organization has done to people that is not a positive for those people.
Which one? I'm asking you to clarify because I don't.
So I'm going to ask the question again. Name one thing that the Satanist temple, the political organization has done. One thing for people that is negative. Please.
Are you talking about the ones that actually believe in Satan?
I'm talking about
the
Satanist temple, the political organization. How can I be more clear on this?
All right, and I'm asking you to clarify it.
I'm clarifying. I'm not talking about the Church of Satan.
Well, obviously, I'm not familiar with this political group that you're talking about.
Well, I'm going to ask.
So I'm asking you, do they actually believe
the claim, Dennis?
Because I was under the impression that you're talking about people that actually believe.
No. You're the one who made the claim that the Satanist temple does negative.
Yeah. Satanist don't believe in Satan, by the way.
That's why I'm asking you. So are you saying that all Satanists don't believe in Satan?
Holy fuck. I'm going to ask the
organization. No, because somebody made it.
I'm just going to ask the question again. Name one thing the political organization has done for people that is negative.
So, but you're sitting there acting like there's only one group of Satanists.
Yes, there's only one political organization called the Satanists.
Right, so you're talking about the ones that are atheists and mock. So we can just clarify that. How hard is it for you to clarify?
I've done so repeatedly.
All right, so you're saying that that's all you had to say.
I did say 9 times at this point. I know everyone's heard me, right?
From my opinion, being atheist.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just ask him kind of. You're doing a good job, David. I just want to kind of ask him, Dennis. You seem to be making claims, and then you kind of either change it or you don't bring evidence. You just made another claim. You said that something. I'm paraphrasing you, but you said something like being an atheist is like bad or harmful for your life. Did you say that?
I said, under my opinion, I think that would be one thing that would cause some type of harm.
Okay.
From my worldview.
Okay, I understand. Explain what the harm is by somebody being an atheist. Go ahead.
All right, from my worldview as being a Christian, if you don't believe in God, that would be a negative because I believe that God is real, not believe that He exists.
That's repeating the claim.
Where the harm
is.
The harm would be the harm would be separation from God. From my
view.
So
we're already separated from God. That's not the issue.
Yeah.
Right.
So you're saying it's harm.
From a Christian standpoint, separation, we mean it from like a spiritual sense. We don't mean like a literal sense.
It's harm in a completely imperceptible way.
Yeah, I mean, from your perspective, it would be exactly what you said. There's actually evidence that shows that having a relationship with God can have positive effects on well-being. So, I mean,
do you know there's scientific studies that having a belief in God can have negative effects if you're afraid of hell and shit? That can be.
Well, actually, I mean, I don't believe in eternal torture chamber. I know there's Christians that do.
Some people.
So I have a,
But then
okay, so we can say that about any belief. There's some atheists that have crazy beliefs that you think is horrible, right? So I'm just saying that you can say that about any belief.
But okay, but Dennis, do you understand why that's fallacious?
Why? What is fallacious?
That's applied to me as if, therefore, I believe in God that will have net positives.
What is
That's
this?
a fallacy.
Well, actually,
That's a fallacy. If I were to believe in God, I would have positives. But that's not been my experience at all, right? We have to personalize and contextualize. I'm not done yet, Dennis. We have to personalize and contextualize the evidence. The evidence suggests that belief in God in my life, independent of whatever aggregate science might come up with, was a total net negative with zero positives. So that's the reality that I'm living with, independent of what the science might say, right?
Realize that your worldview, right, like vilifies atheists and basically says they're all going to hell, whereas from a point of view, just like one.
Not my worldview.
I'm sorry. A lot of Christians' worldviews. To the extent that you seem to have been affected, at least to some degree, in atheists. Are you saying that atheists, you believe that when they die, they don't go to heaven?
No, I'm not saying that.
Jump in.
I'm not saying that.
Stop. Okay.
I'm saying that there's a lot of positives when it goes to believing God, and just like there's negatives when it goes to not having a belief in God.
Okay, what are the negatives of not believing in God if you're not going to hell?
Well, and like I'm saying, it's not across the board, but there's a lot of people who have that fear of the permanence of death, and it has a lot of impact on their well-being and their mental health. So
okay,
this is something that has a negative impact on people that don't believe.
But the thing is this: at that point, you're just talking about human mental health. At that point, so it's not that being an atheist is harmful; it's that living in reality and acknowledging that reality is sometimes not the best or what we want it to be, that can have negative effects on your mental health. That has nothing to do with atheism. That has to do with like fear of mortality. And wait a sec, I'm just finishing with Dennis.
No, I'm just saying, how do you know that's the reality though? Like, how do you come to that conclusion that you're living in reality? How do you know that you're not in the position that you think deists are in?
How do I know I live in a reality where I'm going to die?
No, well, you could say a reality where you're going to die and not live a spiritual life or another life or some type of out of body, type of.
I have overwhelming evidence that I'm going to die one day.
Yeah, but you don't know what happens after that, do you?
I have overwhelming evidence that nothing happens after that.
And what's this overwhelming evidence? Have you died before? Do you know people that died before? Has science proven that there's no life after death?
Whoa, science is in the business of proving things.
Yeah, science doesn't prove science.
Well,
science
when I use that word, you know what I mean by it, right?
Science gives us the best explanation based on the available data.
Has science given us the best evidence? So has science given us the best evidence that there is no life after death?
Yes.
Based on what study?
I can give you a bunch of them. One of them is the very fact that I'll give you the biggest one, and then I'll go smaller. The biggest one is that the universe itself is governed by entropy, so the whole universe is dying, not just humans. Humans are not special. Stars die, planets die, galaxies die, everything dies because everything's losing energy. So that's number one.
And what does that tell us about afterwards? What does that tell us about afterwards? Our experience.
There is no afterwards. As the universe loses heat, eventually everything will start to slow down, and eventually everything reaches the same equilibrium, and there will be no more movement, and there will be no more time, and that means that everything is dead.
So do we ignore the amount of the studies that actually talks about people having these experiences?
In a moment.
Oh yeah, there's like millions of them. So how do we explain those? If we're going into the certainty of that.
Atoms, right? We don't have souls or disembodied, others outside of our brains. Our consciousness is being generated by our brain. If you take away the brain when you die and you deprive it of oxygen, the brain shuts down, there's no more synapses, there's no more electricity running through them, and then your brain rots. There is no more brain, therefore there can be no more consciousness. Ergo, you will not be conscious after you die.
And how do you know that?
That is entailed by the laws of physics.
All right, well,
if you need a brain to be conscious and you have no brain, then when you have no brain, you will not be conscious.
All right, so what about the evidence of consciousness when the heart stops beating? Like, I mean, should you be able to have experiences while your heart is not beating?
Sure. So the problem with NDEs is that even though you
not according to science, not according to what we know about science, like so the heart stops beating. No, I'm saying if the heart stops beating for several minutes, it's impossible to have.
Here's the important point.
It's impossible to have a conscious experience.
Death is not a single thing. It's a process. Death is not a singular event. It's a process. And when people are having near-death experiences, right, look at the first word. The first word is near-death experience. No one has ever died, been clinically dead for like 7 days, and then got up and said, oh, wow, I had a near-death experience. Never happened. You're talking about people who've been clinically dead for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. They got back on the oxygen table or whatever. They got their brain started again. They got their hearts in. And then they woke up and were like, oh, my God, I had an experience. Of course they had an experience. They weren't dead. They were dying. I don't deny that. They were dying. But that doesn't mean they were dead.
I mean, but according to science, though, like we should not be able to have, once the heart stops beating, within like several minutes, you should not be able to have a conscious experience. Yeah, there's been reports of people reporting their environment with 99% accuracy when they should not be able to do so.
So here's the thing. Here's out cold on the operating table, and they were able to, let's say, come back, and they were able to like recover a conversation that the doctors had at their bedside when they were unconscious. Now, what I would say to that is that, number one, yeah, that's interesting, but most likely there was some type of like subconscious processing going on because obviously they heard something. And number two is that there's never been any good evidence that these near-death experiences were like the cabinets of the surgery room where they should be able to clearly see a number that's written. And then they come back and we say, okay, what was the number? None of them are ever able to say the number, which tells you that this is most likely a hallucination and not them actually traveling out of their body, being in the operating room and being able to see the number that we posted there. So they're not actually getting any real information. It's more like a hallucination of some sort. And that can happen because of stress, because of hypoxia, like lack of oxygen to their brain. There's lots of things that are happening when you're going through a dying process, and lots of things that are happening to your brain. It's a complex event where like different parts of your brain shut on and off. The point is that all of these things are completely explainable by our neurology. And there's no need to jump to a conclusion and say that like you have a soul. Yeah, this is
you're very right.
Dying brain.
Actually, none of them
very smart. Very smart, Abe.
Yes, thank you.
Actually, none of them are. A lot of experiences aren't explainable by neurologists because there's like instances even with like Pam Reynolds where she had I believe it was an aneurysm and they had to do a surgery on her brain. I'm sorry, I'm at work. I got a physical job, so but they had to do a surgery on her brain. They had to freeze her heart. They had to keep her under 60 degrees. They taped her eyes closed. She had stuff in her ears. I forgot. So she shouldn't have been able to hear or see the things that she reported back. So when stuff like that is reported, I have to take it serious. I can't just like ignore it and just as it was.
Well, you should take it serious because there's nothing wrong with that. The only issue is drawing far-fetched conclusions based on like.
I'm not. It's just a hypothesis.
Yeah. It's a hypothesis. It's a hypothesis, correct. And if we had better evidence, like if anyone ever was completely unconscious and we wrote a number on a big sheet of paper and put it up at the top of the cabinet, and they came back and said, "Hey, the number is 3,742."
Yeah,
that would be fucking cool. But they've never done that.
Yeah. Because the body is going through shock. So that's probably why a lot of that stuff happens, because the body's trying to process the shock that's happening.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. That's your hey, we can.
No, it's not a hypothesis. It's
Well,
just a guess. It's literally it's literally a just so story, an ad hoc explanation. There's nothing more there.
Okay, well, maybe one day we'll be able to falsify it.
Okay,
As of right now, we don't have it.
That's called wishful thinking, right?
Oh yeah, it's wishful thinking.
Okay, well then
I'm sorry.
I don't know why we would like compare a non.
I mean, I think. Don't you think
wishful thinking? Dennis, I don't know why you're talking over me. I don't know.
I wasn't done speaking. You cut me off. That's why I was.
You're right.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I'm a moderator, right?
Yeah,
that's how that works, right? I don't know why we would compare some wishful thinking. Like we sit around and do that. We have nothing better to do.
Well, is God falsifiable?
I'm asking
why do you sit around and talk about God?
I'm not sitting around talking about God. You are.
So you don't have conversations with deists or believers about God.
But
why? I mean, it's unfalsifiable. Right?
Yeah, I don't propose it as a hypothesis.
So you don't go in the rooms and have these conversations for those sole purposes?
Of course not.
Oh, of course not. So you're in a room right now that says divine command theory, which was actually called something else earlier, but you don't go in those rooms for those discussions. That's crazy.
Do you know how long this room has been open? And how many times the topic has changed?
Nah, I don't.
It's probably been open for over a day now.
It's been open over 24 hours, and I can't count the number of times the topic has changed.
Okay, I'm just saying, like, we like to have conversations about the unknown. And that's just what human beings do, because we're curious creatures, and we want to know the unknown. And God is one of those things
that doesn't answer my question.
What question?
The question was, why would we sit around and talk about your wishy-washy bullshit, made-up guesses based on nothing more than thinking? Why is that interesting?
You're actually entertaining it right now. So I mean, if you want to, I brought it up because we was having a conversation about God, and that's part of the topic. That's why I brought it up.
Dennis, can I just ask you before we kind of switch? I'm assuming you're a theist of sorts. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Okay. And what's the main reason you think God exists in the first place?
I mean, I think the thing about Paul is very interesting. How he was one persecuting Christians, killing them, and it seemed pretty interesting that Paul changed his tone after having the experience. And from my opinion, you would only change that your tone or something like that because you actually believe something. I mean, you can say that about you can probably say that about a lot of other religions, and I can say that about a lot of the apostles. A lot of them put their lives on the line. So it makes me feel like something in 10, 20 AD that caused them to believe and come to conclusions that they believe. Because I wouldn't put my life on the line for something that I knew was some made up BS. I mean, and there's other reasons why I believe in God, but I'm kind of like at work.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's the main. Yeah, that might not be like the only reason, but you're saying that's an important one. So here, let me kind of give you something to think about. You said that seeing that Paul, kind of just a story about how he's persecuted Christians, and then he had this experience, Damascus Road experience, and then he suddenly became a Christian, and then he's going around and giving up his life. So here's the thing. It is one option. I don't deny that people can be sincerely convinced, right? But are you not leaving open the option that there are other naturalistic explanations for his behavior in human psychology? Like, it's very possible also that he...
If I'm being honest, yeah, those are all possibilities, but
so honestly, why would you be impressed by somebody who is delusional?
Well, I don't think that's the case with Paul.
Right, but I'm saying, can it be the case?
Oh, it can be the case, but I don't think that is the case.
Okay, but how would you know whether it's the case or not? Like, how could we tell the difference between a sincere Paul versus a delusional Paul?
Well, I would weigh his character out. I would look at some of his writings, get an idea what type of guy he is, and I would base my conclusion on that. He comes off as a genius.
That's your methodology?
Yeah,
well, first of all, someone could be a genius and still be delusional.
Yeah.
So even like
why you would turn to them and check their character to see if they're delusional?
Because hold on. Even in the court of law, don't we weigh credibility of witnesses based off of what we know about the individual? Don't we weigh their credibility?
First of all, hold on. We don't.
No.
And if we did, we would still be wrong. I hate how people, by the way, always bring that stuff about modern day courts and law. Modern day courts are a fucking medieval, like, horror house. Okay, modern day courts are really bad.
All right, so
even though they're better than they used to be.
When you
so
choose
don't
to
bring
believe
down
somebody
modern
you don't,
courts as if that means I weigh their validity.
The main witness testimony in the case district is
who's
people in
talking?
jail.
Who's talking? Dennis, the way you weigh their credibility has nothing to do with their character. You look at their claim and you look at the evidence for their claim. That's it.
yeah, of course we look at the evidence and we look at the claim. But if we have circumstantial evidence, which is what this is circumstantial evidence, we have to go based off of credibility of the witness.
No, hold on. Wait, pause. You just said if we don't have evidence.
If it's circumstantial evidence, we have evidence, but it's
circumstantial evidence. We have to go off based on credibility. No, in that case, you know what we do? If we don't have good empirical evidence, then you should remain agnostic. You should say, I don't yet have enough evidence to come to a conclusion.
People that are claiming that he killed them, and that's pretty much all we got to go off of. Are we going to let this guy go free? Just
yes,
because it's circumstantial.
If you cannot prove it, yes. If you can't prove it and it's circumstantial,
if we have witnesses, right? That
doesn't matter. Witnesses are notoriously mistaken. They're really bad at giving back.
There's plenty of examples where people are like spending the rest of their lives in jail because of like the whole believe all women situation that's going on right now. I mean, are we ignoring that?
You are literally proving my point. I'm saying if there's only circumstantial evidence, you should not put people out. Why is that difficult?
All right, but there's situations where it's just the one man, and we have to go off her ability. We can't just ignore the claim.
You should not ever go off someone's credibility in order to put someone else in jail. That's bad.
But the thing is, that's a lot of people getting away with crime. If we're going by your methodology, there'd be a lot of people committing crimes and getting away with it.
No, that's not true at all.
Because
your methodology as a critical thinker.
You're doing this hyper-skepticism.
No, it's not hyper-skepticism. The point of the methodology is to avoid putting innocent people in jail, which you could easily do if you're doing it by your way. Anyone could just lie and say, oh, this person is guilty of whatever. And like, well, he's a good guy. He said it. It's not. It is worse to jail innocent people than to misjailing some guilty people.
And I would say that it's terrible to allow guilty people to walk free and to hurt more people. I would say that's worse.
No, but it's worse to take your methodology, which is basically saying just listen to whoever accuses somebody and start putting people in jail left and right.
I'm not saying to listen to everybody. I'm saying we weigh the credibility of the witness.
The credibility of someone means next to nothing. What matters is their claim, whether it's like a supernatural, if they're like character, their personality. Like, what do you even mean by saying their credibility?
Yeah, it's really a weird thing because we know the other way around. Hold on a second, Dennis. Usually it's around, right? Credibility is established by their ability to make claims which are in turn verified to be accurate. It's not the other way around.
We know you don't go about life like that.
Dennis, what are you doing?
It makes sense if you're like in the 14th century for like witch hunting, then it makes sense, but not for modern day.
Well, the thing is, like, when we base things on, like, our history is based off of the credibility of the witness that lived in that time. So do you just ignore all history? Because, I mean, honestly, that's what you would technically have to do. Because, like, we're
going to ignore all history. History was wrong.
History is wrong.
Yeah, history had a lot of crazy shit the way we use court cases and testimony.
I mean, if that's how you feel.
In the 13th century, they literally brought in animals to court so they could testify. They were that fucking stupid.
So how do you...
To court, and they would say, "Speak. Why did you do this?" They were that fucking stupid.
Well, how do you know that's true? Well, how do you know?
It's true.
I mean, do you have evidence?
It happened.
I mean, because based off of what we know is basically what we're told. He wasn't here.
Historical evidence is largely based off, but not just what we know. It's based off what we can show. We have court.
It's right, Dennis. It did happen, Dennis.
We have things that people wrote down throughout history. These are things we can point to show that this likely occurred.
It did happen, Dennis. I think Abe knows a bit more about this stuff than you.
You see, you see how like hypocritical you are? Though, like, and I'm not trying to say that as like a shot, but it's hypocritical because you're going to believe that, but you're not going to believe other things. Like,
Dennis, you can't outsmart Abe. You cannot outsmart Abe. You can't. You're not going to win. You're not going to win. You're going to win. You're not going to win, Dennis. As long as Abe knows.
Yo, shut the fuck up. Abe is not correct. Be quiet. Be quiet. Abe is not correct. Be quiet. Shut up.
How human testimony is like incredibly suspicious, and there's a bunch of reasons to discount it. The more we've even learned about neuroscience.
200 to 400 years after his death. So how do we, no, I'm saying though, like, how do you, like, if you're saying secondhand evidence is cannot be trusted, how then is the Western world resting every knowledge they have on something, on something that is secondhand? Tell me.
Yeah,
we have Plato's own words.
What were you saying about that?
Yeah, I'll say.
We have Plato's own words that was written by his followers. Plato never wrote anything down. Like everything Plato wrote down, most things Plato wrote down was by his students, right? So it's all secondhand. It's all secondhand.
Socrates, not Plato. Plato was Socrates' direct students, and yes, he's the one that all the little parables and stuff known to Socrates. Yeah, I say it all the time, are actually from the hand of Plato. But
my bad. It was Socrates.
And the point is this: it's not about even look and whether Plato actually existed or Socrates.
We have his books. I have his complete works right here. Stick on
I know you do, Sam.
Well, all of those stuff were written years after his death. That's the point.
Melly, the point is this. The point is this. Look, what I said before to Dennis. It's not about the credibility of the person's testimony. It's about what they're claiming and what's to support their claim. Even if you could show that like Socrates or Plato wasn't real, it wouldn't change the fact that we have all those philosophies and all the books and writings, right? Somebody wrote them based on the claims. If Socrates or Plato made some crazy claim and said like, oh, I think miracles are real, or I think God exists, then we would say that's fucking stupid too, and it makes no sense. So it's not about the person. It's about the nature of the claim.
I mean, they called every non-Greek by Aristotle or Plato, any of them.
I'm not sure where you're going with this.
What?
Oh, hey, Andrew.
What's up, buddy? No.
Hold on. That sounded like what you were saying.
No, that's not what I said. It's what
that wasn't what I was saying. I was still manning Abe's conversation.
Muted me. That was weird. Somebody muted me. But yeah, so Abe basically just said that history is pretty much entirely wrong. And then what's crazy about that is then you hear them talking about like Plato and Socrates and talking about how do you know these people existed? Who are you talking about? And how do you know anybody wrote anything? If you go way back, you're like, well, it's not about their claims. It's what we can substantiate. They said, well, how do you know they said anything? Who's the they? Who are you talking about? What do you
the point was, who cares? Like, we have
nobody in academia who would be on board with saying history is like non-existent, except if you have pictures or video.
Hold on. I never said history existent.
What I mean is that the names go to the names of actual people that they're referring to, are supposed to be referring to. That the things that the people supposedly wrote, they actually wrote. You are claiming that all of that can't be really substantiated because it's all done basically by testimony, by people writing things down.
No, I'm not. Hold on. I literally said we have other ways to substantiate it. Like,
how can you do it?
I'll say, okay, everything is just a testimony with history. First of all, history is not like a hard science. Okay, it's a social science, and I'm fine with that. So it's going to have more, wiggle room for evidence. But the point is better to me because if you said you could prove that, like, whatever, one of the popes was fake and he never really existed. Okay, it's not as important. What's important is whether we can track, like, what was being said or whatever was being written. And if the claims that are being said are crazy, then they're wrong regardless of who said them.
No, that's not the point. The point is
that doesn't even make sense.
We're talking about testimony.
What the hell are you talking about?
And the validity of them. And you're trying to make this point like, well, testimonial evidence is not very good. And so we turn to history and you're like, well, testimonies, I mean, if you have a bunch of them or several of them, well, yeah, then maybe you could include something. But what's crazy, Abe, is like, obviously testimony is used all over the place, not just in history, but in court, and people come to conclusions all the time. And your methodology would pretty much discount what people are taking as factual history. It's crazy.
It would prove that like people in history that we knew about were fake. I'd be fine with it.
But
I'm not wedded. I don't have faith in
that. You didn't have faith in history. You actually switched what you said. You didn't say if you could prove that it's fake. You actually assumed that it was fake. You told Dennis that a majority of history you think is false. That's what you told.
What I said was the majority is false. The testimonial shit that we're talking about.
That's what history is.
No. I meant in history, like it's the context that I meant. I meant it because we were talking about when they brought in like animals to the court to literally like testify, and that happened in the Catholic Church.
Testimony from animals, so that's kind of weird.
They believed they could, Andrew. They were that dumb.
No. Okay, look. Here's the point. The point is that even if
they literally like bring in the donkey and say like, you stepped on this guy's toe, what were you thinking? And the donkey just sat there.
You're telling me that when you told that to Dennis,
people.
Right. So you're saying when you said that to Dennis about you think the majority of history is pretty much false, because he actually asked you outright, you think the majority of history, like pretty much all of history, and you're like, yeah, I think the majority of it is false. You're telling me that was just meant to be in the narrow context of like these animal trials and stuff like that?
That was talking about trials. Yes, in court cases and testimonies with people.
Controlled your speech. Yeah, trials are usually.
And they were false.
No, wait.
Dude, they were not controlled. Are you fucking kidding me? They allowed even spectral evidence. They were completely out of gathering evidence. Like they had no clue what evidence was. They did not know anything about critical thinking.
People understood what it means to say, I heard something, I saw something, I was there. They did certainly.
Yeah, and they knew how to say, I dreamed something. And they're like, oh shit, you dreamed something? It's real. Like they were that dumb.
I don't think they were that dumb. I mean,
they literally were.
You don't give these ancient people enough credit, man. They built pyramids. They weren't that dumb, man.
Okay, hold on. Taking big rocks and putting them in a circle in the shape of a triangle is not that fucking hard, especially when you have slaves.
I forget the name of this Egyptian school, but it has a detailed recordings of certain anatomical parts of the human body. Certain, like the bedrock of medicine can be found in certain papyrus that was from Egypt, and they had a clear understanding of astronomy. Although at the beginning stages, they understood, certain things that a layman today will have no idea about. So,
look, I get what you're trying to say. History. You can point to times throughout history where there was like an influx of knowledge or scientific, growth, but like in Roman times, and they were just going around burning witches, and that lasted for like a good at least 800 years, if not more. So yeah, it's pretty messed up.
I agree to that, but like you just all I'm saying is that don't paint history with a straight brush. Like we know that something called the late Bronze Age happened, and many civilizations actually lost a lot of their technologies, either through natural disasters or. I just don't want you to paint like history with a straight brush. That's all I'm saying. And then and then hold on, one last thing. And then your idea about claims, that the claim has to be substantiated. Nobody does it in history. Like we have kings that make claims. We have Egyptian kings, Persian kings, good about themselves. They want to it's like a propaganda, the same thing we do today. They did that today with their claim. So you cannot say like a claim has to be substantiated for it to be true. That's not true.
What I'm saying is it depends on the nature of the claim. If you're making a claim in history and you just say kings existed and we know that monarchies changed. But if you say King X was a king and then King Y came in flying through the sky on a winged horse, that's fucking bullshit. And we know that claim is wrong. That's all I'm saying. It depends on this historical claim.
But you wasn't saying that at first. You were just pretty much saying that about any claim. I mean, he wasn't really saying that at first.
Well, it was in context of.
But like, it's of course hard to substantiate.
Robert, pyramids aren't triangles. What do you mean by that?
I'm saying like it's definitely hard to substantiate supernatural claims though that have been made historically.
Help your life. There is no supernatural. Okay, just that will literally help you in everything in your life. Like, there's no magic, there's no astrology, there's no tarot cards, there's no reading tea leaves, there's no miracles, there's no magic, there's no answered prayer. Like, if you just understand that, that will literally clear up like 90% of your time to actually do like important shit in your life.
Is there?
I choose absolutely not to agree to that, and I believe my life is going to be as great as yours. So like, don't even go there.
I am 99.9% sure there is no supernatural.
I'm gonna take my chances with the 0.001%.
No, because here's the point: 99.9 repeating decimal actually equals 100. So it's really 100% that there's no supernatural. Yes, it does. That is actually true. That is 100% true, and I can demonstrate that mathematically. You don't understand math. You don't understand what repeating integers are.
No, it does not.
99.9 repeating decimal place, repeating 99.9999 infinite decimal means.
Now it's infinite. Now you're infinitely sure. Now you're infinitely sure, right?
I'm infinitely sure. There is no supernatural. At the very least, I can say this: I'm 100% sure that there is no good empirical evidence for the. We have never had any good evidence whatsoever for answered prayer, miracles, any type of supernatural nonsense.
Well, millions of people in the world right now, and people who have lived historically, would disagree with you. So,
they're mistaken.
And of course, you have people who agree with you too. And you could be mistaken too. So, like, I don't even know why you're trying to make it look like as though like science is the. I understand and I work with science, but like to think that science is the only mechanism we can use to understand this world is actually insane. Like, we have spiritual methods. We have Hold on 1 second. We have philosophical methods. We have I wouldn't even say spiritual in the sense of religion, but just natural theologies about how to live a life a certain way. Like there's so many things, there's so many conclusions people have reached in this world that we're living.
But Melly, those aren't reliable
where you can't. Yeah, but that's for you to say. Right?
Yeah,
that's for you to say that it's not real, it's not reliable. That's for you to say. Like science itself is not reliable.
For falsifying hypotheses.
Science works for falsifying stuff that does or does not exist in objects. Excuse me. I was in the middle of a sentence. Excuse me. I was in the middle of a sentence there, buddy. So pardon me for a second. So science is an excellent way of disproving if something does or does not exist in objective reality, and nothing supernatural has ever been demonstrated to exist in objective.
Well, one thing I can say is that I could agree that we might not have the scientific tools to actually investigate the supernatural.
False. That's not the case. That's a lie.
Hold on.
That is a lie.
No,
Sir, stop talking. Stop. No, stop talking.
No, you just lied. You shut up, right? You shut up, right? Because
all right.
We know things about quantum physics that doesn't.
Thank you. So you lied. You said that we just don't have the tools to investigate the supernatural. That's false. It's that there's nothing to investigate. There is no supernatural. No supernatural thing has ever been demonstrated to exist. No healings, no magic, nothing. So it's not that we don't have the tools to investigate it. It's that there's nothing to investigate.
Every time that there is a hypothesis, we investigate it. And so this idea that we don't have the tools to investigate it, when we go around investigating it all the fucking time, only to demonstrate that it's just not the case, is a straight up lie. And I don't know why you would lie like that, Melanie. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, I wouldn't call it a lie. He just didn't agree with that point.
It's not a matter of agreement.
It's not a matter of facts, right?
It's a fact.
It's a fact that we go around testing a hypothesis using science all the time.
And we can test supernatural hypotheses. Like, listen, if prayer works, we can test that. We can set up, double-blind experiments that show whether or not prayer works. And guess what? We've done it, and it doesn't.
It definitely works for a lot of people because
no, it doesn't. It doesn't work at all.
Yes, it does because experience.
They pretend that it works, but that doesn't actually make it work.
Yeah. That's what you say. We've
done tests. No. Stop. Put it back in the fucking audience. Put it back in the fucking audience. Put it back in the goddamn audience. Motherfucker, when we talk, listen. Don't just sit there and fucking preach. Nobody's going to put up with that personal experience bullshit. We've run the tests. Prayer does nothing. Bring him back up in the order. Bring him back up now. What a fucking asshole.
Well, I don't know, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Cause man, if we having a discussion about whether or not God exists, bro, you can't just say like, oh, this is what I. Cause you know it is your room, but because it's your room, you can't say, oh, it doesn't work. That's fine.
I'm not saying that.
That's not how it works.
We've run experiments on this. It's not me saying this. This is objective reality saying this.
Right. I mean, that's not valid to you, right?
Well, it would be strictly anecdotal, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can say, I think it works.
Any claim that you're going to make is going to be based on anecdotal evidence, and it's going to be contrary to the actual science that we have observed.
Man, these guys are talking shit, right? Like personal experience.
Garbage. It's garbage.
Yeah. Reproducible. Okay. The reason anecdotes are not reproducible is because of that. They're just stories. If you want it to be worth something more, then you have to set up an experiment, set the variables, run the experiment, and publish your findings in a peer-reviewed study where other people can run your same experiment. And if they find the same conclusions, then we're onto something. But
that's been done.
Yeah, but if they don't, then it's just your story. That's it.
Yeah, y'all just showing how dogmatic y'all are as theists.
We're not dogmatic. What does that mean? How can you be dogmatic?
Y'all just as dogmatic as theists, bro. Like you're just making this claim that it's all facts, and it can't be otherwise. Like,
Wait.
This is true, and it can't be otherwise. Like
no, I never saying that. Make that claim.
Oh yeah, if somebody's saying that something is 100% true.
No, we never said.
Actually, somebody. My bad. 99%.
Listen.
0.99.
No one gave a number of percentage. You're just lying.
Oh, I said that the supernatural is 99.
See, Donald, you're just speaking and you just eating your words.
But that's not about what he said. You're talking about.
I'm making a claim about what he said.
Okay, Dennis. If somebody were to put forth a hypothesis regarding the supernatural, we would use science to investigate it. Do you disagree with that premise?
No, I don't disagree with it. I'm just saying it's as dogmatic as theists. That's all I'm saying.
No, that's not dogmatic.
We're not
dogmatic. Very dogmatic. You're saying that there's only one that can verify things.
Dennis, I didn't say anything about only one anything. All I said was, if someone were to put forth a hypothesis regarding the supernatural, we would use science to investigate it. Nobody made any additional claim on top of that about science being the only thing or any of this or any of that. This is a straw man that you are constructing in order to attack us for a position that we simply don't hold.
No, we did say that it's the most reliable way of coming to know about nature. For now. That's the best we could ever come up with
to investigate the existence of God.
No, not the existence of God. The falsifiability of hypotheses.
Right. So I want to ask you a question. Like, why was Einstein? So you guys know about, like, I'm sure you know that anybody who claims, for example, to absolutely understand quantum mechanics, right, he lying, right? I don't know anybody who does quantum mechanics, right?
No. I mean, I wouldn't say that either. I would say that that's false also.
All the clubhouse smarty guys. Clubhouse smarty guys. I can show you PhD.
You are.
I can show you PhD holders that tell you that to say that you understand quantum mechanics.
I don't care what that's saying.
You absolutely 100% understand quantum mechanics will be totally wrong. I can show.
No, Melly, I'm telling you, I don't care what they say. What I care about is what they publish, right? That's what's interesting here.
The only thing I care about, hello, Joanna, is what they publish, not what they say, because they might be wrong because they haven't done experiments or tests.
It's not a theory.
Not a theory.
It's like jamming two scientific words together and hoping we did something intelligent.
And they
like
don't
a
even
quantum battery.
claim that it's a theory. They just call it intelligent design. You added theory.
Oh, well, I mean, intelligent design, whatever. I mean, same thing. I mean, I'm to raise his edge. To support complex life. It's just like by chance.
Where else besides Earth is complex life supported?
Yeah, that's the opposite of true. Instead, complex life evolved to adapt to a very, very, very narrow niche. It's the other way around.
About intelligent life. Can you repeat that and break that down?
Yeah.
About the niche?
Yeah, so the analogy was originally put forth by Douglas Adams in the puddle analogy. Imagine for 1 second that a puddle wakes up and finds itself in a hole, right? And the hole is pretty irregular. It's got some cracks and some crevices. It's got some depths, some shallows, right? It's got some things jutting out of it. And it thinks to itself, wow, look at how perfectly shaped this hole is. This hole is perfectly intelligently designed to be exact. Look at how amazing these cracks are and all these crevices that are so well designed for exactly the shape of me, a bit of water in this puddle. Clearly, this is the case. And the puddle continues to evaporate, never realizing in its last moments that it was the other way around. It was the puddle that conformed to the cracks and the crevices
around us. We evolved to the world around us, right?
Right. We are the puddle in this analogy, and we are the thing that evolved to survive. The smallest, minutest, like there's barely things, units that are smaller on than us, right? It goes like the atoms, then the cells, then the organisms, then we're basically at like this and a zero, and then a whole slew of zeros, and then a one, right? That's the percentage of space that we occupy.
There's 100 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy, and there's 2 trillion galaxies in the observable universe. Each one of those stars has a solar system.
Okay, and now, if I agree with you on the last, information you see about this universe and the stars, if I can agree with you on that, what is how do you guys infer from that there is no intelligent design or no intelligent?
Can we demonstrate that it's not true?
And I can do that by disproving all of creation. If nothing has ever been created in the entire history of the universe, there is no creator. I can do that.
But we have ample evidence of the universe actually having a beginning.
That's a
fringe view. That's a fringe view.
It's the beginning of space and time as we know it, correct?
70% of physicists think that Big Bang has nothing to do with the beginning of the universe.
Right. The Big Bang is a description of the state of the universe when it was undergoing a period of rapid. This is in no way controversial, right? Every psychologist will tell you that we have theories which describe the state of the universe prior to the Big Bang.
Nope. Thinking that the Big Bang doesn't describe the origins of the universe is not fringe.
Okay, but I think it's this simple, bro.
Phil Hopper. Go Google the Phil Hopper survey. How about we do it fucking together? You go ahead while I look.
A cause for it existing.
No. You know what I'm saying? No. Therefore, our universe must be eternal, and there must be an infinite regression of causes going back.
And that would bro?
Oh shit!
It would be eternal, and there would be
shit. Right?
An infinite regression of causes going back. Wait, I don't know what you guys trying to use, words to kind of go over my head. But it sounded like to me, bro, you just said that all of this has a cause going back.
No. I just said that there's an infinite regression of cause. Every effect has a cause going backwards forever. And there is no first cause. It's just more causes causing causes, right?
Wow.
Phil Hopper survey. No, there's no beginning. That's what eternal means. I put the Phil Halper survey in the chat, and in there it says that 70% of physicists think that the Big Bang is silent on the origins.
Okay, so Eric, a beginning is an arbitrary index in time prior to which there was one state and after which a different state occurred. So to say that there is a beginning, of course there is a beginning, there's multiple beginnings. There's an arbitrary number of beginnings. There was of inflation. There was a beginning of wherever beginning you want to talk about. We can talk about the state prior to it, and we can talk about the state after it in all cases.
Okay. I mean, I'm gonna just say like this. You guys sound pretty smart, you know what I mean, using these words and stuff. But if science tell me today that the universe is constantly expanding, and not only that, like it tells you the word like about the rotations of the Earth and the Sun and different things like that. And if these things were off by even an inch, by even a centimeter, like, you know, like it would probably mess up the whole creation. So
Right.
it just sounds like
would have evolved differently.
I'm not the smartest man, but it just sounds like
hold on, life you're correct, because life, where a small consequence early on in the system leads to big changes later on in the system. Sure, nobody's disputing that, but that's not the world that we live in. We live in the world where life did evolve on Earth, right? Where we did build cities and we developed the internet, and we're talking.
It all happened by chance.
I don't know what you're explaining with your explanation.
Well, if we're saying that life had to have a certain amount of things had to happen, right, to keep. Hey, your leg is. That's right. Yeah. So if you're saying that a certain amount of things had to happen for life to take place on this planet, then you're saying that everything that happened here happened synchronously by chance, right?
Yeah, that's just repeating the claim that's not doing any work.
This happening anywhere else.
Yeah, that's just repeating the claim that's not doing any work, right? I don't know why you're doing that.
And what claim am I repeating?
I understand. You're not doing any work with that statement. By saying that it happened by chance, you're not doing any work. You're not accomplishing anything. You're not explaining anything.
I don't have to, because again, I don't think science.
No, you're an old man shouting at cloud, right? So it does a much better job than you, right?
Right. So how did life come to? How did life begin in Earth with the diversity that we have on Earth?
That study is called abiogenesis, and I'm sorry, I'm not done yet. And it's a branch of systems chemistry. Are you familiar with systems chemistry?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Well, that's where I suggest you start your education then. Start biological development on a macromolecule scale, right? Where macromolecules work in a given environment based on their functionality. That's how life began.
Yeah, that right there is not 100%. Like, okay, so I agree with those.
That is 100%.
I agree with those.
No, I'm sorry. That is 100%.
Right?
You're incorrect. That is 100% true. What I just said.
We have other theories like Pan's. Is it? I forget what it's
called. No, Melly. Hold on a second.
Is it Pan's?
Wait, what about what I just said? Doubt. Just say that you doubted is not true.
I'm not saying it's not true. I'm saying you cannot.
Okay, then why did you say
you cannot?
It's not 100% true? Why did you say that what I said was not 100% true?
Because you cannot prove it.
Of course, I can prove everything I just said.
Yeah, we got mountains.
Change the subject, right?
Are you talking about how life started?
I didn't talk about anything like that. So what you just did is called a straw man, because you're now asking.
Because I think I heard you. Like, what were you talking about?
Seriously?
We're just talking about abiogenesis?
Yeah, we're talking about abiogenesis.
Well, that's not human life. That's all life.
Hey, Donald, he wants to know how human life started. Evolution explains that. We can show him.
But that's not.
Yeah, we got mounts evidence for that.
Well, what you said to you earlier was kind of like a little bit of hand waving, because I mean, even
T does not hand wave.
Yeah, T does not even sustain life.
That's not true.
So it could be like.
That's not what he said.
That's not what I said.
So it would have to be slightly different.
Dennis, that's not what I said.
You said if the parameters, we would just evolve differently, but obviously it would still have to be within a certain bounds to be able to sustain life.
Do you want me to show you how large that is? I got a chart.
It's very slight. It's very slight.
No, I got a chart.
Like temperature.
Dennis, you're incorrect.
I got a chart, buddy.
It's actually slight. It's not a big.
Dennis, you don't need to repeat your incorrectness. You're incorrect.
But you're incorrect.
No, I got a chart that shows that you're incorrect. I got a chart that shows that you're incorrect.
Right, you don't need to just sit here and claim.
And I got a chart that says you're incorrect too.
Okay, but
show me your chart. I'm giving you my chart right now.
Control yourself, right?
Show me your chart. We'll compare charts.
And demand that you're correct when we can show you the chart that says you're incorrect.
So in 1929, Edwin Hubble, this is what Google say, right? It say he discovered that the universe is expanding, right? And again, I'm just a simple dude. I read into history and a little science, but I'm just simple. So he discovered this in 1929. Now, if I believe that, for example, I'm not to get it into too much. I read about it says in it's 51. The book of Allah says in 51:47, and the heaven we constructed with strength, and indeed we are its expander. So it's showing you over 1,400 years ago in this book that I believe is a revelation from the creator of the heavens and the earth. But the universe is not expanding.
That says that it used to be expanding. Your book says it used to be expanding. It's still expanding.
No, it says, and we are its expander. And other translations.
No, that's not at all what you said. You just lied. You just lied about your own fucking scripture. It said we expanded. We are expanders. It didn't say that we are expanding. About how small the thing is, the area is that life can exist. It's gigantic.
I never heard him say expanded. I heard him say expanded, but
it's the expander. We are its expander.
Oh, okay, that's what I mean. Expander.
Eric, how I look at that? How I look at that?
Hang on. Wait, give me a moment.
No, I'm not going to give you a moment. Eric, what is expanded? What is it? What are we expanding?
The universe.
Where does it say that?
No, read the scripture again, please.
And the heaven.
Just a second.
And the heaven we constructed with strength.
In the heaven we constructed with strength. So I got Eric. Eric, you're reading it's referring to the heaven, yes?
Yes.
Great. Now you're implying the heaven means the universe. Is that what you're doing here?
It does.
Eric, let's be honest here, right? In the heaven, now you're saying because it says heaven, you're implying that means universe. Is that what you're doing here?
It does, bro.
Listen to my question. Is that what you're doing here?
Bro, that's what any Muslim would tell you. Any Muslim when the Quran is referring to the heavens, it's talking about the universe, the cosmos, bro.
When it's heavens, right? That was with an S.
Paradise. When it's talking about paradise, how you like heaven in English or Christian terms, it says Jannah or Jannah. You understand? It's
means what?
Means Jannah. That's the word for paradise, like the place where we go when we pass.
And that's not the word that's used here in the original Aramaic.
Bro,
what word is used here in the original Aramaic? What word is used here?
In the Arabic.
In this scripture, the one that you're telling me about, we are the expanders or whatever. What word is used?
It says wa al samaa banina.
Maybe we should go to someone who knows how to read.
Yeah, you might got to get somebody to know Arabic, bro. But they'll tell you that it's not talking about paradise. You understand? It's talking.
But what makes you think that it's talking about the universe?
Because
why isn't it? They thought that the heavens was the sky.
Nah, bro, that's what I'm saying. Like the heavens is the stars, the cosmos, the other galaxies, the universe.
But that's not backed up.
None of that was known. They didn't know about any of that.
Yeah, that's not backed up by the rest of the context.
The creator of the universe would know. You get what I'm saying?
Eric,
and he revealed the book.
Eric, that's not backed up by the rest of the context.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
Hey, come on, don't do me that. Don't do you. Hey, I'm speaking in bondage, bro. That's how. Hey, come on now. Don't do me that.
Eric, it's a
Come on now, bro.
argument.
Come on now, bro. I'm so ghetto, but I'm so smarter than you, T. I'm smarter than you.
Convenient argument when
That's
you want
crazy,
to try and make a point that these people knew something that we later figured out. But it doesn't work in your favor because the context doesn't support your argument.
Bro, I'm telling y'all, to heaven,
We have dismissed that because the context doesn't support it. Why are you repeating
this what I'm
what we
telling
have
you.
dismissed?
If you talk, listen, this is all I'm gonna say, bro. You dismiss.
I looked up the Aramaic. It does not support what you are saying.
It's Arabic.
That's what you really
When
should do.
talking about the heaven, there are many examples in which they're talking about the sky. At no point does anybody make any reference to the universe or any aspect of the universe or any other planet of the universe. They never demonstrate knowledge of cosmology. They never demonstrate knowledge of orbits, of the nature of stars, of the nature of planets, of the nature of gravity. They never demonstrate knowledge of any of this knowledge. So the context...
Stars are weapons that they use to kill Jinn.
The context does not support your assertion that they were, in fact, describing the larger universe at whole.
They use body to kill Jinn.
He said, right? You said they didn't, in this Quran, they didn't, he said, right? You said they didn't, in this Quran, they didn't have any knowledge of the orbits or, whatever you said like that.
They didn't even know about other planets, man.
All right, check it out. And I could pull up multiple verses if you would allow me in your room. You know what I mean?
I don't care about multiple versions. You're doing what the Christians do, where you try. Hang on. See, you're doing what the Christians do when you try to find a different translation that says what you want it to say, but that's not what the words say or mean.
No, I'm talking about multiple verses of the book itself, of the Word of God itself, to present my argument.
That's exactly what I said. You're gonna go through and you're gonna find different translation after different translation until you find one that says what you want it to say. But that's not what the words mean, and that's not what the writers meant when they wrote those words.
I mean,
we're gonna ever get Melly.
I'm not talking about different verses. I mean, different versions. I'm not talking about that.
You said different versions. Those are the words you use.
No, I said, bro, you might can't. I might talk a little funny to you. I said different verses. Verses. My verses. Yeah. But
none of the verses you're going to bring up are going to say that God is currently expanding the universe at an accelerated rate.
I mean, none of them are going to describe an invariant relationship between mass and distance in terms of an attraction. None of them are going to describe hydrogen fusion. None of them are just.
You're using anachronistic analysis here.
I wouldn't.
I mean, do you even care when other people are talking? Because you have interrupted almost every sentence I've said. So listen, you're using anachronistic analysis here. You're taking the knowledge that you have today and applying it to ancient texts, and then using your cultural context instead of theirs.
All right. Well, look, I'm gonna just read this just to proceed with the convo, because we have been going back and forth all day. And at
the end of the day, you'd still be wrong.
And we made the sky a protected ceiling, but they, from its signs, are turning away.
Right, which is incorrect.
Created the sky and the sun.
Stop right there, Eric. That right there was factually incorrect. They didn't make the sky. The whole thing can be dismissed as false.
Also, the sky's imaginary. It's not really a real thing. It's just how space looks like from the surface of the planet.
But in the sky, in the second verse,
the atmosphere. We have an atmosphere. You know, we have an atmosphere right on planet Earth. If your gods had wanted to be accurate, they could have talked about our atmosphere.
But in the second verse, I was just bringing up the part about the orbit, and it is you created the night and the day, and the sun and the moon, all heavenly bodies in an orbit are swimming.
Also, we don't swim. Stupid.
Hey, well, bro, we all have our different opinions. This what else.
It's not an opinion that your book is wrong. It's a fact. But it's not a fucking opinion. Your book is demonstrably wrong all over the place. I'd love for you to show me one place where it gets it right. Can you do that? Because I've read the book. I don't think there's a place where it gets it right.
what's more is there was an opportunity here, right? There was absolutely an opportunity to describe epicycles of orbits. There was absolutely an opportunity to describe invariant relationships with regards to energy, with regards to mass, with regards to fundamental constants of the universe. There was a massive opportunity, and it got left behind.
Actually, I disagree with that. I think they observed the same things, not with telescopes and shit like that, but like to the naked eye, they observed all the same things we observed. But they were at a linguistic and technological distance. Like, listen to what I'm saying to you, right? Like, they couldn't really have described what you're expecting them to have been able to because of the linguistic.
This is God-granted knowledge, so they wouldn't be limited by their own understanding.
No, but you shouldn't take the bait of the fundamentalists. Don't give in to their premises.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree. Plus, I mean, if God were writing this, why is everything so human-centric in the Quran? It's all about humans. Why wouldn't it be about other stuff besides just humans? The Bible suffers, all religious text suffers from the same thing.
Hey, Donald, if I may chime in, just want to say there, I was born in Iran. We were forced to learn Arabic and Quran when we were kids, so I have a very unfortunately, very first-hand knowledge of the Arabic Quran and its translation. Language in Quran that you talking about these stuff, it's just nothing. Like, I don't even want to that a person wrote this, let alone God. But anyway, I know you get that. Yeah, and sometimes I'm just thinking it's a waste of time when you have. I mean, I'll one example. You go to the verse 2 of 29. It says first there was the earth was created and then the heavens, and you go to 79, 27 to 33. It says the heaven first was built and then the earth, as if like a person has forgot what they said like a few pages before and made a mistake. This is on top of all the dirty stuff about women, about harm them and hit them if they don't disobey. First they say tell them once. If they disobey, then for the second time you can hit them and do much worse things with them. Anyway, I just think asking why at that time they didn't know about the gravity or the elliptic shape of the orbit and all that. I'm just saying, like, forget about this 10-year-old person in this day and age with the ChatGPT could have done a better job than Quran. Anyway, I think I talked.
He really speaks the language, read the original Quran, and agrees with us.
Oh, yeah. For many years by force, unfortunately, but yeah.
I'm sorry, man. I've read it. It's a horrible book. So, is anybody else on stage or in the audience who wants to have a conversation? Or finish up with this conversation?
No, have you slept?
Yeah, I did, actually.
Okay.
So, Donald, if no one's talking, I thought I'll ask my question. Oh, go ahead, T.
I just want to know how to say it because it's in a different alphabet. Pronounce your name.
Oh, mine. I was born in Iran, so my language is actually Farsi. It's the alphabet is similar to Arabic, so it's easier for us to read and write. But the language is completely different. My name is pronounced K1. It's like a letter K and number 1.
I love that.
K1. K1.
Yes.
K1. K1.
Which actually means Saturn.
Could you say the alphabet, please? In your alphabet.
Oh my God, you're gonna get bored. But Aleph, B, P, T, S, J, J. We almost have all the same. I had a question. Are you
first let me ask: are you atheist or are you just agnostic?
You could call me an atheist. I'm an atheist, but you'd call me an atheist.
Same here, more or less. I'm thinking for us as atheists who, we know this is the only lifetime we have, how much do you think we should spend on discussing these issues, atheists, the religion, why there is God, how much of our life would we spend on this before we think, like when we are 80 years old, we think, did I spend too much after this? At what point cost and benefit analysis is just past that point?
I think it's got to be up to you, because if you don't enjoy doing this, you're not going to get anything out of it, because all it is entertainment.
I do actually enjoy. That's the reason I'm here. I'm not trying to say like this.
Just do it as long as you want, and then stop or take a break. Because I did this straight for like almost 2 years, practically 24 hours every single day, and I got burnt the fuck out. And I had to take a good long break. And I don't know if I'm going to be coming back on a regular basis even now or not. I've just now, this is only like my 4th room in the last 2 or 3 months.
But do you do it partly out of being kind and want to enlighten other human beings? Is it part of it for you, or is it?
Okay, that was what it was for about a month, and then I realized there's no helping these people, and then I just made a game out of it, and I've tried and tried to help these people. They don't want to listen. They don't want to be helped. They think that they're the ones that are helping you.
Yeah. I'm just asking. I'm just curious how other people who think like me, feel about these issues. Because to me, the discussions are they go up to the point, and then they break.
Yeah, and then they just break down, and they can't get any further than that. Everything stops.
Yeah. And to us, and this is to us, do you think like pushing to...
They'll just run away.
Sorry?
They'll just run away if you push them.
No, yeah. I'm just saying, like, how do we expect, we as an atheist, that someone who has been a religious person all their life, with whatever we say, they kind of... Because if they agree with us at any point, it means that a lot of their life was for not a lot of the stuff they did, a lot of the ideas they had. It's all for nothing.
You were for 40 years and then what?
Yeah, if I was a religious person for 40 years, anything you said at this point that makes me say, oh, all the last 40 years I was dumb, there's no way you can change my mind.
Yeah, that last little bit they have to do on their own. So you can give them the education of the stuff that disproves all the stuff that they think is true. And you have to do that 1,000 times for each theist. A theist has to be told something 1,000 times before they accept it. I'm convinced of this. So you can give them all the information in the world that disproves what they think, but that last little bit where they go from believing to not believing, there's nothing you can do about that. You're gonna have to let them do that.
Okay. But do you think they're actually
depressed? Because there's that seed of doubt. And anytime you have doubt in your brain, you're not happy.
That's like you. I enjoy the discussion, but sometimes I lose the sight of what the final goal is. To be honest,
I don't really have that. I don't have a final goal. Professor Roger, welcome. Thank you for coming by.
The opposite of theist is theist.
The opposite? Yeah, it's theist.
Theist.
Oh, theist. Okay. So I'm a theist, right?
You know what that is?
Belief in God.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So, no, I just wanted to know what titles we're using so I could be correct in the conversation. So I'm a theist, but here's the thing I always see that poses a problem with religion, right? Is that
it's false.
Well, Okay, not really false, but
religion 100% false. All religions are 100% false. Sorry, go ahead though. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah. So it's a lot of us are reading interpretations. That's one, right? Another thing is that we read in absolutes, while scientists, I could tell a scientist.
Hey, hang on one second.
Okay.
I don't accept absolutes in any way, as far as unless I have no choice in the matter, and I've never been presented with that part where I don't have the choice to not accept an absolute.
No, but I'm saying that we talk in absolutes, which is not true because the Earth is not absolute.
Yeah, right? I don't talk in absolutes.
I didn't say you did.
You just did when you said 99.999 is 100%. That was absolute when you did that, bro. Why are you lying?
I haven't said that today, but yes, 99 is.
You literally said that was absolute when we were having a discussion. When you said
I've never said that. I've never said that 100% is absolute. I've never said that I was absolutely sure. You are. So, Melly, you're lying about me. How about you not lie about others and just worry about yourself while Professor Roger finishes up here?
Brother, you literally told me that.
I said that wasn't today.
Who was on stage when he said that? Like, stop lying, dude.
Oh, you racist. You're racist. Go on, Melly. Play the race card. You're being racist.
Oh, please shut up, TA. Please shut up.
It was
I can't. My bad.
My bad. Don't. Go ahead, Professor. My bad.
Okay, so my point was that from the religious side, where sometimes becomes indoctrination, where we believe it as truth, as absolute truth, right? While scientists, they believe Pluto was a planet for almost 100 years, right?
It's whether or not it's called a plane, it doesn't stop it being a chunk of rock.
Right. No, but I'm saying that scientists believe that, and then,
that was just how we defined it. It's not that they believe it. It's just how we defined it.
Real quick. Let me just
let him finish. I apologize. Just let him finish.
Let me just make this point. The point is that theories, then with technology, we find out it's not that. And everybody
do you know why? That. Do you know why there's no absolutes in science? Because we haven't found any absolutes in nature.
Right, exactly. So
your God is absolute, right?
That's the problem with talking about these topics with religious people. Sometimes they believe that their book is the final. That's it. There's nothing that can disprove that, or that's the problem. Some of it is interpretation. A lot of the Bible is parables, right? Clear concept. They would have killed them.
They did kill him.
Right. Eventually they did. Right. Exactly. But he talked a lot in parables, right? For that reason. And so now, thousands of years later, as we try to turn you from your evil ways as an atheist, I don't think we come with good intention. We don't come with a good intention to hear you out and debate. And no, I agree with that. Come that way. We come to change your evil ways and the demons that are in you. And so that's why these debates don't work. Right, because the one party of the debates want to change who's instead of listening. Right? So that's the problem too.
That's a big issue. I agree with everything you just said. And Melody was an excellent example of that very thing.
Yeah. And then it becomes emotional too, because I think someone made science disproves that. Now you are attacking me personally. Like what?
It's part of your identity even.
Right, exactly. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to have these debates unless we both come with clear minds. And, I see in the chat people are calling each other names. I thought this was an intellectual debate, right? I didn't know it was, it got to that point. And that's what most of these debates, I've been in Clubhouse for years, and that's what most of these
I'm not even white.
By the way, I just want to say, JCC, your mom's a bitch. Remember that. I don't give a damn what you are.
Anyways, Professor, let me ask you, do you know why they changed the status of Pluto as a planet and made it like into a dwarf planet, and why that's not like the evidence of like science changing that you think it is?
I'm not saying science has changed. One thing, when technology got better, they disproved that, and no one.
They didn't disprove anything. Hold on. So Pluto still exists. It's still out there.
Yes, it still exists, right?
What happened is
the way we define it.
Exactly. Right. What happened is we found past Pluto in the
bunch of other Pluto-sized stuff.
We found dozens, hundreds of other objects almost the size of Pluto. And we said, okay, if we're gonna make Pluto a planet, we have to make all these planets as well. Now,
do you want to live in a solar system with 100 planets?
Do you want to sit there and make your children, your elementary school kids, memorize hundreds of planets? Or do you agree there's obviously something different between all these little rocks and Jupiter and Saturn and Neptune, and then just the big inner rocky planets like Earth and Venus and Mars, which there's only 4 of them, big ones. And then there's the gas giants, right? Some of them are just numbers. Eventually, we found so many, they're just numbers. And we say, okay, this is ridiculous. We can't just call them all planets and give them all names. There's hundreds of them. And we're going to keep finding more the more we look. Let's call these dwarf planets, just give them numbers, and say we only have 8 major planets. So nothing really changed. Nothing got overturned. We made our definitions a little better.
Yeah, we reclassified things, and
that's what science does all the time. Right. That's what the theist says is the bad thing about science. It's the good thing about science.
Pluto is like 20 times smaller than our moon, right? And if Pluto were to be brought here, like into Earth's orbit, and be in orbit of the moon, it would start releasing like a tail. It would have like an ice tail, which is that's no behavior for a planet, right?
Planets can't do that.
Had it coming is the reality of the matter.
That's a funny.
It just failed it just didn't hit enough rock. It just failed as a planet.
So, Professor,
right.
Are you saying because the scientific theory and all these discoveries are preliminary? Are you saying that's a good thing, or are you saying that's a bad thing?
No, that's a good thing, and that's my point. In religion, there is no correcting. There is no.
Yeah, once the Bible says a bat is a bird, that's wrong forever.
Well, it's wrong. Well, the interpretation is wrong forever. I'm not sure if God even said that.
Yeah, it's there. I'll get you the scripture if you want me to.
No, but I'm saying that's an interpretation, right?
It's not. It says this is a list of birds, and bats isn't the list. There's no interpreting it any other way.
But I'm saying that we don't know if that's from the original.
It is. I've read the original words.
Okay. Well,
there is no original.
And this is what I mean.
Anything, bro. There's no original.
The oldest that we have copies of is what I mean. When I say that, I mean the oldest that we have copies of.
But he asked you about the original. There is no original. It's all copies.
As far back as we know, this is what it says.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, now you're just saying your book is unreliable if you want to go that route. So you might not want to do that.
You don't even know. Like, Donald, I am not dogmatic at all. Right? I would accept that the book is not reliable. Like the Bible.
Well, then your book is unreliable, and I don't have to accept any of it.
I would also accept. And that's okay. I'm just trying to tell you that you said you saw one from the original. Professor is actually correct. That would be a kind of interpretation because there are no original manuscripts of the Torah.
When I say that, you know that I mean the oldest that we have copies of because we all know that there's no original text.
Okay, all right. Okay.
So you could have just inferred that and not been an asshole.
You read Hebrew?
I read but so this was when I was a kid 35 years ago, when me and my dad were going through the Bible. We went through the English version with the Hebrew Bible next to it and a Hebrew lexicon, so we knew what each word meant while it was being used.
So you don't read Hebrew?
Not anymore.
No, he doesn't.
Back then, I had a vague understanding of how the language worked.
Yeah, so my point was that science can there's a word you use to say they take modern times and try to inject it into ancient texts. Right?
Anachronistic.
Yeah, and that's the issue, right? Like you're trying to tell me that a text.
I actually used that word earlier today.
You said what?
I used that word earlier in a conversation.
You know what I mean? Like, especially science.
Yeah, it's because atheists don't have any skin in the game when it comes to the holy book, so we don't have to lie about it. We don't have to interpret it in 10,000 different ways to see if we can make it say things that it doesn't say. We just read the word.
Yeah, but some of the scripture, they're trying to make it into
atheist fundamentalists.
There's no such thing as an atheist fundamentalist.
That's what you just described when you say we just read the words. Like you don't just read.
Yeah, I just read the words that are in the book.
Yeah, but
I have an understanding of the ancient Hebrew cultural context because my dad made sure of that.
That doesn't mean an atheist fundamentalist.
My goodness.
But Donald, what's an atheist fundamentalist? I didn't get that.
Yeah.
Nelly thinks an atheist.
No, I'm just saying.
Apparently, if you read the words in the book, you're a fundamentalist. If you don't lie about your book, you're a fundamentalist.
It's reading a literal. It's reading literary.
I'm saying that's exactly what it.
It's reading literary. Literally, that's all it means. When an atheist reads.
How about this? What's the?
Yeah, but you cannot be absolutely dogmatic.
That's actually not a very good.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm
affirming Leviticus 21:9. Let's go with that.
We're not.
That doesn't make sense.
It's actually not a great. It's not a great way to read.
I was just.
No, you can't just read it literally.
If a priest's daughter defiles herself by becoming a prostitute, she disgraces her father. She must be burned in the fire. What's the interpretation that makes that something other than burning your daughter for sex?
No. It does do that.
Absolutely.
Nobody's disagreeing with
that. Part is straight, but I'm saying the whole.
Nobody's disagreeing with that.
Oh my God.
That's why I understand.
May I add a comment?
After I say this, so it's stuff like that I reject the book. Not because of stuff that can be interpreted a different way. It's because of shit that it says that is just wrong.
Perfect. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong. That's totally fair, right? I think sometimes atheists don't. There are a couple of critiques that atheists make on the text. One is
valid critiques of the Bible.
Absolutely, right? However, I do find that atheists do deliberately choose to say, I'm just reading the words without actually understanding that is an interpretive choice.
Exactly.
That's not really a thing, just reading the words. We would never read any other ancient text in that way and expect ourselves to understand. No, I'm not. We would never.
Every ancient text is exactly the same. They are all fiction. So you can demonstrate them to be true.
Do you read them?
You got to much more to read then.
Do you read them all?
I know how to read this particular book. Yeah, I told you my dad made sure that I knew about the ancient Hebrew culture.
Okay, so if you're reading it in their ancient cultural and linguistic context, that's a good way to read. I find a lot of atheists don't do that and actually say that to do that is not as good as quote unquote just reading the words. There's no such thing as
just reading the ancient cultural context, then you don't have any idea what the words mean.
Right. That's why knowledge of Hebrew would be good. Knowledge of ancient archaeology. Knowledge of.
I have all that. I've done all that.
Imagine all of you as a great God. You want to send one book to help everyone, and you send that to one particular point in the planet Earth, and you don't tell all the other human beings, and then you tell this in one language that nobody else around the world knows, and then even with that, you leave stuff to interpretation. Wow,
You're missing
what a God.
actually.
Kind of a weird thing for a powerful God to do, huh?
But actually, you're missing the point. That book was not for the world.
Yeah, it was just for the Hebrew people.
Right. So why would it need to be?
God only cares about the Israelites and not a bit else about the rest of the world.
No, I didn't say that.
That's what the book said.
No, it doesn't. What I said, no, it doesn't. And like, let's be clear. Let's be clear. One second, Kayvon. Kayvon? Is that how you say your name?
Yes, go ahead.
Kayvon. You misspoke, right? It was never a book intended to be universal. It was written for Hebrews, for Israelites, by Hebrews and Israelites, right? Just like all the other kinds of books that are unique mythos to their own culture. Right? They're for their own culture. They're for internal consumption. Right? So the question about why couldn't a God have made it more clear, blah, 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 don't really apply, because once when you're inside the cultural context, you don't need the interpretations of what the signposts mean. You live it. You understand what it means. You know it as a native.
And as a matter of fact, if he knew the cultural context, he would know what you're saying already. The personality or the ontological explanation of God to make him universal, right? If you actually understand cultural context, no, Yahweh was never for anybody outside of Israel. Like you need, like that's what I'm just that's.
I would say differently. Yeah, I would say that better.
The book says that he only cares about
say that better. Say that better, right?
Yeah,
the Israelites chose Yahweh to be their chief God, and then wrote a story about it, right? And then wrote books about the relationship between them and their God. But nobody says we're the scum of the earth. Nobody writes a triumphant story about we're scum. Nobody writes that.
Christians did.
Well, kind of, except there's a triumphal ending.
Well, no, only for some.
Escape it.
No, only some of the Christians. Even only some of the Christians are going to escape it.
I guess
there are Christians that are going to hell. Ask any Christian who's not a Baptist. The Baptists are going to hell. Ask any Christian who's not a Catholic. The Catholics are going to hell.
Only in certain
Christian. Hell is not even a real concept in Hebrew. Like if you go back to the ancient Hebrew,
not until the Greeks showed up anyway.
Exactly. So like we see transformations happening in, if you want to call it a text or if you want to call it so like it's not totally dogmatic like you guys are saying, and I'm definitely not a dogmatic person. Like if anybody, like if God was
probably because you've read the book.
Right, but if God would tell me today, go do this and kill this person, I'm not gonna do that as a modern day human being. Like I just want to post that out there. Like every religious person isn't dogmatic, and to say that the whole book is dogmatic is simply not true because we can see
that's false
inside of the book.
But that's the way that most Hebrew people feel about the book too, and I like that about it. That's why I don't mind talking to Hebrew people and Jews about the Old Testament, but I don't like talking to Christians about the Bible because they lie about their book. The Jews and you know, people like you, Christians like you, who've actually read the book and are like, this is bullshit. Some of it's just got to be bullshit. I don't mind talking about the Bible with those people.
No, some of it is like I said, there is some levels of propaganda in the book. It's quite clear, like, and
especially in the New Testament.
In the New Testament, you can find that, but you can also find that in like the Old Testament, like when Hezekiah, for example, there's a historical thing that happened where Hezekiah was surrounded by someone called King Sennacherib, and if you look at the steles they have in Persia, right, it tells a different story than what the Bible claims happened, right? The Bible claims that an angel destroyed the fleets of the Persian soldiers. Well, historically, that didn't happen, right? Historically, what happened was that Hezekiah paid tribute to Sennacherib, and Sennacherib probably spared him or spared Judah. That's probably what happened. So yes, we understand those. So that's what I'm saying. Like you got to understand cultural context on that level.
I agree. fully and completely. I mean, you won't understand the Bible if you don't understand what was happening when the Bible was written.
Exactly. And I think that's the problem today.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
They're taking these verses and trying to make a martyr. So eventually they're going to be like, well, Jesus rode in a Tesla. You know, like what? You know, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to take our understanding of things 2,000, 3,000 years later and interpret that with ancient texts. And some will say, oh, wow, they're prophecies, right? They would say, well, you know, like I think the guy earlier was trying to relate what the Quran said to today's science. And, you know, that's wrong. And that's not the purpose of the Quran in the first place. The Quran never stated that it's a scientific book. And if it was...
Yes, but Professor, the problem there is a lot of Muslims like to say the Quran is scientific. Like they like to say that the Quran is accurate with embryology. The Quran is accurate where the sperm is produced, right? And they're totally mistaken.
They want to say it's an errant.
They're totally mistaken when they do that.
Well, that's straight. They're absolutely mistaken. I agree with that.
Accurate in what? In the times of Muhammad, but not today. You understand? And I don't think
what?
It could have been accurate in the times.
No, it
was never accurate.
No, it's not accurate. They are mistaken. They think they're accurate, but it's not actually accurate. You understand the difference?
You know,
All right, so hang on real quick. Professor wanted to read you something. So I'm reading my Bible here. I'm reading Leviticus 13, and it starts in chapter 13. I'm sorry, it's Leviticus 11, chapter 13. Leviticus 11, chapter 13, and it says, these are the bird, curcumin, great owl, stork, and bat.
Right. And we know today a bat is not a bird. A bat is more of a rodent, right?
So if God had made everything, wouldn't he know that he made a bat as a mammal, not a bird?
Well, so saying that, though, right, you're implying that the possibility of God is accurate, but it's the human beings who wrote it.
Biblical inerrancy, stuff like that. I use biblical inerrancy. But he didn't know that there was he thought there might have been an interpretation thing that wouldn't make it bad. But it's
so this discussion, also the discussion about like understanding the culture, right? So let's talk about the scripture where a husband is suspecting his wife wasn't
test of bitter water.
Right, the bitter water one. What does the cultural interpretation have to do with understanding that the husband takes the wife to the preacher, the priest or the whatever whips up this batter. Does
anybody know the ingredients besides me?
I don't know all the ingredients, but I'm just trying to give a cliff notes just to get the point across. The point is, the woman drinks this. If the woman was faithful, she would keep the baby. If she was unfaithful, she would be devoid of her uterus and become infertile, right? She would miscarry and now not be able to have children. So
her loins would drop.
Right. So where is it that it's important to understand the cultural aspect of these writings to understand that? Because I can totally interpret that and understand that for what it's written.
I do agree that some things are pretty much direct.
Okay. So what do you have to say to that, Melly? What do you have to say to that?
About what do you want to know about that specifically?
So like that.
How does spit in water? How does spit in dirt from the ground make a woman infertile?
Well, no. Regardless, the point is The point in this scripture is they are inducing miscarriage. They are trying to abort a baby. So they're supporting abortion in this, and this becomes happening in scripture.
Yeah.
So
I always forget to bring that part up.
Listen, I don't think that I think that there's a way to sort of concede that, or at least I myself concede that these things may have made sense to them.
But you're saying back then it was okay to abort a baby?
By our modern standards, of course not, right? But
no, I'm saying that's not what I asked.
Modern standards.
I didn't bring up modern time frame. Hey, Nelly, just listen to a question. So are you saying that it was moral to abort back then? Is that what you're agreeing with in the scripture?
No, but from their perspective, I don't even think that they had the moral framework that we have today.
If this is directly from God,
that's not my question.
This is a rule directly from God.
Today. We don't have the original. So we just don't.
So it's unreliable. Got it.
Yeah, it's kind of unreliable. Yeah.
And what it sounds like you're doing here, you're protecting your scripture. So it sounds like.
Now I'm just being dead ass though. Like we just don't have the original. So like if we're just
dead ass,
there,
like see if I can do that.
Right. So like I think, like I said before, I don't think what they're doing in our modern world, like they probably didn't know the repercussions of what they were doing. But I could show you like in Egypt and even in Canaan, right? There's something called the I forget their actual book right now, but like they have these records of the Canaanite people that was actually found, right? And you find that they had different kinds of medications for different things. They thought if you do
applicable,
this,
applicable
because they had listen. They had an idea that through rituals you could actually change.
But Melly, what are you saying is okay?
These are just things that we
Melly, what are you trying to say is applicable? You're saying that they're trying to condone ending the pregnancy because the woman was not faithful. Is that what you're trying to say here?
No, that probably.
So
they were trying to use what they believed were natural forces.
No, I don't care about that. The
understand the situation that was beyond
Melly,
I'm telling you what it was.
Melly, you're missing the point. The point is have children again. So where in this is a good moral procedure to occur?
I'm not gonna defend that. All I'm simply saying that.
So do you think that's a good thing, or you think it's hang on?
Hold on, bro.
Please.
Hold on. 1 second. Let me just say this real quick. Like you just said.
Hold on.
Yeah, hold on.
Just tell me, you think it's a good thing, or just I want to understand from you.
No, it's not. Okay, you want
okay, great. Thank you.
Of course not.
Thank you.
Right, but I've been saying that. All I'm trying to do is explain how, of course, now they were wrong, right? Because almost every time they did that, there was a miscarriage.
Yeah, they thought it was.
Yeah, I agree. But women didn't have the rights that women.
You want to hear some more Bible magic?
Women didn't have the rights that women have today.
Oh yeah, I'm aware of that.
Yeah, why didn't God understand that? By the way.
That's a very good question. I'm not
down and whispered sweet nothings into a person's ear and told him shit.
Hey man, like I said before, like I understand y'all, and I am a believer, but like I was having this issue with the Abe guy who was telling me that he was 100% sure that this was he was 99.999. I'm like, brother, like. You have to leave a possibility open for something else, because again, like we don't even know our history as humans. Like we don't know the actual way this whole thing played out, right? So what
what are you questioning? What happened? What are you asking? What happened?
Well, in situations like
no, I don't know. So I'm asking you. Just don't be vague.
Yes, I'm giving you questions.
Biology. Are you not understanding evolution?
Right. I don't think that there's 100% proof.
Okay. So do you hang on? So stop.
The same way. So hold on.
No.
The same way.
Do you understand evolution?
Well, I'm not a a scientist, so I don't claim.
I didn't ask. I'm not a scientist either, but I think I have a more understanding of evolution than I think you do. But my question is, do you understand evolution? And if so, what is your understanding of evolution? Can you elaborate?
Well, from what I understand about evolution is basically the fact that different parties, right, or different organisms, or what it means to be replicated compared to other genes.
Okay, so that's
Doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah, shut up.
About what you're talking
You don't know what you're talking about. You're making a fool of yourself. You're making an utter fool of yourself. You stupid little twat.
Miss J,
Shut up.
Melly, hang on a second, Melly, please. Hang on. Melly, Miss J, we were having a nice conversation. You didn't have to do that. You totally moved the vibe. Yeah, so just remain silent, and we're going to have a discussion about evolution. And
It is not even close to what evolution is, and it makes me wonder why you're skeptical of something that you don't understand at all. I guess if that was my understanding, I'd be skeptical too. But I think the first thing that I would be is skeptical of my own understanding, because clearly you have not taken the time to study this at all.
Yeah, but like, my whole point is that, and of course I definitely haven't taken time to understand evolution as a whole, right? So like just the usual definition line. Yes, that is okay.
You're a bitch.
You don't have to.
You need to go to the audience. Someone give me mod badge. I'll put this thing down.
Let her know. Let her be on here. She's gyrating like a little monkey. So
no, she's just an interrupter.
That helps me a lot. Nah, but T, I think the only thing I've been able to grasp, because again, I don't work. This is not what I don't study this, to be fair to you. JC, you probably have like just looked into it a little bit more than myself, right? But what I basically understand about evolution is just the idea of natural selection, right? I mean, I've been wrong by genes, but traits that move on. So that would be my overall point. But all I'm simply saying is that, right? So we know that there are religious scientists. So we know that there are scientists who are religious.
Yeah, and that's not a problem. The scientists who are theists keep their right. So I don't know why you even mentioned that. What's the deal? Why are you doing that?
There's lots of I guess my let me just say this last thing until you got it, right? So my skepticism, which is basically what this is not that I don't have any other or high. And you're right, I should probably study a little bit more on evolution. But the fact that we just can't sit here and act as though they aren't theories. They might not be scientific, right, about, for example, the existence of aliens. Like, I don't think aliens is even real. Right?
Existence of what?
The possible existence of
aliens. I mean, he's changing the subject now.
Yeah, why would we jump into aliens, right? So our universe is so vast. So now that you mention it, our universe is so vast.
Right.
It'd be just asinine to say that there's no possibility of life. There's a major, big possibility of life because of the vastness of our universe, and that we've discovered many other planets that are very similar to Earth. So it would follow that there could be life very similar to the life on this planet.
We may have even discovered biosignatures on an exoplanet.
Right. So
the evolution, because again, there's something. For example, there's a hypothesis. You guys don't kill me, right? It's a hypothesis about panspermia, right? Real scientists who believe in this, idea that.
But I can prove it.
Right.
But what does it have to do with evolution?
If panspermia is real, quote unquote real,
he's using Google.
That of course inserts problems into what we understand, what I understand.
No, there's no problem at all.
None whatsoever. If life came from the stars, or if life generated on Earth, it doesn't matter. It's still not God.
That presents no problem at all for evolution. So I don't know why you would suggest
if there was something from other sorts of the solar system other than planet Earth that provided elements to help the starting of life on this planet. It's not a big deal. Evolution still occurred. Evolution is supported. We have a preponderance of evidence to support the evolutionary theory.
We have an embarrassment of evidence.
Chemical reactions on planet Earth.
Most likely. I mean, that's like the 90% supported right now.
Yeah. Here's the thing that I think would help you, Melly, of proper doubting and proper skepticism in science, right? Evolution isn't one of the things that we need to be doubtful or skeptical of.
No.
We know evolution occurs.
As certain as anything.
Well, let me just finish, Donald.
Sorry.
We then need to study the processes. And this is where the skepticism can come in, right? Is when we study the processes, we might ask the question, like, is there a observed ratio of changing of allele lengths in a population as it relates to environmental pressures, right? That's something we might be skeptical of, right? And there's lots of room for skepticism there, right? But just saying I'm skeptical of evolution, that doesn't fly, right? We know that populations of genetic organisms evolve over successive generations, leading to biodiversity. That's just a fact. We shouldn't be skeptical of it.
We may not be certain of all of the mechanisms. I was like right in the middle of the sentence there. So we may not be certain of all of the mechanisms, or even if we have the mechanisms correct right now, but evolution is a fact.
Yeah. And to be fair to you guys, my skepticism isn't just I could sit here and talk all day, but it isn't just about evolution. And
common ancestry, right?
Yeah, there's like you said.
We can demonstrate common ancestry with endogenous retroviruses. It's excellent evidence that very definitively shows common ancestry of all organisms on Earth.
Right. So again, my skepticism isn't just for evolution itself. It's just
to have everything to know things. You understand? We don't have to know everything to know things, right?
Like, why would that be relevant?
Because there are things we know that we don't know. Right?
And we understand that there are gaps, but the parts that aren't gaps are knowledge.
Yeah. For example, we know that we're mammals, right? And the reason that we know that, hold on, I'm not done yet.
We got boobies.
Yeah, the reason that we know that we're mammals is because our females have mammary glands on their chest. We call them boobies, right? And so then we want to go ahead and explain why are we mammals, right? And the best explanation that we have for why we are mammals is genetic inheritance.
Why are there boobies?
That's just the best explanation we have. If DNA gets passed down from generation to generation, and it turns out that hypothesis is pretty fucking good, right? There's lots of evidence to support that that's exactly how I got my mammalian DNA. How my girlfriend got her boobies is from genetic inheritance.
And why men think that boobies are fun.
Right? I mean, so there's not a lot of room for skepticism there.
Yeah, that was actually a good response. I ain't gonna hold you. That was really good.
Yes, it is. It's a great response. So now, Melly, your main thing.
I love that one. I get to say boobies a lot.
So Melly, your issue is that it's
not a fact.
Yeah. And evolution could be a fact, and God could still be a fact inside of it. Like
character from mythology. There's no hypothesis there to extend that into the actual realm of science.
God has zero hypotheses or predictive capability.
And Melly, just to be fair, like the scientific method is not used to whether or not understand a God existing or not. It's a fictional character, as been said many times over, right?
Well, yeah, but you can apply science to the things in the Bible for sure.
Right. So what you can do,
we use the scientific method to understand the natural world around us. So the implication of this God is something supernatural, not within our natural realm. Therefore,
but the Bible's
scientific theory does not apply to that.
Well, no, but the Bible. See, what we can do is we can do something like we can propose a hypothesis that the reason people healing cancer of people who are prayed for. So that's actually a testable hypothesis that we can put forth and then apply the scientific method to.
That's testing the supernatural, man. You can do science on supernatural. You just got to be creative about it.
Well, it's not actually testing the supernatural. It's testing
100% is.
No, it's testing the hypothesis that this prayer is working or not.
Well, yeah, and prayer is the supernatural thing. Well, the answering of the prayer is the supernatural.
The answering of the prayer is what's possible to be supernatural, right?
Yeah, that's doing science on supernatural.
Well, is the placebo effect supernatural?
No, it's not. There's never been anything that's ever been demonstrated to be supernatural, and we can demonstrate the placebo effect.
Right. So once again,
what is the placebo effect? Isn't it that people are able to somehow heal even though they're being given not real medication? Oh, I'm sorry. What is the placebo effect?
It's you feel better because you've been given an imaginary medicine, and they've confidently told you that it is good medicine, and then you get the results of your perceived.
So it's not about anybody actually getting healed or anything.
No one's ever been healed by the placebo effect.
Yeah, there's more to it, right? The placebo effect is effectively the enemy of medical research.
That's why they have to do so many tests.
Sorry, can I just finish, Donald?
Sorry.
The whole thing here is that we're trying to demonstrate that a medicine is more effective than a sugar pill, right? And then being told this is effective. We know for a fact that people who are given a sugar pill seem to do better in terms of like medical recoveries and just across the board on everything than people who are not given a sugar pill. What's more is that number goes even higher when it's a gel cap over a regular pill, and it goes even higher when it's an insulin injection over a gel cap, right? And so it's like this weird thing where people who are told that they're being helped or even just have good medical care, good bedside manner by their thing called the nocebo effect, in which you're given medicine like a Tylenol, but you're told it won't be effective. You're told it won't be a drug. And in those cases, we measure the same effect where people who are told that this won't be effective for headache, and it does help their headache more. So it's the enemy of medical research because we're trying to defeat this idea, this reality. It's not an
I think that's why the third group in the Templeton Foundation prayer test did worse, because of the nocebo effect. Because half of them probably didn't even believe that prayer actually were intercessory, because not even all Christians are intercessory prayer believers.
Right. That's the critical part of the third group in a double-blind study. Right. Is you have to have. And that's why medical tests are so complicated, is you have to set up the medical test in such a way that you can create, separation between placebo, nocebo, and the medicine itself, right?
It's weird how hard that is in medicine, too.
Wasn't there also, because people were praying for them?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah,
that's what I just said. The Templeton prayer test, there was 3 groups. 2 groups didn't know that they were being prayed for. A third group did know that they were being prayed for, and that was the group that did the worst.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
It's cool. Shows the just sheer non-existence of intercessory prayer. It's beautiful. And Christians did it. Thank you, Christians. You disproved your own religion. Good job. Anybody else have anything they want to talk about? I fell asleep for a little bit, but I'm back now. I apologize for interrupting you, T, so often. I blurt whenever I just have a bunch of coffee in me, which I do right now.
You're good, dude. I love you.
Thanks, man. I love you too. A whole lot of people in the audience. Feel free to come on stage.
Was there any discussion about divine command theory at all?
I don't think we've talked about it today or yesterday. We talked about divine command theory.
Was that why the title is the way it is?
What?
The title is divine command theory.
Oh, gosh. No, somebody else did that. I have no idea.
Huh?
I had to make mods because I can't keep up with inviting people, so.
Yeah.
I'm going to change it back to what is God if nobody minds. is I want what is God people to come in here. I don't care about.
What would you say that how a person feels about themselves could or could not potentially affect the outcome of a medical process?
I mean, it might affect how long it takes them to recover. Sure, that's about it. That's actually something else that the Templeton study showed, was that it can affect prayer. The people that knew that they were being prayed for that did worse took longer to recover also. And that was all about attitude. That group was all about attitude. Every change in that group from the other two groups was about the attitude of the prayer. So it was directly testing the.
Something to be said about the psychological dynamic of human consciousness, right? Outside of the physical body, right?
But it's your immune system that heals. It's not your attitude. Your attitude just will make you more or less lethargic, whichever will help you get better faster. Your attitude will make you more or less apt to follow instructions from your doctor, like fact whether or not you take your meds on time or not on time, every time or not every time, whether you do your physical therapy, whether you even do anything outside of your physical, whether you do more outside your physical therapy, and there's also a limit to that. So if you do more outside your physical therapy, but you do about
I'm talking about the physical body and the psychological.
Psychological is physical.
Dynamic, or would I say the mind per se?
Mind is physical.
Yeah. I don't believe the mind is. I don't believe the brain is everything about the mind.
What else is there? Show me one other thing.
I mean, if you're talking about how human beings, for example, Carl Jung, right, has this idea that there is I don't know, I can't remember. I'm quite tired right now. I'm working, but he speaks about maybe if you know about this, right? He speaks about this deep well of subconscious reservoir that humans seem to share.
A collective subconscious? That's never been demonstrated.
Yeah. So where do you think consciousness comes from, Melly? Where do you think consciousness comes from?
I don't know. I don't think science itself.
We do.
Know? I don't really know.
You don't know, but we do, and you tell us we're wrong and silly for accepting the science about what we do understand. So it's very weird.
I think there are two major perspectives to this. Like there are scientists who hold to the proponents of consciousness sort of emerging not from physical properties, right, but from sort of quantum.
But however,
okay,
what is your hang on, Melly? What is your understanding of what the brain does?
Yeah,
the organ in your skull. Do you know what it fucking does?
I don't think. Yeah, the brain is definitely paired to our consciousness. But
great. So you do have some understanding of where consciousness comes from. The brain is the organ, and the function of that organ is consciousness. So without the brain, you are not conscious. Do you understand, or do you not understand?
Well, we have situations.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
Great.
But that doesn't mean that consciousness itself.
Yes, it does.
Like, you could look at the brain as some kind of like radio, right?
Because it's not a radio. It's a biological organ.
Right. So how then? Because I don't think like everything can be with consciousness. I don't believe that everything with consciousness as of right now, right? Possibly in the future, right? We could possibly
separated that the brainstem is the main source for consciousness. So Carl Jung has a unique concept and hypotheses, right? So
all right. So what about Roger Penrose and
he's also unique as well.
He's doing.
He's also unique as well.
Okay, all right.
He's not a neuroscientist, is he?
No, he's not. No,
Okay, there you go.
But again, okay. So are you telling me that consciousness can only be studied by neuroscience and any other field?
No. What I'm saying is consciousness is a function of the human brain.
According to neuroscience,
consciousness comes from a substrate. There must be a substrate in order for things to be conscious. Consciousness does not live and exist ontologically unto itself.
Okay. Do you think birds are conscious?
Yes.
Okay. That's fair.
That's too. It's not about the size of the living organism. It's about whether or not it displays the ability to be aware. Even slime mold displays a level of consciousness.
But as long as we can agree that there are people like Roger Penrose out there, it might be free. It might not be the majority conclusion about this, but like their actual. And to be fair, Roger Penrose hasn't really gone far. Right, what he has been able to do was they were able to use. I think he worked together with an anesthesiologist, and what they understood was that certain. Just a long time I read this paper, but like certain chemicals could basically affect consciousness, right? In such a way that you detach from your body, right? Whatever that is, right?
That's just psychology.
Oh man, he says that's just psychology.
Yeah, whenever all out of body experiences are psychology. I've experienced a few.
Yeah, but psychology is a branch of science, wouldn't you say so?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and I do agree though that Roger Penrose, he has a lot of work to do. He hasn't necessarily proved it, but it is.
You talking about that nonsense?
Oh, you think it's nonsense? Roger Penrose's work?
I've looked at it. It doesn't say what he wants it to say.
Yeah, that's fair. Not yet. I don't think he has.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Also, neurons are just too massive to have quantum. Hang on one sec. Also, neurons are far too massive to undergo quantum effects. And that's what he wants. He wants the quantum effects to happen inside the neurons, which they just don't.
Yeah, I guess.
Tries to do neuroscience.
Good conversation. Good conversation. Like that's a fair thing to say. I know that it is a fringe idea, but like again, me personally, I'm not just looking at consciousness purely from neuroscientific standpoint.
Yeah, you want magic to be there, and magic's not there either.
Right, but it's just that I want. It's not something I want. I don't just write off that the brain isn't part of what we know as consciousness. Of course, the brain is part of that. But like to say that,
show me something other than the brain.
That we have just one definition of consciousness. And
there's only one definition of consciousness, though. No one has said that.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's fair. If you concede to that, there is just one definition of it.
But if you want a consciousness to also include, something magic like a soul, you're going to have to demonstrate the soul, the magic, or both. Preferably both. And I call anything supernatural as magic to me. So if you think there's something above.
So you basically call Carl Jung's analytical description of collective consciousness as magic by your definition.
Yeah, because consciousness doesn't exist outside of brains.
Okay.
Well, outside of biology. I can arguably show you a couple of minds that don't have a centralized nervous system, but there's still a substrate.
Can you explain that? What do you mean by that?
Well, so there's this amoeba. It's called a slime mold, and it doesn't have what we would call a central nervous system. We used to not understand how it did this, but it can learn something and pass that information on to the next generation. Like if you run a slime mold through a maze, if you take a slice off of that slime mold and graft it onto a different slime mold that's never run that maze, that slime mold will run the maze better than the first slime mold. So for a long time, we didn't understand how that happened, and then we discovered microtubules, and then we found out that information can be stored in microtubules, and then we found out that there's something that a slime mold has a whole lot of, and it's microtubules.
Yeah, I think Roger Penrose's work had something to do with. I don't have the energy to look it up right now, but I read it like a while ago. But it has something to do with the microtubules also and how anesthesia.
Well, microtubules are far too massive to undergo quantum effects also. Everything in your body is far too massive to undergo quantum effects.
Okay, I think...
Any quantum effects. That's it, 154 carbon atoms. Anything more massive than that, the quantum effects are washed out. Do you have more than 156 carbon atoms in your body?
You're damn right we do.
Yeah.
So yeah, listen. Like I said, I don't think like. But probably another time I could go read like the article again.
Don't waste your time.
And we can get back to this because he says there was this conversation about microtubules also and how these.
Yeah, but microtubules are still freaking massive as far as like quantum effects.
But his idea was that they sort of break down temporarily or something, I believe, in his work.
Yeah, but they break down into sections that are still massive. So there's whenever microtubules are built, they're built in. They'll like take the radius of the microtubule and slice that into sections, and then separate them and put them together, and that's all that's produced is those little sections, and then you just put them all together as you need them and take them apart as you need them. But those little tiny sections are still too massive to undergo quantum effects.
All right, so let me get this off real quick. So I just, because I like to look up stuff as we're having a conversation. Right?
Sure.
So it says here the question of whether microtubules are too massive for quantum effect is a central point of debate of consciousness. It posits that quantum processes occur in the brain. And it says would experience the coherence of quantum states far too quickly for any meaningful sustained quantum effects to to make it neurological relevant. And then the ORC has also a proponent, right? Which of course you can read for yourself, but it will say something like trying to make an opposite point of that. I could read it, but I guess you read it yourself.
So hey, while he's doing that, if anybody else wants to talk, that's fine. There's people in the audience. If you guys want to come up on stage, raise your hand. I've been trying to make sure that everybody gets invited, but it's hard for me. And I don't know if I have any mods left. James is gone. He was the only other one helping me. Kyle hasn't said a word that I've heard. Also, Melly, once you finally started having a real conversation, it was much, much better. You actually have done, research on this stuff.
Nah, yeah, man. Like I said before, I believe I was just coming off work. I was a bit like you know how it be sometimes. You'd be like excited and all that kind of stuff. And then I guess the moving down, I was getting moved down several times. I guess that pissed me off. They told me it was 100% sure. It's crazy, right? So, yeah, I mean, it's been a good conversation. But like, if you read, for example, what Org says here, it says proponents of the. And if anybody wants to talk, it can just come up. I believe some of you have come
Just
up.
keep blurting when I've had coffee, and I've had a lot of coffee today because I feel like crap.
Oh, damn! You feel like crap? What's going on? I don't know if you know, but your mic is on. It's unmuted. The mechanisms within the microtubules allow for them to maintain quantum coherence and potentially function as biological quantum computers. But to be fair to you, he hasn't proven this. It's just a hypothesis. So we'll have to see. I just wanted to show that there are other views.
Hi, everybody. Melly, that article, is not a scholarly article. They did some suggesting if consciousness, which there's no description for it, no definition, as Donald put it correctly. We don't have a definition for it, a single definition across all platforms. Basis, the only place that it might be happening or give it the opportunity for it to happen, it would be in the microtubules, but there's no, they did not consider the environment, as I said. It's too wet, too hot, and too massive for any individual quantum effects to happen at that level.
Jesus loves you all.
Yeah, and ASAN, those are strong proponents as to why it's not the case. Like I said, I made sure to make that clear why when I brought it up, because I've actually read the paper. But if he has, I guess we will see what happens with this work, if anything comes of it.
Well, the work is old enough that if anything could have come out of it, it would have by now. I think it's almost 10, 12 years old, at least the basics of the article. So it's not something that just came out, now they have to work.
No, I understand it. It's been a while. But, I get your point. I guess it's hard to. How do you even begin to try to investigate that quantum?
You can. That's why it makes it a non-scientific article. What was Donald pointing at in terms of if there is such a thing as consciousness, and if you have a definition of it, it was the importance or the necessity of agency to host that phenomena.
stage and have a conversation, I would love to do that. Anybody in the audience? Anybody on the stage you guys something they want to talk about, please?
I'll say it. You know what?
I can barely hear you. Maybe it's me.
Oh, okay. You know what? Let me join the room real quick.
It was me.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so what do y'all think about acquired Savant syndrome? You heard about it?
Yeah, it's brain damage.
Right, but like the fact that, what do you think about the rare occurrence?
It's
brain damage.
It's neuroplasticity. So the brain has to rewire. So neuroplasticity is the brain rewiring itself after an injury or some other kind of traumatic change. Like it's nothing that like it's never new information, right? It's never like they can suddenly do math. No, they can suddenly learn math very easily, and they learn math very well very quickly. So
you could choose to neuroplasticity change your brain.
No, you cannot choose to change your neurons. That's silly. What you can do?
Not change your neurons, but you can choose to for example, leave certain habits, right?
You can choose to practice something more often or less often.
That will change the physio, like consciously and apparently unconsciously.
You can do things more or less often, which changes your brain. So in a day, those neural pathways would change, and a different neural pathway would become reinforced.
Yes, I agree with that. I just think it's interesting that the brain can do like your neural pathways and all that stuff. I think it's quite fascinating.
It's all because of neural inputs, though. There's nothing like immaterial that's doing it. It's neural inputs doing it. So like when your brain regrows, it's neural inputs at it doesn't regrow whenever it changes the neuroplasticity thing, whenever it rewires itself. There's nothing immaterial there. Yeah. I smoke weed because of pain.
Gotcha. I got friends with that. Oh man. Well, I saw.
Christians say that that's God punishing you.
I was a Christian at the time.
Exactly. They all hate each other.
I was still going to church every now and then back then. Mostly because my wife dragged me, but... It took me pointing out 3 verses in the Bible for my wife to stop going to Bible journaling class. I thought that was funny. One of them was 2 Kings 2:23 and 24. Selling, it doesn't work with a couple. Selling your daughter to her rapist is pretty much a conversation stopper for most Christians about the Bible. Occasionally they'll say, it's the Old Testament. Oh, well, did Jesus come to abolish the law? No.
I understand that. So, I definitely understand.
Yeah.
Like Jesus, for example, says something about I don't know, I can't remember how he says it, but he basically says, if anybody hurts his children, he said it will be better for you to tie a noose around your neck
a yoke. He also says that those who teach others the law and follow the law will be greatest in the kingdom of heaven. Those who do not will be the lowest. Huh?
Yeah, that's Matthew 5. You're absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
I find it funny that Jesus says those who hurt their own to death, but the rest
They had a special pit apparently in the Bible that you would dig a pit to stone your children in. Boyd, welcome. I have my glasses on today.
Would it be logical to say that Jesus doesn't like God's law, his own law?
Jesus loves God's law. Hello, Void. How are you? I've not been so hot. That's why I've not been doing the clubhouse. Yeah, I've missed it too. Thanks.
He's waiting for you to pull. So yeah, what's going on?
Can y'all hear him or?
I can barely hear him. Barely.
Seriously, what about?
Oh, that's better. Wow, that's much better. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, like, you still discuss like about the existence of God, like until now.
Yeah. What's the name of the room say?
Yeah, but you didn't get bored about God, like.
I'm not bored about talking about it. I just don't have the capability of doing it as often anymore.
Like, okay, if we know there's God or not, what's the difference gonna be like?
Well, I mean, a bunch of God believers right now are trying to change my country, and I don't like it. They're doing it because of their God.
Like, you know, actually, I feel like this discussion, you know, like with the religious people, it's useless, you know, like because they have like I don't
fully agree.
God, you know, like
I don't fully agree, but the ones who are the debaters rarely change sides. I get that, but the ones who are listening change sides all the time.
Romans 1.
It's a good thing hell doesn't exist then.
People are not ready to go to hell, you know, like they're not prepared well to face this fate. You know?
When you die, something bad is gonna happen to you.
I hope, you know, I reach to the heaven, to the seven skies.
Oh, so when you die, something good is gonna happen to you.
Because I'm a good guy, you know.
What makes me a bad guy?
Because you're atheist.
That's it? Just because I disagree with you, I'm a bad guy?
No, not for me. From that perspective, you're a bad guy.
God. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's weird. You disagree with me, so when you die, something bad's gonna happen to you. It's a horrible,
So
horrible argument.
Do you wish like there's God or not? Like,
Wish? I just want to know the truth. I don't want to just.
Let's say like there was God exists. Like, would you be happy or not? Like, for example, like, would be that satisfying to you or not?
Wait, if God existed, it would not change dramatically anything except which religion I argue against, because then I would only argue against the true religion. Against that, I would argue with that God over why he did what he did. And if he wanted to supernatural me to death, I couldn't do anything about it. But unless he did that, it's still calling a monster to his face.
Yeah, and which I think is a noble thing to do. And that's why I don't have issues with like atheist person.
I don't think every atheist would say what I just said, but hey.
Yeah, that's true too. But
a lot of atheists would just worship.
Yeah, I also hold some of those views. Like, you wouldn't see me like I remember y'all was having a conversation with a dude in here, and he was just basically trying to have a hard time to sort of agree that certain things in the Old Testament were just simply egregious. Right? And I tell these people who believe in the Bible too, like if I heard a voice right now from heaven that told me, Melly, you have to kill your son because I want you to do this. I'm not going to do it.
Thank you.
Like, I'm simply not going to do it. Like, I don't give a damn. Like, although I believe there's a God, like, whatever this God is, like, we're going to have the conversation. So I respect that part of you, what you just said about, like, if there is truly a God, like, I don't think it should be a follower. I think, like, I personally think that God wants us to ask questions. This is what something like called agency, right? Where it says it's God, but it is actually like an angel doing the work. You can see this used in different parts, like when Moses met the burning bush, it says he met God, but he was an angel. So you have situations where
Moses was fictional. It was actually symbology for the god Moloch. Moloch was the god of fire, symbolic of a god being or a celestial being.
Right. So they drew a line in itself. The people of Canaan, like the El deity was subsequently for the Canaanite people, and they sort of incorporated that. So, and then you look at, like, people could make, like you said, for example, about what if Jesus hates God? The Gnostics seem to think that, right? So the Gnostics have a view where the so-called Yahweh is called the ultimate creator. There's actually something of that. So that's that for that. And then you also have Jesus himself claiming that nobody in the Old Testament actually knew God. Right? So Jesus is claiming this. So there's some theological repercussion to that. It's something like your forefathers never really knew or had a direct contact with this God. Whatever they were having contacts with, they understand that we have been screwed. So Jesus is actually making those kinds of claims. So there are two ways to look at that. Like, I don't hold like to, and I concede that is a difficult thing, because how could a God say one thing in the beginning and then it sort of gradually mutates? But we see this happen all the time in the Bible. Like, for example, the beginning of the Sabbath, it was at first it was evening, and then at some point later on in the Tanakh, it changes to day. So you have things that are evolving as the people socially are getting more complex. Even ideas about God gets more complex as time goes. So there's something to be said about that. I don't claim to have the whole answers to that either.
So what is the Bible is being used here as? Is it as a storybook? Is it evidence? What is it being used?
Sorry, say that again. I missed what you said.
I want to know what Bible is being used in here as a evidence of something, or as a storybook, as a historical text, as the most sold publication in the world. What are we using Bible?
A storybook. It's a collection of books written by different authors claiming the same thing, but not upholding continuity at all. It shapes societies. This is an integral part of our past, our history. So yeah, I think stories are what make us evolve, give us passion, make us creative.
It also entertains.
100%. It also
can be harmful, especially when people take things very literally. Groups of people can be harmed. So yeah, there's a lot of benefits and there's also a lot of harm. But one would say we need to question that. Yeah, exactly.
I think the misconception that the Bible, and we have a modern conception of the Bible in 2025, or relative modern conception, right? It is that we have this conception that this is some kind of good book, right? It has like this label on it.
Maybe it's from all the Christians calling it the good book.
Yes.
Yeah, they even did it was good, you know, we're all going to suffer.
All the unbelievers are going to die. It's just going to be Jesus' cocksuckers around.
Yeah, I'm not one of those Christians, you know, like, it's crazy. Like, you know, it's crazy. Those are like the dogmatic extremist type Christians, right? Because, like, the truth is that we don't know for 100%. That's just the truth of the matter.
I know 100% the Bible God doesn't exist.
All right, okay.
I can 100% disprove the Bible God. Belongs.
Got you. Right, but I just wanted to say this, right? To Ahan, to ask you a question, right? I think there's a modern conception of, for example, the Bible, and I don't think that the ancient people who wrote this, I don't think they were writing it in a format that we are receiving it today. Which is crazy.
Of course not. They were just writing their history.
I think there is a cultural disconnect, you know, and because again, the Bible, you know, the first Pentateuch was right.
But you do know that the Torah is actually, a lot of the stories that are in the Torah are actually taken from ancient Mesopotamian polytheism. Yeah,
a lot of motifs. I agree. Right, I agree. But
it's not motifs, man. It's outright stolen from them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can demonstrate that.
Basically, the god El was part of a pantheon.
Pantheon, yeah.
Yeah, and he was taken from that pantheon, and so El's wife was Astarte. His queen consort was Asherah. He had 3 sons. He had brothers. So yeah.
Consort means hooker, by the way.
Yeah, concubine mistress. Yeah.
Yeah, which by the way is a much more diabolical.
Yeah, the Gnostic Christians got a hold of these texts and went berserkers with them.
And they used to worship Asherah poles because they were phallically linked to the penis. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think
and when Asherah dumps El, he's like, tear down those Asherah poles.
Yeah, I think people who don't know history, like the ancient Israel was actually they weren't monotheistic. Ancient Israel wasn't monotheistic. It happened at some point around the time of Hezekiah, right? Historically, it was
one of the enslavements, not the Babylonian enslavement, but the one before that.
Persian.
Yeah, Persian enslavement, maybe.
Right. So I think something happened right there that caused them to start to go against all of these, like the Asherah poles, and you see that like written down in the Bible, because I believe because of
their God became the most powerful God.
Yeah, because of the way Judah was sort of wasn't a monotheism begins.
It's more scary. It's more scary if you have an ultimate being.
That had to unite his people, right?
If you have multiple.
Yeah, that's the social need for that, I believe.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No. Which, especially in the Tanakh, the Torah, because God refers to itself as we, us, our, and then you see a shift into I, me, in the singular. So you can see that, specifically the date ranges. Donald, what's that clicking sound?
It's probably my headphones. Sorry, I can't fix it. They're just cheap. It's a cheap microphone. It's a cheap mic. It's cheap headphones.
You should, yeah.
Yeah. I have a very expensive mic, and it had a very expensive monitor, but it never worked on my computer, so I had to go out and buy a $3 microphone, and it works perfectly except for this. And this doesn't always happen either. It just happens sometimes.
Yeah, I can actually hear the ticking. Now you said it started to bother me.
Yeah, it wasn't very obvious. Thanks for that.
I'm sorry, I have ADHD. Yeah.
Yeah, is that any better?
Perfect. It's fine. It's fine as it is anyway.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes, Barbie, if you fancy now, we can do now. If you want to do later, we can do later. Up to you.
Nothing else is happening here. If you want to have it here, feel free. I don't know what y'all need to chat about.
Come up, Barbie. Come on, let's rip the theists apart. I'm feeling extra poisonous today.
Hola, amiga. Hola.
Bonsoir. Ça va?
Yes. Hey, Donald, what's up? I'm always a fan of your show. I think you're so funny. Fun? Yes. And of course,
Tasha.
my sister. Yeah, and hey, everybody in the audience. So, what are we talking about here? Let's see. What is God? I think God is a big Newton of my imagination. That's honestly what I think.
Me too.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit more than that. I think it is a reflection of one's superego.
Yes.
I'm pretty smart and I don't know how to do it. Then there's got to be somebody really, really smarter than me who does know how to do it.
It's like what we haven't explored yet, and what we don't know has to be God. And that's what frustrates me, because they don't understand that at one time, a lot of the stuff that we have evolved with, we didn't know exactly what it was until we discovered it, you know. And you know,
Zeus just has to be the source of lightning. It has to be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So annoying. So fucking annoying.
But I do like the Greek pantheon, because at least the gods were imperfect. They never claimed to be, you know, perfect beings. You know, they were highly dysfunctional.
Gods that get drunk are always fun.
Dionysus, yeah.
You mean stories of gods that get drunk?
Well, sure.
Much infused with
That's fucking hilarious.
His anaconda don't. His anaconda don't want none unless he's got a can, man. Or the Book of Mormon, or whatever you're talking about, people become so offended, like you're talking about them. They have anthropomorphized God into themselves. They literally think that they are God. And it's scary, because it's almost like that they're showing you that they believe that they are God.
Or it's like, you know, I hear Christians on here say, and I'm in person too, they'll say, well, I know God exists because he
cancer kid.
Yes, exactly.
I know. And God gives everybody free will. Unless a Christian prays and asks him to take it away from them.
And the only way to measure, you know, his power is through masculinity, because every Christian that I know refers to him as a he, but yet he's genderless, right? But yet everyone calls him a he. How is God a he if he's genderless? You know, everybody.
I've been asking Christians to demonstrate his penis for 4 years now.
Exactly. Why would
years now?
Exactly. Why would an eternal being need reproduction?
Also, there was a really bad echo on Barbie's mic, I think.
Oh, was it me? Okay, let's test it. Testing. Is it me?
It doesn't seem to be. Maybe it was someone else.
Maybe it's me. Testing.
No. Maybe it was just me hearing it then. talking to Christians Christians are the sillier of them among the theists.
Oh, no, that's not true. They're not the silliest. I mean,
I didn't say that. I said the sillier among the theists.
Yeah, because it circumvents everything in the Old Testament, which means that God is, he changes his mind a lot. So there we go. But
this unchanging mind changes its mind a lot.
Yeah.
What I think is so funny is that the church, all astrology is not real, but meanwhile, 3 wise men follow a star home.
Oh, that's what they used to practice, astrology back then. Numerology, astronomy, and astrology. Those were the 3 things that they used to do, to be honest.
A lot of Christians will still use numerology as evidence for their God being real.
Anything, just admit that they're scared to die. Anything, but just admit that.
Yeah, and the scary thing is, right, people who say, oh, I'm going to live forever in heaven, then what's the point in living on earth? Do you know what I mean? Just go there.
It's because the Catholics introduced suicide as sin.
Because the Bible itself only says that 144,000 of the chosen people of the 12 tribes are going to go to heaven. Everyone goes to a new earth. So what is this thing that they've deluded themselves it's heaven?
I have no idea. Heaven's not really well defined.
So, and y'all are correct about some of the statements y'all say Christians say. I'm a Christian, but I'm a little bit more.
We talk to them every day.
Yeah, there's some things they say you just wouldn't necessarily find. If anybody tells you, for example, that the He, God, there is necessarily define some sort of he's sort of like a man, that is absolutely not true. Because again, the Bible.
Well, actually, it talks about his butt. And it talks about his toes and stuff, and all manly toes and manly butts.
For example, and that means the many-breasted one, and that is pointing to a nurturing, I guess.
That's before the monotheistic split.
Yeah, but I'm saying these are.
That's not Yahweh.
Description. They shouldn't be necessarily known as.
But that's not Yahweh.
And it's definitely not
synchronization. Yeah, go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, Donald, that scripture about you can't look at its face, you'll die. Does that mean you're dead? And you have to be dead to see the face? Or if you see the face, you will die?
If you see the face, you will die.
Can you read that scripture? Do you have it?
Let me find it. It's been a while since I've had it found.
Because I interpreted it as you'll see God when you die, not that you'll see God while you're alive, and not that if you see God, you will die. The only way to see God is when you're dead. That's why.
So if Jesus is God, then all of the disciples that looked upon Jesus should be dead. Everyone should be dead, really. Unless you're on magic mushrooms. Yeah. Unless you're on magic mushrooms like John. Because John describes God in the book of Revelation.
What would be the cultural context of it? What would be the cultural context of that scripture? How would the culture of that time interpret that?
It's out clause for people like you and I who require evidence. It's another, special pleading of.
Yeah, but even that thought, why would that be a good God to believe in? That if you see it, you will die. That's kind of
because it can defeat your enemies. That's all they cared about.
And also, it's scare tactics. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think, that's a good point. But also, in the process of the story, there's some that sort of plays out where God is talking to the children of Israel, right? But the only thing that they can hear is a whole bunch of thunder and lightning, and they actually get scared or something. So they say, you know what, Moses, we need you to be the one to go up there and talk with God. We don't want to deal with this. We are terrified or something. So
yeah, and Moses went up the hill.
And when Moses talked to God, and when he comes down, he has his face covered. So to JCC, to the cultural context of what you're saying, I think that there's something about like I won't call it a secrecy, but a kind of holiness concept, or sort of I don't know how to explain this, but
like reverence.
Yes, because Moses covered his face, so the people couldn't even look on Moses' face himself. So this wasn't necessarily just about God, quote unquote. But I think there is something about reverence there, mysticism. There's a concept about mysticism and something being set apart. So I think those are different concepts playing.
How do you get people to be compliant? You make them afraid.
Follow you is by making them happy. Give them what they need, and then they'll follow you. Gave them that. And they followed him in the desert for 40 years because of it.
Yeah, but at first they wanted to. They were saying, "Oh, we missed the good food we was eating in Egypt. We miss all the." I guess I forget how they put it, but like they were basically saying, "Oh, you know what? We ain't got time for this manna you got over here, right? We miss different things that we got over there." So I think that was.
And then God said, "Okay, I'm going to give you quail," and before they even swallowed the quail, 70,000 were dead. Yay! Not wrong because he's read the book. I'm going to go smoke a cigarette. I'll be back.
Ooh, that'll kill you faster than a belief in God, I'll tell you what. Lettuce.
Hi, Enigma.
Oh my God, that scared me, TA. You scared the whole Jesus out of me.
Apology.
Fine.
Enigma.
Yes, ma'am.
Melly called me white trash earlier and said I was being racist.
Oh, no way. What happened?
Nothing. I didn't even say anything racist, just accusing everyone of being racist earlier.
I didn't hear him mention anything about race.
Because he was moved down to. He was. It's in the chat. Go to the chat. You'll read it, Enigma. Read the messages in chat. You'll see he's calling everybody racist. You've written it in the chat, Melly. You've said everybody's racist in the chat.
No, I didn't say everybody. I didn't say like
yes,
you. I said you because you said.
No, you said. You said they're being racist, but you got moved down.
Okay, can we get some moderation here? So a little moderation.
Oh, what happened? I left for like 2 minutes. What happened?
Miss J stirring the pot for some reason.
Well, she was talking to Miss.
Then you mentioned something about prejudice commentary. You did. You stirred the pot.
Yeah.
Okay, like I said, I just want it to end.
Yeah, don't do it anymore, Miss J.
Everybody.
Don't tell me what to do, JCC.
I get to tell you what to do in my own room. Let's end this.
What about if Melly was to apologise and then we could all just move on? Because I've just
move on.
I've read it.
Yeah, exactly. You've read it. Proof.
Hang on, it says. Let me post it. Maybe, we say things in the heat of the moment. I definitely do. Yeah.
Yeah, it might have been in the heat of the moment, but like I remember her saying something about somebody being. They said ghetto people are unintelligent or something like that. You said in the chat, right? That came.
That was before. That was before. He said because Donald moved him down to the audience. He said, "Oh, they're all racist."
I didn't move anybody.
You and Dennis, Melly, were calling the fat racist. Yes, you were.
I wasn't even here when this happened. I went to go smoke a cigarette and I came back and the room was in shambles.
Yeah.
So this was happening. This happened to Donald when you were talking to Dennis, and there was some stuff in the chat, and Miss J's And Miss J is claiming that Millie said everybody's racist, and I don't think that is the case.
I mean, this is the same room. You can just go back.
Start afresh. Apologize, be the bigger person.
Right, but don't act like you. I wasn't talking to the whole room.
No.
I never said the whole room was racist. That's a lie.
Stop playing it.
No, she just posted what I said.
I'm not racist though. How can I be racist?
Okay, maybe because you said something about you ghetto people are unintelligent or something like that.
Ghetto's got nothing to do with skin color. Ghetto's got nothing to do with skin color. White people.
Not white ghetto people, then white ghetto people.
Exactly. Like when you say ghetto, nobody's thinking of white people directly. Like, of course, I know there's white ghettos, but come on, like.
Shut up! You're annoying.
Just because you're wrong, you don't have to get angry because you're wrong.
Well, I've got to be honest. Ghetto people, the picture that I get in my mind is somebody who doesn't want to educate themselves.
How about this?
Life on the street.
How about this? What picture is in your mind when I say trailer trash?
What colour? I don't think.
No, I said what picture. I said what picture.
I don't have pictures in my mind, really.
Oh my God.
I have a foundation. I mean,
apply exactly the same thing that you said about ghetto to trailer trash. You did it for ghetto, now do it for trailer trash. Whatever you did for ghetto, do that for trailer trash. You pedantic little lying, dishonest.
I would literally think of people who live in caravans.
I hate dishonest people.
Can we just have a hug?
I'll hug you, Bobby.
I don't really do hugs. I just need for behavior to change.
Come over, Donald. I have some RSO, some Russell Simmons oil if you want some. Come on over.
Oh, hey, that'd be cool. I have like a cheap knockoff. It doesn't work as well, but it does help a little.
How the hell do we follow each other? And this is the first time I'm talking to you.
You just add him as a friend.
No. We already follow each other.
Oh, okay. I just might have been in the same room as each other.
Yeah.
Like whenever I'm here in my room, like everybody who comes to my room, if I'm not following them, I usually do.
I'm saying that because you must be a reasonable person for me to like. I just don't follow people, and you just proved that with the example you just made right now. So.
Oh, shut up!
I wanted to, but that's why I wanted to follow you, right? Because you proved the level of reasonability.
Yeah, you probably followed him before when you heard him speak. So yeah,
for sure. Yeah.
Oh, you are? Oh, okay. So what is it about Christianity that you like?
The stories.
The stories. So you do understand that they are just stories then, not truth, right?
Well, there's the delineation, right? Some stories are based on truth and some stories are fictional. So, yeah, so there is a difference.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very easy to tell the difference. You can just look at reality, and reality will tell you if that story is fiction.
Yeah, like for instance, does mud and spit cure blindness? No.
or does dust from the ground and spit from a priest cause abortions?
Oh yeah, I forgot about the bitter waters.
The bitter waters. We talked about that.
Or does lamb's blood smeared around your door, keep?
Oh, it's the Holy Spirit. Yeah.
Or do spirits exist?
Or if you take the blood of a live bird and pour it into the blood of a dead bird and mix it up and smear it on somebody, will it kill leprosy?
Yeah. Or if you bathe a baby goat in its mother's milk, you're going to explode.
Or something bad's going to happen. Who knows? It's never actually says.
No, I know.
Nonetheless, these are cool mythological stories that are fun to read.
Yeah, well, I don't find them fun to read, but that was just because I was forced to read them for 18 years.
Some people find them fun to read. But yeah, it's fictional literature that's entertaining.
Definitely fictional.
It's a good book club to talk about.
I mean, I talk to him every day. Well, I used to talk to him every day, so I guess I must find some use in it. Usually entertainment. I was talking about this earlier. For like the first month and a half, I thought I could actually help some of these people. And for the most part, I did help some of the audience members. I've had a bunch of audience members come up to me and say, hey, man, you help me like question things, and now I'm this or that, not as horrible of a human. And, like within a couple of months, the people on stage, I knew I wasn't going to be able to do anything about. So I just started using it as entertainment, and the sillier they looked, the silly is just, an atheist generating machine.
I see people who are, heavily invested in religion. Like I would look at somebody who is an addict. They will make excuses for their addiction, help or guidance. They're so far in denial, it's unreal.
Yeah, I was talking about this last night. You can give them all the information that disproves their book, their beliefs and everything, but when it comes to switching from belief to non-belief, that's just something they're going to have to do on their own.
I mean, anyone who can circumvent their morality because of this God belief is ridiculous.
I agree.
What I always get tickled by is they believe in something they can't define. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, they can't even define it, much less
That's for that.
No.
Yeah, lots of Christians agree with that.
But a lot of Christians think we need to have a Christian society.
There are many of them, very rich, very loud Christians that feel that way.
And it's already happened. That's what happened to Roe v. Wade. That's why, because the Christian ideology caused that to change.
That was the first domino that has led to where we are now.
Yep.
Do you know what I've noticed as well, just sorry quickly, is when you get a believer, they are so used to arguing with people who are not educated in religion. But the moment that a believer can see that somebody is educated in their own doctrine, because they're not educated in it, they know they can't lie. So they literally stay away. This is why I'm having troubles in my room getting, religious people in, because they just don't want to converse at all, because they know I will call bullshit.
There was somebody else who wanted to say something. Sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, Caleb. Caleb's my number one fan, aren't you, Caleb?
Caleb might not be around. Wow.
So, Memi, what made you become a Christian?
I was raised in it.
Nah, I was raised in it, but stop, bro. But that wasn't. I wouldn't say personally that was the what made me sort of actually believe, because I was raised in Christianity. But I never actually believed in God. I just went to churches until I had something I call for myself a personal experience, right?
Okay.
So you were indoctrinated.
No. I wasn't indoctrinated by.
Yeah, you would have had the information prior. We call it self-affirming evidence.
Right, but it wasn't like as though I knew this thing was going to happen. Like it wasn't anything I planned. It wasn't anything I thought about. Right, it just happened.
But Mary, First Peter 3:15 says you have an obligation to tell people why you have salvation in Christ and what you get that.
Oh please. So that. Come on. So that happened, and then just.
Are you going to ignore the Bible?
Yeah. So just growing up, I just for some reason hold on to that belief, but it doesn't mean that I don't have a dynamic view of the world. It doesn't mean that I don't think, like I said before. You guys have heard me several times. It doesn't mean that I think this is 100%. You know, I'm open enough to understand that there are things that I don't know that could be true. And also,
was something attributed to coincidence or some sort of brain dysfunction or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, all of that is possible, but it is still indented into my real-time worldview. So regardless of how
it doesn't have to stay that way.
No, it doesn't have to stay. But I also understand that my worldview is not the only worldview. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Every person has a unique.
But I don't.
You understand that you can't come to truth through confirmation bias.
I don't know or think that there is a hell for people who do bad things. Like
it's because hell doesn't exist.
Possibly.
Do you think heaven exists?
Right, but I don't know. Mm-hmm. I really don't know.
Do you believe the Bible?
It could be true, but we don't know. We don't know.
I do.
So if you don't know, why would you assume it is?
I just like I said before, right? Not just my personal, like I personally just I like to study, religious texts, not just the
second most horrible religious text on the planet.
Not just the biblical text. I study a lot of biblical texts, and I also like to study like anthropology, like how cultures, where it's bad.
What good has it done?
Well,
yeah, it's hard, isn't it?
You asking what good has religion done?
No, the Bible.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, like if you just look at the way the Western world
conquered Europe with a sword because of the book.
I mean, not just the book, but the
you're not refuting that they used the sword, though.
The objectical more. Yes, they did. I agree with that. Which is a whole conversation of its own. But there were certain moral, I guess, principles that sort of won, and I think.
Same with Judaism. Anything good that is like that the Israelites believe doesn't come from the Bible.
What you mean by that? Doesn't come like the Bible?
Well, okay. What is a good? Which is a good
care of the like
that's not in the Bible. Where's that in the Bible? You know what the Bible says about taking care of the poor? It says leave a tenth of your. That's as much, and then indentured servitude. Those are the only social nets that the Bible has.
No, but it has certain ideas that I don't think the Bible
ideas like what?
This quasi equality.
I mean, it's only for the Hebrew people, right? It's not for the rest of the world. You're not supposed to leave a tenth of your they can stay long enough to have kids, and you can make slaves of their kids.
Yeah, you can put an old through their ear and keep them forever.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only reason why that verse is there.
I understand that
capitalism doesn't enslave people and beat them within an inch of their life, so long as they don't die within a couple of days.
No, but it uses it has to use a certain.
But do employers get to beat their employees within an inch of their life as long as they don't die within a couple of days?
Oh, it doesn't matter though.
That's happening somewhere.
God can give
where
you
somebody's
twice the different family members that you kill. Doesn't matter if they're not the same.
So do priests still burn their daughters if they have sex before marriage?
Unless it's Lot having sex with his daughters in a cave.
Oh, sure. Those daughters are fine. Those girls, you don't have to burn them.
Lot wasn't a priest, though, I don't think.
God knew that they were sexually immoral and they were going to do a sexually immoral thing, but he still let them live, but he turned the wife to a pillar of salt just for having a look at the destruction
of her home. I mean, I'd be hard. I took a second look at my home while it was being destroyed, and I just drove past it for 5 seconds. One of my homes being destroyed. My childhood home, lived there for 26 years. I watched it be destroyed. Just after I moved all my shit out. Yeah, don't blame Lot's wife at all for taking a second look at that. God's just a meanie pants.
Yeah, Donald, I know you don't read the chat, but Crimsonite's kind of poking the bear with you.
Oh, yeah? Let me see. Is it worth me getting a headache for?
Well, I hope you don't get a headache about it. He just stirred the pot, so to speak.
Reading gives me a headache, that's the thing.
Why a pillar of salt?
Failure by facing Gavin in a rematch debate. I've talked to Gavin many times since then, and he doesn't have any desire to have a rematch debate with me. He got smeared too badly the first time, and he knows it. Any confident atheists here willing to defend their atheism in a formal debate with Gavin? Gavin sucks at debates. Any a 5-year-old atheist could defend himself against Gavin. Sorry, I may have interrupted somebody who was talking. You can finish up. Do y'all hear that whenever it happens? That noise?
You're clicking? Yes.
No, the noise the computer makes. I was wondering if Clubhouse could hear it, because it's from Clubhouse. Sorry about the clicking. Oh, man. Was it Crimsonite that was saying the goofy shit?
Yeah.
Honey Badger will not face Gavin. That's probably because Honey Badger understands that it's not really good to pick on people with brain damage. Gavin, I mean, as far as I know, he's never denied that he has brain damage. Every time I've asked him, he obfuscates. It's just picking on the mentally conditioned. I don't even know what to call it these days. How do I refer to this? I don't even know. The slow class, how about that? The actually mentally disabled guy, that's the one. Mentally disabled. The actual mentally disabled guy in class, you can't do that. That's just being a horrible human being. Couldn't get the words out because my brain doesn't work.
You think all believers are mentally disabled?
No, that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about Gavin and Jen specifically has brain damage from boxing.
He's a New Zealand kickboxer that took a lot of shots to the head.
I mean, I've seen a picture of him. He's got cauliflower on both ears.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can't get cauliflower on your ear without brain damage also. Gavin anymore. Every time I've talked to him, I've tried to ask him if he has brain damage. Every time I talk to him, I try to ask him if he has brain damage, and he just won't answer. So until he answers that question, I'm not really going to debate him. he doesn't care about honest atheists. Otherwise, he'd have an actual conversation with me. He just wants to inflate his own ego by hearing himself speak for 15-minute openings without being interrupted.
So would it be a stance, Donald, anybody in the room, that like the Bible or Christianity hasn't positively added to human history at all?
Human history, if it's not zero, it's very nearly zero. I mean, personal humans, possibly, if they do it right, but they can't do it biblically. Like, the best thing that Christianity ever got right was community, but they misused that community. So whatever they...
Yeah, I'm not gonna fight that. That's true. Unfortunately, but like, I think sometimes we can also. Sometimes people use Christianity to do things that they would do on their own, right? And this is not to say that there aren't things in the Bible, but like, I also think like it has impacted in a sense, right? It isn't much, but there is some impact that it has made. Like, civilizations have that. Like, I'm saying, like, the Bible made that famous, quote unquote.
Yeah, but that's Judaism. That's not Christianity.
Right, that's Judaism. I know. Like, you're correct. Yeah, exactly. But
so is Christianity done?
But it runs through. I'm talking about the Bible, Christianity. I'm just using it all.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Joanna. C4T also showed up at some point. I just put on my glasses to start reading the chat.
He's never left.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's just
cool.
He's not active currently.
I just put on my glasses to read the chat, so I'm reading like who's coming, who's in the room.
Right on.
Oh, somebody has their hand raised. Hello, KJB. How are you?
Good morning. How are you? Good afternoon.
I'm always the same.
So there was something that was quickly said, I want to say by Melly, that I want to respond to, talking about the impact. Was that you, Melly? Like, a lot of people follow it, and there's good virtues in it?
Yeah, he says that Christianity, the Bible in general, has done good things for humanity's history.
Yeah, to some extent, but I don't think that makes within the Bible true.
I don't think it's true.
I agree. We weren't trying to verify anything. I was just asking if you thought there were anything, good that has come out of the Bible. I was just trying to understand your guys' understanding on that. But of course, it doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, he wasn't using it as like evidence for or against a particular God or his God. He was just wondering if we thought that there was any good that has ever come out of the Bible or Christianity.
Yeah, but I think the harm that has come out of Christianity far outweighs the good.
Man.
Did you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I feel like I thought this was like a what is God? Oh, okay. Never mind.
I like to talk to theists about God.
Oh, to theists, yeah. Well, I'm a theist. I mean,
awesome.
Yeah.
Which God do you believe in?
Ooh, you almost got me there, huh?
Don't know what that means.
There's only one God, right?
So which one is your one God?
So that's a gaslighting question. But I got the answer for you.
No, it's not.
Oh, actually, it's not even an answer. It's more of like a correction.
Oh, this guy's either a Christian or a Muslim, that's for sure.
No, there's one God.
It's not.
I know. That's what they all say.
No, you're laughing because you're triggered, but you're using it to offset your, you're not comfortable with the topic.
Dude, which guy?
I'm not comfortable with this microphone.
Hold on a second. Wait, who said look, dude? Who keeps trying to use comedic relief to offset their emotion?
I didn't catch what you said. Which guy?
I was talking to Donald, and then a bunch of you guys got triggered, of course. And you're using the laughing to try to offset your emotion and your hatred.
No, I'm just asking you.
You see how that works? You see how I got you guys rattled up and shit?
Of these people, who do you think sounds the most emotional? Us or
yeah, you guys are you guys are forced laughing. That's a clear indication that you're bothered.
Little Trump. Little Trump.
My tone has. So there's one God. There's one God. There wouldn't be no point of multiple gods, right? That would be stupid. There's one God.
I'm asking which one though.
There's the Creator.
Well, is it Allah? Is it Yahweh? Is it Jehovah?
No. Those are names, right? Yeah. So those are names, right? Those are names.
How did that?
Yeah, like answer that question, bro. Like they asking you, like I'm a Christian, but like they asking you direct questions, bro. Like why you presuming?
He got kicked out.
Yeah, why you presuming?
No, he's down the audience.
He's in the audience. He can come back up in a minute when he's ready to answer the
question. Yeah, just answer the question. Like you could say like Buddha. You could say like Christian. There's a bunch of creator gods out there. You just mention the one they're asking you about, bro. If it's a Christian or if it's the Bible one, just say the one. You can't just presume that okay, it's one God. Like everybody doesn't know that. Everybody doesn't follow that. What's wrong with you, bro? I follow that, but I'm they're pantheists. Like, what you talking about, brother?
Well, if he's just a deist, if he doesn't know which God he follows, but he's saying it's just one God, then he's making up his own religion, isn't he? That's all it is. Come up. Come and tell us which God.
Well, you don't need a religion to have a belief in one God, right? You can just believe in that God. That's it. But the point is, there's talk of many gods. Other people hold a belief in a God. They call that God their one God. So it's a fair question to ask. Which God are you calling the one God? That's not that hard.
No, yes, because there's monotheism, there's pantheism, and we have henotheism, where you believe in the one God, but you acknowledge that there are other gods. So it's not a stupid question. I mean, so y'all been making it hard for us. I'm gonna hold you. And y'all, I'm talking about people who just can't answer questions or say, I don't know. You know?
Anybody? Never mind. Don't want to mess up the room here. No, never mind. Talk about it later.
Okay, somebody asked me the question so I can answer, so you can understand how you can answer that question. Somebody asked me the question.
Which God do you believe in, Melly?
Yahweh.
All right, thank you, Melly.
See?
Cool, thank you for saying.
That was El's nephew, by the way. Yahweh was the God of the breath of life.
Yeah, historically, from the history, right? So Yahweh comes in at some point in history. I believe the earliest records we have is the Meneptah stele or something like that. That speaks of Yahweh. So, Yahweh started as a smaller group, and then at some point it gets merged in history. And then theologically, you see it in the way Moses is introduced to Yahweh. He says it's El, but my name is Yahweh. So they actually merge
So that's why I'm able to answer that as Yahweh. I don't know why I don't know why you're insulting. Shouldn't be, because it was a pretty clear question, your ability of saying, of just, so it's okay. It's all right.
Nelly, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Are you said you're a Muslim? Is that right?
Oh, no. Christian.
Oh, you deny Islam?
I don't really. Yeah. I don't care about Islam.
Okay. Are you planning on having some special times when you die? Like, are you going to be doing anything unique when you're dead?
I have no idea, bro. That's why I'm trying to live right now.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on. You have no idea?
Yeah, I really don't know. I could give you theological answers. I could give you.
No. I'm just talking about you. Like you don't know if you're gonna have special times when you're dead. Your life? That's crazy.
I really can't.
Okay. Well, I guess
he just doesn't want to say that he thinks you're going to hell. He just doesn't want to say it out loud.
Well, hold on.
No, I'm not saying it out loud. I just don't know. Like,
yeah, maybe he's serious. Maybe
okay.
He doesn't know, and he's.
Well, he also accepts that like the Hebrew tradition doesn't have an afterlife in the earliest days, which most Christians don't.
Yeah, maybe he's more reasonable. That's what I'm saying. He could just be like you're agnostic then, Melly, about the afterlife, right?
Yes. And the reason for this is like Donald just explained, right? I think he understands where I'd be coming from. Is the fact that the Hebrews didn't have that concept as we have it in the New Testament, and some of the extra biblical writings that may have added to Christianity for some reason.
Right. Yeah.
So that collides in my mind. So that's why I say I don't know.
Yeah. So by your lights, heaven might not even exist, is what you're saying.
No, the fact it might just be the abode of the Creator, right? And then where we go, I just don't know. It's not clear.
Right. As far as you know, heaven might not even exist, right?
Right.
Okay.
That's
like the fallen angels.
Interesting.
Christian belief.
Yeah. I was raised up in early Hebrew circles, and those who I talk, that's mostly who I talk to. So, no, that makes sense.
In early Hebrews, I mean, the rabbinic Hebrews, they're going to tell you that Sheol is just the grave, and there isn't really an afterlife for you.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
The only thing, Melly, that's to me the most inconsistent about what you've said, because everything else is fine, I guess, but it just seems like for all the bother, like what's the point if like you're a Christian and you believe all this stuff and someone asked me if I was good to go after I die, I would just say yeah, because then what's the payoff? What's the point? Like why even act like you care about what God thinks and stuff? Because either we're all equal, right? Like I'm an atheist and I'm not going to have anything different happen to me when I die, or there is something different that's going to happen to me when I die, right? So.
Yeah, and I understand that it looks that way from your point of view. And what I could just say about that is that personally, for me, right, I do like. I've studied a bunch of different things, right? And like what I find out is that some things might be true for one person and it just might not be true for another person, right? And
subjectivity.
Yes, right. And how that molds into our objective view of the world is something that fascinates me.
There isn't an objective view of the world.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. You're thinking of your perspective of objective reality.
Yeah, that's certainly not how like ontology actually works, right? It's not the case that like I have a view that the cat is on the mat and your view is the cat is not on the mat, and both of us are correct. That's just simply not the case. That's not how it.
And I can't say that in that same situation it's a dog on a mat. And if I said that in that same situation there's a dog on the mat, I'd be wrong also.
Right. I wasn't trying to be extra literal or hyper-literal with that.
We overanalyze sometimes.
Yeah. I figured that out, but it's all good.
Yeah. So you're not saying anything important here. You're just saying completely trivially true, which is that I like strawberry ice cream and you don't. That's all you're saying.
But basically, so that's why the next thing I was gonna say is that I don't go around preaching to people or things like that. I kind of keep it in my personal world.
You can't be a Christian though, because that's one of the tenets of your faith.
Only evangelicals. There is Christianity where conversion isn't a thing.
Absolutely.
What? Oh, okay. Freemasonry.
No, there's just Mormons historically didn't convert. They married people into their religion. And then they wanted more money, so they had to start converting people. But in the beginning, they didn't like conversions.
That's what happened with Judaism. You were born into it. It was
Zoroastrianism also.
Yeah, but then they had to open it up because people were, converting to other religions, and they wanted to open it up so that their religion wouldn't go out of fashion.
And so that tradition carried over into Christianity and a few small sects. I think the Methodists are like that. There's not a whole lot of evangelical, except for the Southern Baptists. They're very evangelical. But that's a completely different denomination.
The Pentecostals are evangelical as well. They go out and proselytize.
Yeah, the Great Commission is a part of the Catholic tradition too. That's why we have things like the Conquista. The Spanish Catholicism was a little different than European Catholicism.
Yeah, it's a little spicier,
Yeah.
Frank, come and tell us about Islam.
I hate talking to Muslims.
Frank isn't a Muslim, dude.
Somebody Islam is Muslims.
Wait, what?
Somebody said, come up and tell us about Islam.
Oh, yeah, no, he talks about Islam, but he's not a real Muslim. He doesn't really believe it,
Got it.
Like 90% of these people, right? They talk about it all serious, but they don't really believe it.
You're assuming others' motives.
Oh, I love that reverse psychology, honey.
So Donald, let me ask you a question. Is it scientifically true that there is good in the world? Just asking.
No.
Not really, no. That's not a thing in science, no.
Good and evil are humanistic properties. They don't exist inherently.
They're descriptions that we give actions that humans take.
And they change based upon, where you come from, and they also change.
How about well-being?
As society progresses.
Do they have a what?
No, I mean, how about well-being?
That's
also made up, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's also made up. And there's no inherent.
Harris talks about it a lot, so he's an atheist.
I've never once listened to it.
No inherent meaning to
That's what I said, honey. I think that rather than being Christian, I think he's more of a deist.
That was a good answer, Donald.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Because he comes from an agnostic thing. He doesn't even know if Jesus is God. So that in itself should tell you.
No, but Jesus is not, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. I understand a lot of Christians say that, but
do you know who God is?
But if they, all right, so according to the Bible, it will be the creator of the heavens and the earth.
But all you had to do, see how you did that though? That's so weird. Like you said, do you know who God is? The answer is yes, right? You should just say yes. You don't go, according to the Bible, he is the creator of the heaven and the earth. Like, why do you guys are like little robots?
So Melly, do you have a concept of what God is?
Yes.
You personally. Okay, so answer from your perspective.
Personally, I think maybe.
But like I said, I'm not 100% sure of my perspective. My perspective will basically line up with what I believe the Bible says.
Just say it.
Even if I'm not correct, right? The Creator is the same thing. I'm going to say. It's the same thing I'm going to say. But she was going to ask me something about Jesus, right? That's what you were going to ask me, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was actually going to ask you about God. I'd like you to tell me your perception of God, and did he come down to earth to die for everybody's sins so that people can go to heaven? Because typically that's what Christianity is. So if you don't believe that, then you are not a Christian, because Christian means referring to Christ and Christ dying for our sins. Then what you are is you're a deist, a theist, or an agnostic theist.
That's fair. That's fair. But if you look at Christianity as the religion we have it today, that was post Constantine. I personally believe it would look different from the second century Christians, right?
So you're saying that you know.
Hold on, let me just finish up. If you look at
how would you know what century Christianity would look like, Melly?
Right, but because we can see with.
But how would you know? How would you know what it looks like if you're going to say that today's Christianity is different to second century Christianity? You're implying that you have knowledge over second century Christianity and you like that more, correct? But how do you know what it looked like?
Right, because I know certain subjects that were discussed, right? Because you
don't know, do you? You know about as much as that subject of that topic as I do. I wasn't alive then. You weren't alive then. We can only go by what's been told to us. So you
exactly.
don't.
Okay. That way, of course, I don't have any issues with that. So what I'm trying to explain to you, right, is that something happened in the Nicene Creed where subjects about the divinity of Christ.
It wasn't Council of Nicaea that happened. People make that mistake. The Council of Nicaea, there were two of them, but
there were several of them.
It was in the Council of Constantinople that happened.
Right. There were several of these councils. Sure. There were several of these councils, but again, even if we look at the Bible itself, this idea that God came down from earth, right, to sort of die on the cross for everybody else. Again, all of these ideas is not found in the Bible.
Okay, so what is the hope for your salvation? Do you believe that Jesus died on the cross so that people can go to heaven?
Well, it will be debatable on if Jesus died.
I'm going to be honest. If you can't answer a question with a yes, a closed question with a yes, no, we're going to have a problem for one. But two, I think that what you're doing is questioning your belief system because you don't have knowledge over your belief systems, and you're trying to err on the side of cautiousness by being agnostic. But you're also trying to imply that Christianity is something other than what it is or what it's supposed to stand for, which is a bit weird. It's sort of the thing that the Apostle Paul would do. He'd say, when I'm with the atheists, I'll behave like the atheists. When I'm with the Jews, I'll behave like the Jews. That's the kind of thing I'm getting from you. So you either believe it or you don't believe it.
Yeah, that's That's fair to say, and I wouldn't necessarily, because again, like you're thinking that I'm looking at this from a standpoint of me studying less. I'm looking at it from a standpoint that I know more than the average Christian, right? The average Christian just regurgitates what they've heard, right, about certain, especially theologies about, for example, Jesus being God.
Isn't that what
this idea, like you can find it it's not found in the Bible itself. It came after the Bible, after these texts were written. Like, that's what I'm trying to make you understand. Like, the book of John is the last book, right? Mark is the first.
Yeah, Mark.
If you study it closely,
yeah,
the way Mark is written, the personality of Mark, of Jesus in Mark, is vastly different from John. John is doing something John is interpreting Christ in a very
he's elevating Christ to God level. Yeah, I get it.
Yes.
I understand that. I have read the Bible.
Where they are plucking some of these ideas from.
Okay, so let's get rid of the fact that Jesus is God, right? Do you still believe
in the dead?
Yes, I believe that.
Okay, so if Jesus died for your sins, who made you become sinful?
Me.
Yeah. Why are you sinful? Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the concept of sin?
Yeah. Why do you sin? Why do you need a savior?
I think the idea will come from the fact that we are right. So
who created us?
God, the Creator.
Okay. Who created us imperfect?
No, he didn't create us imperfect, but something happened in the garden. Something happened in the garden.
So we were perfect. So my question is to you then, how can a perfect being...
I'm going to say, right, he created, so this is actually, I hate that I'm saying this because again, in the modern lenses of things.
It's tough, Melly. Look,
I don't hold to certain things. Hold up. In the modern lenses of things,
I don't defend this bullshit, bro.
So I know that, for example, we can objectively say that man and woman aren't on in the Bible. So what the Bible tries to point out from the book of Genesis is that Eve, and then the Bible sort of explains this later on as the woman being.
Why are you telling us this?
Because she was trying to explain.
We haven't heard this story.
Okay.
No. Okay. Let me just get to the point.
Melly, I've studied the Bible. I want to.
Let me just get to the point, right? The basic point I was trying to get to is that the man was perfect, the woman wasn't, and this was weird.
Oh, so God made the woman imperfect.
Through the man, some way.
Okay.
But that's like it sounds like in the modern lens like that.
Yeah. Can I?
Because men don't make mistakes. Sorry, go on.
Can I do something quick?
But of course, I don't hold to that. Like I don't hold.
Why say it if you don't hold to it?
Sorry?
Why say it? No, I'm asking what you believe, not what you're told to believe or what's in the Bible. I'm asking what you believe. So if you're saying this X, Y, and Z, and then
you're asking me what I believe in the Bible, right? You're asking me a religious question, like again, and why does my beliefs have to be? Wait, I don't hold up 1 second. Why does that issue? If what the Bible says is 100% true, I don't believe that. I can't tell you that it's 100% true. Because again, the more
wait a minute,
place we're being to just doesn't fit with that. But again,
wait a minute.
I don't think I should be ostracized for holding certain views.
Hold on a second. It's a narrative, right?
Right. I never did. I say it was true. I didn't say the Bible.
I wasn't asking about the Bible, Mary. I don't know why you're.
We don't care about the Bible. We don't care about some narrative. We're asking what you think.
Right. So again, I could also give you what I think. Again, I'm Igbo, right? So we have traditional values or traditional beliefs. We also have a creation myth. So if you ask now, which one do I say is true? I don't know. So
you don't know your own belief system? You don't know what beliefs you actually hold? It sounds like that's what you're saying.
You could say you could say that, but I don't.
Okay. Hold on.
Hang on. This is what religion does to a brain.
Hold on. So then, why hold that belief? It doesn't make any sense.
Because again, I don't think that not to act in ways that could be detrimental to myself or other people, right? So that part I think, I just have a love. Again, I just have a love for not just reading the Bible, but I read a bunch of different religious books and stuff. So I really like reading those books. So.
Have you thought through that position, Melly? Like, did you really just try and say to me that holding false beliefs doesn't hold consequences? Because that's ridiculous, right?
Yeah, I mean, we believe in Santa Claus. There's a bunch of things.
Nobody believes in Santa Claus. Santa?
No, not me, of course, but
no adult.
Wait, you believe in Santa Claus?
I do.
People do. People believe in Santa Claus.
No, they don't.
Children believe in Santa Claus. Absolutely.
And that's just because they're lied to by adults.
But again, I'm just bringing that up as an example of like mystical.
Do you think adults believe in the tooth fairy also?
So when a child finds out that Santa isn't real or the tooth fairy isn't real, do you think they're ecstatic about that? Or do you think that it's quite deflating that actually this story was lied to me? Especially in school, that people take the mickey out of you for still.
I think there's an abstract dimension. There's an abstract dimension to that. The Santa Claus could be broken down. It doesn't have to be a literal thing. It could be broken down into you could look at it from a.
But the mythology of Santa Claus is a true story.
From a philosophical concept. You could look at it.
The mythology of Santa Claus is a true story. It's about Saint Nicholas, who used to go to the orphanages and give presents to the orphans. Saint Nicholas, correct?
Yeah, Santa Claus.
Correct.
We don't believe that there is a man who wears a red and white suit that flies through the air with reindeer pulling him on a sleigh, saying ho ho ho.
With elves at his factory and
we don't believe
all year long, just so that they can be delivered on one night of the year.
That's right.
And you have to bribe him with milk and cookies, because he's fat.
All I'm going to say about this is if Santa Claus isn't real, why is the milk drunk and all the cookies are gone?
And the presents.
Checkmate, Santa denied.
No, Santa Claus definitely. I'm not listening from like I don't want you to think like I'm saying Santa Claus was real.
You got me.
Santa baby.
Santa Claus definitely isn't real. I was saying Santa Claus before, but all I'm simply saying is that they're abstract. They're abstract.
Definitely isn't real. Go ahead and
definitely isn't. But I'm talking about abstract concepts, right? That have
which don't exist in objective reality.
Fair. That's true. That's absolutely.
Hoach is a good person. He's a Christian. He will be logically honest at least.
Hoach is super.
Come on, bring Hoachy up. Hoachy will tell us all what he believes.
Hey, Melly, really quick, just so you know, if we run into each other again, I think you sound like a nice dude. That you're tied to.
That's a fair breakdown, and I appreciate that. That's a fair.
Get the fuck over it and look at objective reality, you dumbass.
For me, I think Melly.
Such a good sport here, man.
Yeah, I think
learned a lot from Melly. I actually like his theology.
Yeah, I think Melly has fused two different religions. So Yoruba spirituality and Christianity. I think that's probably what's happened here.
And I think that Kyle is right.
It's Igbo is the word that is. I think it's something to do with sacrificing yourself or something to communicate with things that are higher than yourself, something along those lines. And Christianity is pretty much like that.
Yeah,
Christianity is dying to yourself so that you can attain some sort of thing. So
which in itself is a powerful,
and it's very clever. Hang on, let me finish. It's very clever that when this was proselytized or evangelized to the Igbos, then absolutely they would have eaten it up because it would have had similarities. A bit like when Christianity came to the United Kingdom, they would make it very similar to the paganism that was worshipped here, the winter solstice, Easter, things like that. Easter isn't a Christian holiday. It's really not, and neither is Christmas. That's the winter solstice. Easter is the celebration of new life. But because they're very similar, Jesus represented new life. The association there, people buy into it because they're already primed to believe in it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Total sense.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Nah, it doesn't really make sense because there's a lot of people. There are a lot of people that are raised Christian, raised Catholic, including myself, who turn away from God because they don't like the way that they're being introduced to God. And someone
that has absolutely nothing to do with it.
Someone like me, can revert back into Christianity after coming to my own understanding of Jesus Christ. And
because you were
I guarantee you that church hurt is like less than 1% of atheists.
Think of it like learning a new language.
Yeah, and
Christian leaves the church, they have to learn a new language. It's like English, but it's like another English. If it doesn't take, then you could go back to speak a native tongue. It's just not a bad thing to go back to church if you've been instructed. It's like.
Sorry. I don't like you were saying the church was the reason that there were atheists.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the percentage, and I think it would be pretty foolish to deny that there are some people who have left the church because of that. But I think the percentage number for that specifically compared to other reasons is way, way, way lower than say reading the Bible in full, looking at the history of how the Bible was compiled, right? There are a myriad of different reasons why people leave the church, and to say the only reason that people leave the church or leave religious institutions and become non-religious is because they're hurt or they want to sin. I'm not saying they're doing that. I'm just saying when people do that, it becomes a very, very dangerous straw man of why people actually do leave religious institutions.
Very much agree. And a lot of people who go through the church hurt and leave that church don't leave with the religion. They just go to a different church.
I don't know if that made any sense what you just said. But if you really think about it, when somebody finds a church that they like, for example, I found a nice church that I really like, and that's what's contributed. That's what's contributed. No, that's what's.
It's just funny. I had to
having consistent faith. You know what I mean?
A theory of gravity that I really liked for it to be true, and then when I found that theory of gravity that I really, really liked, that was the one. That was the one that was true.
No, it's probably another thing as all the previous churches that Ochi attended, people Ochi's delusions.
False. I found a pastor who is very who understands the Bible and
he's got the real Christianity. All the other Christians are wrong. That pastor's got the real Christianity. I agree with.
He's filled with the Holy Spirit, isn't he, Ochi?
Ochi's so bad.
my pastor has a good understanding.
But he's filled with the Spirit, though, isn't he?
And a good interpretation of the Bible.
But it's the Spirit that leads him.
He's got the interpretation I agree with.
The one I really like.
The one that
ignores all the shit that I don't like.
Why can't we all have a different kind of relationship and understanding of God and God be real? Why can't that happen?
I bet his interpretation is literally the foundation of it is steeped in hatred for gay people. Hochi, am I right?
No, you're embarrassingly wrong.
Okay.
And what I mean is that the Bible is not always meant to be interpreted literally. You know, there's different ways to interpret different stories.
According to sleepy, dude.
That's what my pastor is very good at.
According to whom?
According to the truth.
No. According to whom, I asked. The truth is not a person. So who are we asking here?
God.
No.
God is
we're not asking God because you're not God. We're asking you. Is this your opinion?
It's not my opinion.
Then where did you get this information from?
From being spiritually and
okay, so now you're just going to talk out your ass, right?
Yeah, it just magically appeared in his brain.
So, I mean, obviously,
just say different ways of interpreting information. They have like the Essenes, the Nazarenes. At some point, they had the Maccabees. So yeah, that's how we should interpret that.
God is the greatest, and these atheists low-key do believe in God. That's what they think that they're better than God.
That's where he just starts doing his code.
I low-key believe in a
Do you know what makes him
Which low-key fictional character do I low-key believe in?
He's projecting right now. So basically, as a Christian,
he's nuts.
He thinks
he's nuts.
Loki and Thor, he is. He's projecting because as a Christian, he believes that he is saved and everyone who doesn't believe is not. So he is better than everybody else. But now he's going to say that atheists think they're better than everybody else.
It doesn't mean others have to believe it too. So don't project.
He didn't. Well, he did something worse.
You did say that, Hochi. You said
Hochi. No, JPT. He assumed our mental states that we secretly in God. Watch this. You secretly don't believe in God, and this is a front. See how stupid that is?
Okay.
Yeah, Hochi, don't do that anymore. You don't have access to anybody's mental state.
But he knows that's actually
So then answer this question.
Doesn't really believe.
Answer this question. What do you believe?
I believe in things that align with reality.
Answer the question.
I believe in things that align with reality. Now what?
Okay, like what? So then, what do you believe about
tires are super durable?
Why?
I believe walls are hard.
Why is reality?
I believe my sense data.
What is reality?
Brain dead person, dude.
Okay, I have a very simple explanation for what reality is.
Reality, Hochi, reality is the world. Reality is the world in which we live in, right?
It's everything that exists.
Yeah, I believe in things that are aligned with the world in which I live in, right? I believe trees exist. I believe the planet Earth objectively exists. That's what we live on, right? There you go. Now what?
Objective reality is everything that exists if you removed every mind.
Exactly.
That's objective reality.
It's mind stance independent.
Does the world exist without mind entering?
Yes, you just said that.
Of course.
Yes, said that, OG.
Yes.
You aren't aware of that, OG?
Exists.
You can't have a. You can't.
You aren't
It doesn't matter.
Back in the olden
There
days.
is no who. That's the point. There is no who. It's nonsense.
That's the problem. Because you have to.
Hold on. Yeah, no, Hochi, that's not what we're saying, right? If humans or everything that lives ceases to exist. Gravity would still exist. There's just nobody here to interpret it. If humans, since we literally just talked about this a couple seconds ago, if humans and every living thing cease to exist, the solar system would still be a thing.
How do you know that?
The solar system existed prior to other living things. So regardless of us, if we went extinct, that's irrelevant. The fact is, it existed way before we did.
Can the world continue on existing?
Yes.
Without
yes.
Oh
my
God.
Yes. Ochi, are you seriously this slow, bro?
You work in the legal profession, bro?
If Earth existed prior to our existence, it does not need us to exist for it to exist. So by you asking would it exist if we didn't exist is asinine.
I agree.
Good. I'm glad you agree with what you're saying.
I don't think that a universe exists without mind entry.
Oh my God.
That's goofy. How can a mind enter something that doesn't exist yet? How can you enter something that doesn't exist? If the universe can't exist until a mind enters it, then it must exist for the mind to enter it.
It exists.
What did he say?
That the universe doesn't exist until a mind enters it.
No way, dude. For real?
That's what he said.
You do realise frequency? Unit of measurement.
What do you mean a much higher frequency?
Lower that frequency, my eardrums can't keep up.
It means
you know you're a little
Trying like a dog whistle?
It's just such a high frequency we can't hear the truth.
Yeah, he's like dog whistles, like ultrasonic, right?
You guys are low vibration. Low vibration.
Bro. Now it gets the name calling because
how is that an insult? What does that even mean?
No, it's not an insult. But I'm just saying, people think that that's going to hurt me because it's going to hurt him. Again, he's projecting his own things that he thinks are going to hurt us. Come on,
What does that even mean?
Seriously.
On low vibration, that means that what? My eardrums can't vibrate at the resonant frequency responsible for the truth?
When you don't want to accept the truth, if you want to find something wrong, you're always going to find it. That's operating at a low vibration.
So I have two things. This is a serious question. Are you trolling the shit out of us right now?
Yes.
No, he's not. This is literally what people believe, and they affirm these things because it makes them feel good to be more superior. So these people are low frequency means that he's on a higher frequency, that he's better than.
Correct. Black beans and chicken.
Correct. Yeah. That's where I am. I'm at a higher frequency. Okay. Yeah. So that's why when I pray to God, He hears me.
Does God answer every one of your prayers with a yes, Hochi?
Yeah, Hochi's a troll. He says he works in like the legal industry, like he does something with like paralegal services, or he's like an up-and-coming attorney, or he's studying for the bar even, or something like that. Did I remember? So he has to be trolling.
Objection. Relevancy.
You guys are unable to comprehend the truth.
Objection. Hearsay.
He's just not that. He doesn't have a dynamic language. He's not very charismatic about this. Like he just runs out of material and then it flops. That's all.
Objection.
Yeah, that's
badgering the witness. Objection. Argumentative.
That's right. Fuck up. Badgering the witness. Exactly. Badger the attorney too. Hochi. Jesus. And then there's Justin. I mean, come on. It's like, what is going on here?
Hi,
That's
Justin. You're just in time, aren't you, Justin?
Another really fringe theology. There's a bunch of them.
There's so many unique believers.
There's like 3 fringe competing theologies all here at once, right? Holy shit. Both cats afford.
You killed him.
And Justin just washed out immediately. He's like, I can't deal with a bunch of other theists with fringe positions like me.
Yeah, everyone's got their own unique.
We all think we know everything, but we know pretty much next to nothing.
Exactly. The more you know that you don't know anything.
Yeah, you don't know anything either, do you, Ho-Chi?
Well, we can be pretty sure that God is like someone's fingerprint. It's like a unique psyche embolism and that's why they're all unique. Everyone's God concepts are sort of like fantasies of the ego or some other dumb shit language. Like,
one thing that Ho-Chi does know is that he's unable to prove God exists. That's one thing he does know.
Not to you.
Well, you've never been able to prove it, Ho-Chi, so I'm going off of past evidence.
You have to find God on your own.
So then God doesn't exist. So then God is subjective.
He's got to bring it up to that higher frequency.
You gotta do a different one, dude. You gotta try a different angle, bro. I'm gonna get rid of this ETR and try it again. Like, just come back a fresh new guy, and try a different way of doing this shit.
No, that's the perfect angle.
God for ourselves.
Right, we do, but I mean,
that is what we do, though. I'm just saying we actually do it.
Overall presentation has been like just going down for a while, kind of like Barth. Like, Barth actually used to be funnier, right? Ho-Chi used to be funnier.
Darth is actually very smart.
Not Darth, Barth.
Not Darth talking.
And Darth isn't very smart. Darth isn't very smart, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, Ho-Chi's way smarter than Darth. Ho-Chi's smarter than a lot of
those people are smarter than
theologians.
I just enjoy slapping atheists around.
Oh, come on.
Like this.
You don't know how to do that.
It's like you enjoy learning interesting takes from various other types of theists. That's what you could have said, but you missed these opportunities, bro. Ho-Chi, why you do this?
You gotta do this better. Like, there's so many ways you could do this so much better, dude.
No.
No. I like it.
What did you say that was?
I'll be damned if I think that's
passive demand avoidance.
We're just saying give it a thought, man. We're not saying you gotta dance for this.
They go no without even thinking about it.
There's gotta be a way to hold your arms really tight and stay as hard as you.
OG, I've been talking, so I don't know if you know this, but I've always been talking, I want to get paid on Clubhouse to just do this shit, right? So I've been actually charging consulting fees for theists to learn how to do this better. So if you want to...
Don't do that!
It'll be like Honey's equivalent to legal aid.
Real apologetics 101.
Taught by an atheist. I mean, dude, I could totally help you, OG. Just let me.
Why is that anytime a theist needs to learn something, they always come to the atheists? I don't get it.
I know. Why is it the atheists know more about the doctrine than the theists?
The atheists know more about everything than the theists. Anytime a theist needs to learn about nature, they go to the atheist to do science.
You guys are arrogantly...
Ho-Chi.
What was that?
I said, how was there a day and a night?
It determines what's night and day. Not existing makes night and day impossible.
Exactly.
And they're just ignorant. Just showing your ignorance, that's all.
So you don't even understand how dumb you sound. Why did you ask me that?
Oh, so you're rubber and we're glue and everything we say bounces off of you and sticks to us?
No, I don't think he's stupid. I just think he's willfully ignorant. That's all. Because it makes him feel good, and there's nothing wrong with that as long as you're honest and say that that's the reason why you follow it. But yeah, I think that the sun is what emits light, and the Earth revolving is what causes day and night to happen, because a shadow is cast when the other side of the Earth is away from the sun. So for there to be day and night, you need the sun. But you can't have 3 days and 3 nights.
That it was God is the light, because then if God is everywhere, there would be light everywhere, and there would be no difference between night and day, so there couldn't be night and day.
And if God is everywhere, then he would also be light all day. There would be no night. There would be no night. There would be day.
It'd be day one, and the light was there, and the light was there day 2, and the light was there, and the light was there day 3.
Also on a macro, what is it? Yeah, macro is small, right? No, micro is small. Also on a micro level, I'm in my basement right now. One half is lit up. I'm working. The other half is completely dark. If God is light, why isn't my other room lit up?
Well, he's not in the world anymore.
I'll tell you why. Because light is faster, quicker minded than God. It travels at a faster pace. I mean, God, is supposed to be everywhere and in everything, but,
But what is hell,
there's some things he doesn't know.
Christians, what is hell?
The fiery lake.
No, it's the absence. Most Christians now will tell you it's the absence of God, who is not absent anywhere.
That's stupid as fuck.
Yeah, it's possible.
The one I hear the most is not absence, but I hear separation from God. That's what I hear.
If God is everywhere and in everything that exists, how can you separate yourself from God?
You can't. But you can.
The theology is full of holes.
Hold on a second. Let me get out my Bible. Hold on a second. I'm going to tell you how you can separate yourself from the all-present God. Hold on a second. Let me get my Bible.
Well, I mean, just, doing that, you exist.
No.
What's your book say? What's your book say? What's that mean?
Yeah, so lying is not a bad thing when it is a bad thing.
It is a bad thing. Jesus. Paul says you can lie if and only if you're winning souls for Christ. Because Paul says I forget the exact verse.
He has an argument with Peter. And Peter challenges him, and he says, "How can you say that what I'm doing is evil? If I'm winning souls, for Christ by telling a lie, that's a good thing, surely." I think what Paul was trying to do was what Jesus tried to do when it came to working on the Sabbath. He was like, well, it's a good thing to work on the Sabbath, even though God said don't work on the Sabbath, which is going against God's plan. It's all very ludicrous.
No, Jesus tried to use the example with David. I believe they asked him, and he said, was it lawful for David to eat the showbread, because the showbread was meant for priests, and David was not a priest. So I think he's trying to make a theological example with that.
Yeah. Was it lawful for David to roll on the floor kissing Jonathan, crying and laughing and doing probably ungodly things?
There's a lot of unlawful things David did.
God said,
that's what I find funny.
kill.
Why does the Bible record, if it were just about the good man, it would have just recorded the good things, but he made sure,
To keep people compliant and living in fear. God can kill anyone, and he can use his hands. I commend my spirit. So, come on.
God can kill you without being there, without you seeing him.
Yeah, the
statement you made about this idea of God not being in hell or something like this, Christians made that up.
So God is going to be in hell.
Yeah, he proudly admits it.
Yeah, because I think Psalms 139 verse 8 says, "If I ascend up to the heavens, you are there. If I make my bed in Sheol," Sheol could mean like the land of the dead, you are there. So like this idea that whatever the land of the dead will be.
Well, he refers to it also as Hades, doesn't he? He refers to it also as Hades, which is a very Greek concept because Hades was the brother of Zeus. In the book of Revelation, it says, that Hades was even thrown into the lake of fire, the underworld, and death. Death was thrown into the underworld. I mean,
that's borrowing from but that's borrowing from the Ugaritic text where the god Yam actually defeats death.
Millie, I'm going to put it to you that you don't really believe any of this stuff. The only that you say you believe it is because you're afraid of dying. Am I right?
I'm definitely not afraid of dying. That's where you got that wrong.
Okay. So you don't fear in the slightest, no?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So then, why do you believe in an afterlife?
Like I said, I never told you I do. I don't really care.
No, I didn't ask whether it was possible. I'm asking you a yes/no question. Do you?
No, he's answering you. He's answering.
I'm telling you exactly how I see it. It's possible.
He's agnostic. He's agnostic to the afterlife. No, he does. He does.
Even if it was or it wasn't, even if there wasn't nothing,
I'm not asking Melly if he knows an afterlife exists. I'm asking if he believes.
Listen. I don't have no problems with nothing just being pure dark to death, and not because again you can find that in certain Hebrew ideas. So
whatever, Melly, but do you?
This is not a black and white thing. Like the Bible itself is not even black and white.
Why is it so difficult?
So
he's answering you accurately. He is agnostic to hell. He doesn't know if hell exists.
So I'm asking you exactly.
He doesn't know if hell exists.
Yeah, we already covered that. Knowledge.
Okay. I just muted everyone.
Yeah, you muted.
He does not listen. Enigma. He does not know if hell exists or not. He is agnostic to hell.
Okay, I don't care what he's agnostic to, Donald. I'm asking what he believes in, which has no knowledge.
He does not know. He will never answer any other way besides he does not know.
Heaven or not? Remember?
Yeah, he thinks there might be a heaven, but people don't go there.
He doesn't even know.
Donald listens perfectly, because that's exactly what I meant with heaven too.
So you don't believe
this whole idea
will never change his answer.
This whole idea that you're going to meet your dog, this whole idea that you're going to meet your dog and your grandma and everybody's going to be chilling with some gold and stuff. Listen, I don't know. It might be some people do to feel good. It might actually be it might also actually be the case. I don't really care. All I care about is living the life I got on right now.
But Melly, if you
again, but I do. Okay, hang on, Melly. Hang on. What's up? These ideas,
And then we finish it.
Yeah, if you do not know something, then the default position is to say that you don't believe it to be the truth. Correct?
Correct. But you don't know neither. So let me turn the question around and ask you, do you think there is an afterlife? Let me ask you this question. Let me just ask you this question.
Yeah.
Do you think there's an afterlife?
No.
How can you prove that?
I don't
have you ever died?
Because it's a subjective opinion. I don't think that you should.
The thing is, hold on, 1 second. What did you say?
It's a subjective belief. And looking upon...
you see how hard it is to say yes or no?
No, it isn't.
Just say no.
I've said no. I do not believe that there is an afterlife. There is no evidence to suggest that there is. No credible evidence, at least. Everything else is just hearsay.
Okay, really quick.
Couldn't possibly be somebody has died and came back. Like you couldn't possibly.
No,
like for me, like for you or myself.
Ellie, hold on a second. I don't think you were listening because she started by saying no, and then you were pressing her like she hadn't. Like, what's going on here?
He's not distinguishing between agnosticism and his belief. Like, I could say, this is why I say when people talk about God and they say, oh, I'm agnostic, it's uninformative. You can say that about anything. If you ask them in the now and you say, hey, do you currently believe a God exists? And they say no, right? Because they don't, even if they're agnostic, right? They're an atheist. At least right now. They could change their mind tomorrow or later on today, right? So right now, he has these thoughts. Just leave it there. Like, you don't know, dude. We're cool. That's it. There's no burden on Enigma. There's no burden on Enigma to show you, oh, there's no way heaven exists, or the reason why she believes there isn't a heaven.
Yes, there is.
It doesn't have to prove that it's the case.
She believes.
That's all I'm saying. That's fair. That's what I was saying to you.
So earlier you said something very interesting, Melly. You said it's possible. How did you measure that possibility?
Yeah, what other universes or gods have you studied to indicate that it is a possibility that there is an afterlife?
Okay, so the possibility of an afterlife, I think is just rooted in religious beliefs, and
that's not what I asked, Melly.
And a possible idea that
Melly, that's not what I asked.
That consciousness itself.
Melly,
right?
Hello. That's not That's not what I asked. Enigma asked you, how did you measure that possibility? How did you measure, like some other universe in which this is the case, in order to measure it in our...
may have seen things, right, that may have convinced me that they could be a kind of afterlife, right?
Okay, so like what?
That's not informative, Melly.
Yeah, he will never give you a reasonable answer about the afterlife.
That's not informative.
Right. Ideas, other people's experiences about
you took some asshole's word for it and ran with it. You didn't actually measure any possibility.
That's possible. I still think it's possible.
Why do you think it's possible?
Why do you think something
exist? Contradictory. You have to show that there's not a contradiction.
You have absolutely no evidence for that you've never measured, that you've never even thought through. Why would you think that?
Because everything doesn't have to be logically palatable.
But then
reality is that everything is
not.
Like you guys are trying to
does everything need to be logically palatable, right? Because I don't even know what logically palatable means, right? That's just like a conjunction of words there. The question is, why would you believe something so stupid when you obviously haven't measured it?
I mean, do you measure everything that you hold to be true?
Whenever I make a claim,
are there concepts that could be measured?
What are you doing?
Yeah, you've been using fMRI.
Whenever I make a claim,
can I just
wait, let me just finish. Whenever I make a claim, something is possible, I back it up with like a Bayesian probability.
Okay, check this one out.
Melly, what the fuck are you doing? Seriously, dude, control yourself. Like, you have no self-control whatsoever. In the middle of saying something, you start unmiking and talking. What's going on here, dude? Whenever I provide a claim, I'm happy to provide the receipts. Period. End of discussion.
At least when I blurt it, it's like relevant.
I hear you, and that's fair. That's actually fair.
Melly,
listen, I also believe I also believe that it is possible for someone to come back from the dead, because I do believe Jesus did that. Now, can I prove that? Of course not. There's no way on this planet I could ever measure that. But I believe that.
So you believe it for Enigma? You just hang on.
Enigma fiction for no reason, right?
Would you convict somebody? Would you convict somebody because there was a possibility that it could be true?
You broke up there at the beginning.
Oh, sorry. Would you convict somebody of a murder or some sort of crime because there's a possibility it could be true?
Of course not.
No, you wouldn't. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I think when we start talking about what is possible, we can go into the realm of silliness. You know, is it possible for the green fairy to exist? Is it possible that a fire-breathing dragon exists? Yeah, we can't disprove it, but we don't believe they do exist because we have no evidence to suggest that they do other than fiction, correct? So I think the default position, if you're going to be agnostic on a subject, is you don't believe it. Or if you do believe it, just say, I believe in a God, I don't know what it is, and I'm a deist.
Right.
Rather than saying that you're a Christian and completely changing the whole religion of Christianity, which isn't really that difficult because everyone does that anyway. Because Christianity
every Christian is a unique Christian.
Yeah.
Every Christian's a unique
Very
Christian.
true.
That's all they're doing.
And every Christian is the only one that's got it right. Everybody else is wrong.
Yeah.
No, I'm definitely not that type that think like I have.
No, I don't think you are.
So
I'm
far away from that kind of person. So even like
we're speaking hyperbolically.
How do you mean?
That's most Christians. Most Christians think that like they're the ones that have it right and everybody else has it wrong. We know it's not every single Christian. We were speaking hyperbolically.
Oh, we? Okay. I thought you were talking about me. Okay.
No, we. Us, atheists, this atheist side that we're just talking about every every Christian is a unique Christian, has things every other Christian.
I mean, I used to have that.
But you have a unique Christianity.
I used to have that understanding, but at this point, I can tell you right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't sit here talking to you guys, like, you know.
Right, and that's why.
And again, nothing you guys like again, like I said before, like I'm gonna leave this room and come back and still hold to what I hold to, and I still enjoy talking to you guys because again,
sure.
Why can't people have conversations, you know, regardless?
Oh, no, it's fine, Melly. We figured out that you are a pope of one with your own scripture. You got your own little religion going. It's just you, your own little world. You don't follow the Bible, right? You've got your own ideas about this stuff, right?
You're not American, are you?
You sit on your high throne and go, this is the truth, right? And I've got no receipts to back it up, but yeah, I mean that's fine. You can.
But I just don't know. Like for example, like famous things you hear people say, like Enigma tried to say, like Jesus being God. Like that's a famous thing, but biblically that is simply not the case. It is simply not the case.
Well, I'm in agreement with you and disagreement with you because the Bible is totally contradictory on that subject. So there we go.
There's a couple of verses that can be translated in a way where it can be implied that that's the case, but there's really nothing in the Bible about that.
Yeah, not really.
Christians just made that shit up.
Exactly. Like when they say, for example, like when Jesus said, like you and I are one. Jesus also says, Father, can you make them one with me as you and I are one? Yeah. So that right there breaks down every idea of it being one person
like
that was
reincarnated, kind of thing?
That was reincarnated into a world.
No, more like
it's not like one in the sense of a brother, like a unity.
So you're using logic.
More like a brotherhood.
Not being one in essence, like the Trinitarians teach. Because the Trinitarians teach that Jesus Christ and God are one in essence. All of that is theology that is not found inside of the Bible, because Jesus himself makes it very clear. At even John himself, the book of John, right? We could have some verses, of course, that sort of go over the top, but we have a majority of texts where Jesus is referring to the Father as a different person, a different identity from him. Right, he does it.
When is the end going to be, O teacher? No one knows but the Father.
But the funny thing is that you use logic for that. You can logically track that and say absolutely perfect sense. But when it comes to something else, you don't logically track and you go by your feelings or how you feel or what you think you feel or what you think you know or believe or whatever. That's the disconnect that I used to have as well when I was a theist. It's quite freeing to be able to look back at myself and say, oh my goodness, I was such a hypocrite back then because I was saying yes, logic is, this and that, but then holding on illogical things which made no sense. I'm so embarrassed when I was a theist. I really am.
I understand what you're saying, and this idea of general knowledge that it is just one book that was written from beginning to end.
No,
in
many
the same order 25 would somehow listen to it. Like, no, that doesn't make any sense, right? But when I look at these things, right, I can understand like that they are. I don't know if you guys have heard about something called the supplementary theory. Or the documentary theory that also posits that the Bible or the Torah may have been put together by different sects like the Yahwists, the Elohists, and so on and so forth.
And they were also added to and taken from different sects and different religions. So,
right.
Yes.
So the idea of things theologically contradicting. Listen, people have the Talmud itself, which
Okay. So is that the case?
The Talmud itself has debates that have been going on for thousands of years. So again, like I don't think like this idea. You guys are minimizing.
Well, I have two questions then.
You're minimizing just the nature of theological content.
Okay. I have two questions.
The last thing I will say. Let me just say this last thing. If you look at the Nordic people, in terms of just theology, or in terms of religion, right? Because I look into that too. I'm interested in Nordic.
I've got my Nordic book of myths on the shelf right over there. Along with the Book of the Dead, Tibetan Book of the Dead, bunch of different.
Oh, that's hard. Okay, you should definitely get yourself the Enuma Elish if you don't have. I think you probably.
I've read it. I don't have a copy of it.
The Satanic Bible is a good one as well.
Yeah, that's cool too. So if you look at like the Nordic, the Odin.
I have a Skeptic's Annotated Bible. Is that close enough?
Oh,
Odin himself.
Annotated Bible. That's cool.
King James.
Also now incorporates the Bhagavad Gita. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean Odin himself. If you look at the Nordic mythologies. And if you look closely at the personality of Odin, he's a very contradicting figure, right? So, like, I understand that, of course,
there's contradictions.
Yeah, but but the Nordic actually dwell in this. Like, this is actually like what makes them very different from Christianity in that sense, right? So, that's what I said, but go ahead, Enigma.
So I have a couple of questions quickly. Do you believe that God wants to have a relationship with us?
Yes.
Yes. I don't know.
He's not going to agree with that because even in the Bible, God doesn't just do what he wants.
Thank you, Donald. Thank you very much, Donald.
Hold on a second.
Donald actually happens to know a little bit more. I'm just in this room noticing Donald.
No, Melly, hold on. A second ago, you were perfectly capable of speaking for God, right? And now we ask you like a related question, and you're like, I don't know. Well, it turns out the whole reason that you said yes in the first place is just because you're talking about what the Bible is.
So funny.
Right? I mean, it's dumb, right?
And he was discrediting the Bible, saying that he doesn't know which parts, out of the contradictions are true. But for me, an all-knowing, all-loving being that wants to have a relationship with its creator, it would logically stack, be perfect.
But I do believe you can have a conversation with God without the Bible. Like God could have a conversation. God could guide you. Like you could have. What do you mean how?
Yeah, tell me how.
I mean, every atheist would convert if you could teach.
Of course. Now hold on. I wasn't saying like hold on. Wait.
Just imaginary talk to God.
Imaginary. It's all fucking in your head.
No, I mean people have people claim to have intuitions that guide them. Things that are greater than themselves. It's not like. And I don't think you need a book to guide
that's
you.
not what we're talking about, is it?
Like that doesn't make sense. Like even like the people of the Bible times, they didn't have a book.
Yes,
like the Torah people didn't have.
They had the Old Testament. You're wrong.
No, the Torah. Like people
They
with
had
the Torah times, they didn't have a
and the
book.
Tanakh.
And he ever answer you?
No, the Tanakh always get what he wants.
Yes.
I don't know because like I said,
You don't know if God gets what he wants or not?
Because again, there are two views about this. I can read you somewhere in Isaiah where it says, like this is God speaking. It says, "I planted a garden or something, and I was surprised that it didn't yield fruits." So these people actually called like
you're talking about Jesus. You're talking about Jesus when he was hungry.
No, not Jesus. No, in Isaiah.
In Isaiah. Okay, yeah.
The book of Isaiah where this is happening. So it's actually like this. The difference will be like the Calvinists, which the Calvinists think that God is.
How does Isaiah prove that God doesn't get what he wants? Where does it get that?
And rumble and poetic and all these things. I don't know. I have to say something.
But why do you think that God doesn't always get what he wants? Where does it specifically say that God doesn't get what he wants? Because if God is all-knowing and he knows the past, present and future, everything that he does in accordance with creation, if there is such a thing, is what God wants to happen anyway, because he knows what the outcome's going to be and he's going with it.
But you're using if God is all knowing, he knows us.
So if God
all of these are universal ideas, right? Like,
are you a universalist?
If you look at the
Melly's
picture of
just
God
so
in Genesis. If you look at the picture of God, hold on one second. Look at the picture of God in Genesis.
It's not a universal idea.
He's not committed to any of these positions.
So hang on. God is not all good. He's not all-knowing. He's not everywhere.
So if you look.
So what is the use of having this God in my life?
Right. So if you look at earlier representations, anthropomorphic pictures, images of God, right, throughout especially in Genesis and Exodus, right?
Because you've
if you want to hear what I gotta say or not.
No, I do want to, but you previously said that you cannot rely on the Bible because people have added to it, taken bits out. There are contradictions that come from different sects. So we've already established the Bible a good source or a good point of reference to get to a logical argument. I would like you to show me where you would go to other than the Bible.
Again, I think you've interpreted what I've said about the Bible.
Okay,
right?
So
the fact that I explained the documentary hypothesis or talked about it doesn't mean that it still can't be or the certain core messages, right, aren't ran through. Like I'm not saying that because different people came up to write the book, it means that for some reason I don't hold to the book. I never said that, right?
So you do hold to the Bible then? Okay, so forgive me for my
parts of it. I'll go with the just full Torah if I were to choose.
Okay, so great.
But again,
let's go for Torah. Let's go for Torah then. Okay.
So this idea of God of God knowing things is not really found knowing things before they happen or things like that. You don't really see that in the Torah.
Knowing everything. He knew things because he made prophecies. He didn't know everything.
Yeah, I could give you several examples where God, at first, he says there's a sound. I believe this is coming from some of the Sumerian text or something where Enki and I think either one of them goes down, right? So this idea of him going down because he doesn't know what's going on. And then the thing with Sodom and Gomorrah, he's speaking with Abraham. He's speaking with Abraham and he tells Abraham, I'm going to go there to know, right? On the third one in the garden, he didn't seem to know why they were not dressed. So like you see,
like where they were to begin with.
It's real. I know everything.
That's not true.
I'm inside of
hold on.
Those pictures weren't there.
That's not true, Melly. Nope. Gonna stop you right there. Isaiah 46.
Isaiah is later on.
I'm talking
about Torah.
Yeah, that's a lot later than Torah.
Right.
That's not Torah.
Isaiah is not the Torah?
No,
only the first 5 books of the Torah.
Right.
Yeah, so the Pentateuch, the first 5 books, is the Torah because that is the law that was given to Moses. Everything else after that, the 34 books after the first 5, that is the Tanakh. But then you have the New Testament. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, those are the laws and prophets is what they call it.
Which 5 books are those? The Torah?
Numbers, Leviticus,
Genesis, Exodus,
Deuteronomy, Exodus, and Genesis.
Got it. Thank you.
Sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you. I'm not feeling very well, so I'm taking some pills.
So Melly left, huh?
So does God know everything that happens in men's hearts? Or what they're thinking?
Wait, what was the question?
Does God know what people think or feel?
Yes, he does.
According to the Torah?
Yes, because he's God. That's why we call him God.
I think she was talking to Melly.
Oh, I know. I was just giving in
I think Melly left.
quicker answer because these people never answer.
I'm here.
I greet them up.
It's all good. But according to the Torah, which are the first 5 books, no. Because I can show you verses. I can show you a lot of verses where God.
Then would it be twisting that you are more following of Judaism than you are Christianity?
So like verses where God is.
Are you? Would you say that you follow Judaism more than you do Christianity?
I wouldn't necessarily say Judaism. I just have respect for.
Oh my goodness!
I just have respect. I just have respect for.
Do you believe in the New Testament?
Of course I do.
Okay, so it's not just the first 5 books then.
No, of course not. I respect all of the books, but I understand.
Really?
But I understand. Listen. This is something I understand that there is historical context. I understand that there's a historical context.
Okay, so you literally think that the Red Sea was parted.
I don't know about that. I think that's
in the Torah. What about the fact that Joseph could interpret dreams?
Oh yeah, we don't have evidence.
Yeah, like a fortune teller.
We don't have evidence for any of those.
No. Okay, so why do you say then that the Torah is pretty much perfect if you don't believe the things that are in it?
No, I don't say it's perfect. I just say it's the earliest.
But it doesn't matter whether it's the earliest or not, does
it does matter.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Okay, so the idea that the Earth was flat is earlier than the idea that the Earth is a spheroid. Does it matter that the earlier hypothesis came out? No. Whether something is old or not has no credibility to what the truth is.
Yeah, that's to the topic of flat earthers and stuff. Yeah, I've been getting angry. I've stopped talking to flat earthers. I've stopped. Even if it's in the Bible, you could.
But why?
I don't see the earth as flat. That's crazy work. Like,
but that idea is an older idea than the world being a sphere.
Yeah, but that isn't like I wouldn't say like it's a theological question. I think that's more of like a physical.
It's not theological. How is it not theological if God created everything?
Yeah, I mean, God could have created the universe too. I mean, what are you talking about?
Oh, do you know what? I think you're having a little bit of a disconnect.
Yeah, because that's a physical question too. That's not a theological question. A theological question is like, am I going to go to heaven? That's a theological question, right? A historical question is like, did God create the universe, or did God create humans? We know the answer to that. The answer is no. God doesn't exist.
Yeah, the God of the Bible definitely can be disproven. The God of the New Testament can be disproven. The God of the Book of Mormon can be disproven, and the God of the Quran can be disproven. The gods that are mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita can be disproven. The gods of ancient Greece, that mythology, can be disproven.
Pantheon. You know what? That's
they were a pantheon.
You guys are very fair to all religions and stuff. So it is what it is.
Yeah, they're all wrong.
And that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I don't think that there is any kind of religion that has been proved true.
Do you see this Courtney Nicole down there? Read what she wrote.
Okay.
I don't even think it's such a poe, dude. Like, it's not even a real person. I bet it's an atheist or it's some bot.
Who's disproving anything in the Bible or the true and living God, Jesus Christ? I pray you have an encounter with him. But do you know what, Courtney? I would love to have a chat with you because you seem like a reasonable person. You seem quite empathetic and you want people to learn about God. So I think you should come up and have a little chat with us. No, I'm serious.
I mean, I invite people. You can also raise your hand.
Yeah, I'm serious too. I think she's disciple of Jesus Christ. This is like a total bot, dude.
It could just be that they're new to the app. That doesn't matter.
I believe these people, because if I was a person that advertised myself as such, branding myself as a God disciple and all this, I would just pop right up and freaking start speaking some truth.
Yeah, I want to know God.
When I'm in a Christian room and they start saying some bullshit about the Big Bang Theory needs God to happen, I pop right up and start telling them that they're wrong.
Well, the Big Bang was actually a put down from theists, wasn't it? For the idea of the expansion of the universe.
I do, it's fun.
Yeah. Courtney.
Talking to theists about physics is probably the most entertaining thing in the world.
Come and talk to us, Courtney.
Talk.
Hey, if anyone wants to know him, I'll help however I can.
I mean, hopping up on stage would be a big help.
This person is not serious. There's no way.
Hopping up on stage would be a big help. I would like to know him. Hopping up on stage would be a big help.
She might not know how to do it. Send her an invite.
I've invited
someone. Oh, okay.
Screen changed and it said, you've been invited, accept or decline. Spoiler, if you want to come up, you have to hit the one that says accept.
That my professors at Exeter University didn't really teach me about the Bible.
Fair point.
Your opinion, dude, and you just do this, and now it's funny. See, this is almost gaslighting, really, because you're unaware of what you're doing. But that's what we've been saying the whole time. It's like you're dodgy and like you defer to other people's ideas, and we're only looking for like your assessment. Like what's the feedback, right? Like if you ask me questions, I'm just going to tell you what I think because I'm willing to just go, oh, I didn't know that. No, I'm changing my mind right now. Right?
Yeah, but
I'm still going to give you what I think right now.
Yeah,
right? Like what my assessment is.
Yeah, but my opinion on the question was no. God doesn't know everything, and then I explained to you the importance of like how I've reached that conclusion. But now
what doesn't God know?
God doesn't know what you would do till you do it.
Does he know about nuclear fusion? Right? Like
does he know that he knows all the side of humans? Mm-hmm. How did he say to Moses in Exodus that he was going to harden the heart of Pharaoh?
Yeah, I mean, he has plans. God has plans, and the ways he has to fulfill those plans. But it's dynamic.
Are you repeating what the Bible says again?
This is what I think, and it's what the Bible is what I think.
Based on what?
And it's based on how the Bible relates.
Okay, so you're just repeating the Bible again.
But it's what I think, though.
This is the argument that Courtney says. Right? Hang on, Courtney has information. You have to have the Holy Spirit to be able to interpret the Bible, is what tells us.
When I read the Bible cover to cover 3 times, I was a Christian.
Yeah. I was, I was a Christian when I read the Bible the first time, and then the other 5 times after that, question everything.
That'll do it. And only a little.
And it was hard. It was a hard road. I went from being a theist to a deist to a pantheist to spiritual, and then I was like, what am I? And you have to remember, I came from Catholicism, and in Catholicism, condemnation and self-hatred is what's taught to everybody to keep people compliant.
I got my kitty in my lap.
Lord, give me the Holy Spirit so that I can interpret the Bible. I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Oh, Lord, are we praying now?
Well, I don't have the Holy Spirit. I don't feel different.
You're telling us we need to pray. Because didn't we already go through the prayer thing doesn't work? I thought we already went through that. Luke 11:13. Leviticus 21, where it says you can sell your daughter to her rapist.
All right, because then you'll have the Holy Spirit in ya, all up in ya. You know what I mean?
Verse 7 is that one, Donald. Verse 7. Verse 20 tells you how you can beat your slaves, even to death, as long as they don't die within a day or 2 of the beating.
Today, when you say you're a Catholic, were you like?
I'm not giving you any information, Joanna. You're a doctor.
Me?
Yeah, going around telling everyone where I'm from and what, I don't like that. You could have apologized.
I apologize. I didn't know it was a secret. It's such a big area. I don't think anyone could find you.
I still wouldn't do that to anybody on here who has said, it's just not the done thing. Come on.
Not familiar. But yeah, it's nice to see you. Thank you.
I accept your apology. Please don't do it again.
Thank you. I'm not familiar with the.
I'm glad you left the Catholic.
Is his daughter burning, not selling her to your rapist? I get Deuteronomy that has you just burn them alive in Leviticus for sex.
Yeah, and any the surrounding inhabitants of Israel. You're to go out and force them to be your slaves. If they say okay, they become your slaves, and if they say no, then eradicate them all and take the women as sex slaves and
no, it's just the children, the female children.
Yeah, if they please the eye. But yes, torture everyone, even the animals. I mean, what did the animals do wrong?
Well, I mean, any survivors might be able to feed on the animals, right? Can't have that.
I think the best one for me is, if another place is worshipping another god, you have the right to go in and rip open the pregnant women's bellies and dash the fetuses on the ground, even though abortion is wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not.
I want to say it says rocks, but I could be wrong.
That's not.
Yeah, the rocks, the ground, the rocks. You're right. Hosea 11. No, 13, 16.
You're taking that out of context.
Oh, of course, yeah. How else are you supposed to take it then?
it's like the perfect Christian response, man. That's what they all say. You're taking it out of context.
You don't.
I just
9 times out of 10, the context makes it worse.
I'll write that off. That's what I do. I'll write that off. Put in
it's like 80% of the Bible.
Amen.
Well,
let's rock with what we got, but like the whole
or we can just throw out the rest of the 20%.
That's why you could see me like people could hear me talk about the Bible, and all of a sudden, when we're talking about Zionists or whatever, right? I have a serious issue with people being oppressed, so. I could talk at one point about it, but then I could switch immediately to talk about how much I definitely hate extremism, right, wherever you may be found, because you think you're the chosen people. Like, please, miss me with the
problem is that Christianity being violent wasn't an extremist section of it for the vast majority of time. It was the majority of it.
He's talking about the Jews right now. But the funny thing is,
and also the national Christians in America, right? They're doing the same thing. The Islamic extremists are doing the same thing. They think they have
most fundamentalist religions.
They think they have a superior view of the world.
Would you say that the Torah is a radical religion?
James, don't say that.
No, but would you? Because it was written by Orthodox.
A little bit, and then you see what happens in the New Testament, where they claims to be the sort of overall of world views of how you should quote unquote treat people. So yeah, I would say that. I would definitely say that in the sense of the time it would be compared to what we have today. Like, there's no way in hell. Like I told you guys before, like the whole story with Abraham hearing a voice, and the voice telling him, "Oh, take your son." I've told Christians this to their face, and they think I'm mad. They think I'm crazy, and I don't know why they think that, but I don't care actually.
What's the story of Abraham in the Torah?
Yeah, when they say go kill your son, like I've thought about this. If I have a son, there's no voice. Even if I heard a voice, audible, right, and telling me go do this, I'm not gonna do it. I'm simply not gonna do it.
Okay.
And
one of the few Christians I've heard actually say that, so I'm actually pretty proud of him for that.
Yeah, he's one step
okay. I understand that people. I just let people. Sort of, because again, I understand I was there at some point, but then people grow, and then I let them sort of be where they are. But I just tell them exactly who and what I am. So in certain, especially when we talk about situations like that, I have to make it very clear that that's not happening, right? That's not happening. So
Yeah, in that context, absolutely, it's more radical. So that's why I'm against like radical ideas of thinking that you could be all you want, right? But like it shouldn't endanger or influence someone else's life. They should have autonomy over what they believe, and that's just it. And yeah.
Sorry, did you say that people should have autonomy over what other people believe?
No, what they
Oh, do we?
I mean, thank God, right?
Garland still does.
Thank God. No, actually, saying that, we are very, very close to going back to blasphemy laws. So people in the UK, if they mention anything about Islam, or anything to do with Islam, it's considered a hate attack now. So yeah, it's getting quite hairy, scary in the UK.
It's not much better in the US.
I hear you. I hear you. And like me coming from Nigeria, like I said, if you're watching the news,
yeah,
open to what they believe, and I don't believe I just don't know. I think human beings are different because I don't know. There's nothing in me in what I believe. There's just nothing that you can say something about anybody. Like, why should I think that? It's just hard for me to think or even like someone else. You say something about Muhammad or something and you get killed like that. What the hell? You have a right to say whatever you want to say. That's how I see it anyway.
Just fell into the atheist trap. Another unwitting.
Leave here and still have like my conversation, but again, like I said, great conversation. I'm still here. It means that I'm enjoying it. I might leave at some point, but I'll be back. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not like those type of people that just like don't conversate with people like we do in real life anyway. Like people I work with have different beliefs, don't believe. Who cares? Like at some point you're just able to have a conversation. Like, damn.
Melly is gonna leave here.
Just another bit.
Welcome, James. Whoa, what's good?
Yeah, Melly sounds a lot like a Muslim or following Islam because he doesn't believe that Jesus was God, and he also, believes in the Old Testament God more so, and I would liken that more to Islam than Christianity.
But I'll say like he's the son of God though. So like most Islamic people won't say that.
Yeah, son of God. Son of God meant prophet for the time. Do you think that Jesus was the prophet?
No, he was definitely more than that, but he just
God.
wasn't God.
Okay. What was he then?
He was a divine being, right?
Oh.
He was some kind of divine being, but he wasn't God though.
He's a divine. Is he an angel?
Possibly, he could be like a messenger of God.
Aren't we all divine beings? Because we're all.
He's not God. Like that's the one thing. That's the one thing I'm driving is because the whole Trinitarian thing, that's the whole Greek thing, with the he and all of that. That comes from certain kinds of Greek philosophy.
No, it's Mesopotamian. It's again, El had three sons who were in a trinity position: the god of the sun, the moon, and the sky. Akbal, Baal Shemin, and Malakbal.
Yeah, sure, but those weren't him though. Like, if you look anywhere in the Sumerian, there's always a chief deity. There's always a supreme deity.
So is Jesus a demigod? Is he a bit like?
I don't know. However you want to explain. I just know he ain't the Most High God though. That's all I know.
Okay, but do you know what the Nephilim are?
Of course I do.
Okay, how did they come about?
Where the sons of God met with the daughters of men. Genesis.
You went first.
Okay, what is a son of God?
Yeah, a son of God, according to certain Hebrew translations, the earliest Hebrew translations believe the Son of God were angelic beings, and then later on you have people like Rashi talking about the Son of God being actual just men of a noble man. So
you do realize that the archangels were taken from that the Mesopotamian pantheon, and they were turned from God's children to angels with divine purpose.
You talking about the 70 sons of El? Oh, yeah.
No, I'm not talking about that. El had 3 sons. He had brothers, he had a wife, he had a hooker, he had, again, it was a very humanistic variation, a bit like the Greeks, a bit like the Egyptians. Those pantheons were very humanistic in nature, and then they wanted to pull away from that, so they made God.
Right, but those 70 songs is literally in the Ugaritic text. The El literally has 70 sons, which was 70 deities.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's including all the other gods.
Yeah, all them were gods. They're all real gods, you know.
Not well.
Jesus wasn't God, man.
So Jesus wasn't God. Is God God?
No one.
Oh, that's a lie, honey. Humans created God.
Who did?
Oh, I mean, that's just an infinite regress. I mean, who created God?
Right.
Who created the person who created God? You know, I mean, you could either say God created himself, or you could just end it at humans. However you want. Hey, man, we here, right?
Well, if a character from another pantheon was taken to create your God, then it's less likely to be true, isn't it? Because you're taking from another religion and making up a story about your own.
I mean, it's more of a polemic. You know what that is?
No,
So a polemic is basically when you use.
It's a monolatry, basically.
What was it?
A monolatry.
What's that? So
it's a religion that recognizes multiple gods, but you're only allowed to worship one of them.
No. I said polemic, not polytheism.
Okay, so
a polemic is trying to use all the cultural ideas, right? So it's like trying to make an argument by taking all the cultural ideas and turning it on its head. So like you see that happen with like where they took stories and they were basically trying to answer those stories as to say this is what actually happened in the story. So you see that happen like a lot of times. So that's what the Bible is doing. So it's like somebody could make that argument for the Bible to say
it's true.
They took from all of these different
people are like, where do we come from? We don't know. We'll make something up to make ourselves feel better.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, the questions of existentialism, these were questions that were at that time, right? And someone could argue that it's still at this time, although you guys seem to know everything, so maybe not everything, just a lot. The rest of the world, right? So the rest of the world has this like existential
delusion. They have a delusion, and I was a part of that delusion.
Where we ask questions, and these questions have been asked like for thousands and thousands.
Yeah, but we can ask questions, but when we make assertions about those questions that we have no knowledge of, that's called being deluded.
Yeah, sure. You know, but then we have if you look at these questions and these answers,
I
right?
said assertions, I meant assertions, sorry.
Right, so what you could come to is that one could make an argument that all of these different cultures were basically asking different questions theologically, and the Bible. Someone could argue this, that the Bible is trying to answer those questions theologically by using their own myths. So that would be like the polemic context to that. So like that's why you see like there's a flood. He borrows from different places, and then he tries to make one congruent story, through their own lens, of course, right? So, because again, if you look at the history of Israel, Israel was under Egypt for so many thousands of years, historically. So
no, not historically, just in the Bible.
No. Historically, I'm not even talking about like what the Bible says. Like, I'm not talking to you about when the Bible says Israel was in Egypt. No. I'm saying historically, Israel controlled that region that we know as Canaan. This is before the late Bronze Age.
Oh, you're talking about the Egyptian governing of that area?
Yes, before the late Bronze Age, we have something called the Amarna letters, where Canaanites satyrs are writing to Egypt and calling for military help because from the north the Syrians are attacking. So this is so when we have the Bible beginning to formulate around give or take 800 BC, give or take, right? But before that, what we have were smaller settlements. So yes, there was a lot of influence in that context, like as to the other external beliefs that were always moving through that place, like the place of Canaan. It wasn't just one constant place. There were so many religions through trade that moved in and out of Canaan due to the control that Egypt had on it for so long. This is what I believe. This is how I believe Egypt's story. I don't even think it's a literal story. I think what they were probably trying to do was just write a story, right, that was simply going to explain all what happened till after the late Bronze Age. Because whatever happened in the late Bronze Age, so many civilizations got destroyed, and nobody really knows what really happened. But for some reason, Israel, we still don't know. But Israel formed after that, as we know, right? So they could have been possibly writing this,
like the steppe area.
Yeah, they could have possibly writing trying to insult Egypt in the sense that Egypt controlled that region, but no more. So it was sort of like a metaphorical story for we are now our own people. So they had to write it in the sense of we were under Egypt and we went into Egypt, blah, 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 blah.
You have a pretty good understanding of the actual history, which is more, say, than most Christians. Are there any other theists on stage that want to have a conversation, or in the audience? Or are you still around?
I'm a believer. What's this room all about?
I like to talk to theists about God.
Are you one of them atheists?
Yeah, I'm one of them atheists.
All right, well, you're tearing this country apart.
I'm not the one doing that, by the way. It's the theists that are doing that.
Listen, there's a lot of radical leftists tearing this country apart, and they're godless.
No, the radical leftists in this country are not godless, and there's no radical leftists in this country. There's only radical right.
Oh, I beg to differ. There are radical lefties.
They're making the frogs gay.
Come on, Donald. Donald.
Okay, so, which are the radical leftists?
Oh, Palestine Action are radical leftists.
Who?
Palestine Action.
That's radical left? Okay.
Definitely radical left.
So in the United States, who are the radical leftists?
I would probably say that would be the feminazis.
And how many of those are elected officials?
Oh, thousands. Most of them are lesbians.
All right. Who was the first person? Was that just a joke too?
I'm sorry. Are you calling me Jew?
No, I'm asking if you were joking about the radical left thing.
Well, that's a funny question. See, you guys are kind of, I can understand what's going on in this room.
Do you?
What's going on in this room?
See, now you're trying to gaslight me.
Honey Badger.
Sorry, dude. I couldn't hold. I was gonna laugh so hard. I couldn't keep going with you, man. But it's fun.
I think there's extremists on the left and right. I think the right's extremist is more quote unquote physically deadly, dangerous. When you look at the left, you have like the cancel culture that's sort of eating itself.
Yeah.
Right? The cancel culture did great. Hold on. The cancel culture was great to call out many pedophiles and all of that stuff, great. But then it began to eat itself in the sense that people who even never really did, and even the people themselves who were going for the cancel culture, they got canceled themselves.
Not just cancel culture, it's the people that tear down statues or they throw paint over paintings and destroy them. You know, the destructive people that call themselves activists, but they're extremists. They don't.
No, that's facts.
Well, I understand that you have oppositional defiance disorder, Millie. So anything I say, you're going to say no. It's fine.
No, I actually said, no, that is facts.
I know, that's actually right now.
No, I said, no, that's true.
And I know, and I'm gaslighting you.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, God. That's too easy. Sorry, Jay, did you want to say something?
It's like, goddamn, I didn't say that.
Are there any Christians on stage even? There aren't, huh?
Yes, I am.
Muslim.
You're not a Christian.
I am a Christian, thank you very much. Don't tell me I'm not one.
Well, here, can I ask you a few questions just really quick? I'm going to try to be really concise.
Yeah.
So I don't want to take a lot of your time. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Is your God real?
Yes.
Does he affect my life regardless of what I think about him?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll be going to heaven then, right?
If you be good, be a good boy.
We already covered all this. He wants me to do all those things, right? To go to heaven, right?
Yeah.
Excellent questions.
Right. So then I guess I'll see you there, right?
Yeah.
God wants me in heaven. It doesn't matter what I can do.
Yeah.
I'll always end up in heaven.
Awesome. Hey, look, she did it. She's
Honey, bring me a bottle of rosé. Bring me a bottle of rosé.
I just want to know what our mansions are going to look like. Well, we say I'll bring it in heaven.
We're gonna meet in heaven. I want you to bring me a bottle of rosé.
I'll bring you a cat.
No, bring me a bottle of rosé. Bring a bottle of champagne.
Yeah, honey shows up
You
with
won't
like
need
strawberry
weed.
milk, right?
But seriously though, saying I'm a Muslim, I don't know if you were joking though, Enigma, but saying I'm a Muslim simply because I'm telling you what the Bible says about Jesus Christ.
You just align with Islam.
He's the Son of God.
Align more with
He's
Islam.
the Son of God. Islam. No, I align more with how the Bible explains. Even David himself is called the Son of God, right?
But David is not in the Torah.
David is not in the Torah.
No, he's not.
Jesus is not in the Torah neither.
No, I know, but you disregard all of that. You said you only go by the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible.
Who's David Bowie?
I said I prefer that historically more than other
David
books
Bowie.
to say so. Like you should look into that really more.
Waiting in the sky.
Yeah. Jesus is not God, and I'm
Donna doesn't like singing because it gives him a headache.
All right, Johnny Storm, you seem to be a Christian
talking
too,
about
right?
David Bowie.
Johnny Storm, you seem to be a Christian too, also, right?
Yeah.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Why do you believe in God?
Johnny.
In a nutshell, I think it would require more faith not to believe in God.
Why?
But I don't have any faith at all.
It's all breaking up, robotics, people off mic.
I don't have any faith at all.
I said it would require more faith to not believe in God.
Yeah, I don't believe in God, and I don't have any faith at all.
You really believe that? You think that as an atheist, I have more faith than you as a Christian?
Hold on.
Yeah, you have more faith in your creation story than I do in my creation story.
I don't believe in creation. Nothing's ever been created, so that's false.
If an atheist didn't believe in creation and an atheist doesn't think they're existing right now.
No, I just don't think anything's ever been
So
created.
you're telling me my parents...
Exactly. Your story of origin, I don't know who's talking altogether, but your story of origin, does it mean that?
And you're telling me then that my definition of how I was created by my mother and father fornicating and producing me isn't true?
No, I'm saying your immature question is terrible. I'm talking about how you would assume humans were existing on this planet and the creation of humans. You require more faith in your evolution process.
No, I don't agree with evolution.
Here, are you ready? This should require
Trust in faith.
This first question should require only maybe 4 or 5 words if you know what you're saying. As we know, evolution says that mammals come from reptiles who first came from fish. Tell me the reptile that mammals came from, and then tell me the fish that reptiles came from. I'll wait right here.
Okay.
Oh my God! Why?
Yes, that is evolutionary. That is evolutionary fact. Evolution.
No, I have to believe
all
species to know what happened.
Yes, there is.
No,
She's not ready for the conversation. Let's get the guy that said he knows about evolution. Come here, boy. Talk.
Wow, kind of a dick move.
Are you referring to synapses?
Yeah, you know.
I want you to tell me which one is your thing that went from. We'll start from the beginning, because I'm not even going to go before fish, because I'll debunk everything prior. We'll go from the one that went from fish to reptile, from reptile to mammal.
Water.
Lord, can we move on?
Like when people say,
I don't know.
I love a monkey.
No, we came from monkey. We came from monkeys.
No, apes, great apes. They're not monkeys.
Neither. We didn't come from either. We share a common ancestor according to science. I want to know which mammal came from the synapses, which came from the reptiles, which came from the fish. Break it down for me like a 5 years old. You got it.
We are great apes. We didn't come from them. We are.
Yes, he's asking about synapses.
We come from bacteria.
I know what evolution says. I'm just seeing the faith you have. Tell me which reptiles went and evolved into a mammal, and then I can keep asking you some more simple questions because I want to see which fish turned into a reptile.
Wait for the question here. Are you asking about synapses?
I'm asking you, what is your missing link from reptiles to mammals and from fish to reptile? Yes, there is. Because evolution says that they one evolved to the other.
No, I'm sorry, Johnny, there is no missing.
They're not missing. Slow down, Johnny.
So what is the name of the species? Name it.
Synapses.
Synapses. He's been telling you this whole time.
I've been saying this over and over.
No, you didn't, because I first said this is the one that
I was there.
What is it?
Fish reptiles, it's synapses.
Hold on, that's incorrect. I said for fish or reptiles. Which one is fish or reptiles?
You said
why right now?
mammals.
No, I said that was first, and then I said before that. Don't act like I didn't say it. Don't act like I didn't say it. Answer it now. From fish to reptiles, what is the link?
Calm down,
Fish
Johnny.
reptiles.
I want to hear it.
That's tiktonic.
Keep calm.
So tiktonic is from fish
You
to
hear
reptiles.
how he's regurgitating what AI says? This is the faith you require, because there isn't one fossil, there isn't one artifact, there isn't one skeleton, there isn't one DNA pattern that confirms anything you said.
Slow down.
Hilarious.
You asked a question and I answered it. Right?
It's 100% fact. You require way more. Your question is just a regurgitation of some.
Child, slow down.
He's not regurgitating anything. He's
100% he's
I answered
regurgitating.
your question. That's all I did. I didn't regurgitate.
He's literally named the species. He didn't say which one. We're talking about.
Okay, again, I answered.
You are getting debunked right now. You right now just died on a hill. Hold on. I'll show you right now. I'll show you right now. Because we know right now that there was a mammal that went into the water and became a freaking whale. Okay? It was a 3 meters mammal. There's no synapses that connected to that mammal. That's a debunking point to your whole point.
Suggest. The smallest.
That's strike one. That's strike one.
So the smallest unit of evolution is not the individual. So a mammal did not go into the ocean and become a whale. That would be a horrible misrepresentation of what evolution actually describes. In fact, the smallest unit of evolution is the population.
Amen. How do you do those gifts, Enigma?
Press and hold your picture in the and then at the bottom it says GIF.
Yeah.
And then you
cool. Yeah.
If you're on a computer.
Okay, so the Pacatus wasn't a land mammal, it was a species, right? It was a population of animals that went back into the ocean. So again, there wasn't one single individual that went into the ocean and then became something else. There was a population of the Pacatus, right? And that is what went into the ocean, is this population, and over the course
are connections to that mammal and other reptiles. That's silly.
Of course, there's connections between us and bananas, for crying out loud.
But it would be, again, population. You need to start saying population.
All right, population. All life is connected.
It's weird because I did answer, right? You said I never answer anything I have. I did answer synapses, and then you never made it past that for me to answer a second question.
Let's bring it back up instead of doing this chat nonsense. But you have to participate and not just yell at everybody. It's annoying. Mm-hmm. You're the only one getting emotional here, Johnny.
I answered it, so I don't know what you're on about.
I invited you, Johnny. Maybe someone else has to do it. I don't know.
Yeah, I invited him as well.
Come on, Johnny. Have a conversation. Don't be a baby. Don't freaking yell at us every 5 seconds.
Put the armor of God on so you don't feel triggered.
Gird your loins.
God damn it, trying to block this shit. It's pissing me off. Fuck, man.
See.
My fucking friend's daughter, right? She's like, what, she's 12? And the shit looks like it's for 5-year-olds, and she's into drawing. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Isn't there like something that's like a proper sketch pad with these dumb characters on it? And on top of that, Hello Kitty's not a cat. It's a fucking girl. You believe this shit?
Hello Kitty's not a girl.
She's a furry.
Yeah, Hello Kitty's not a girl.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. This is killing me.
But if it's not real, what's the point if it's a girl or a fairy?
Money, you need to figure out whether God exists or not before we can have a further conversation.
You clearly didn't know a lot about like how the Bible
was put together.
Oh yes, I do know.
She's very knowledgeable about how the Bible was put together. Just from what I've heard, she seems very knowledgeable.
Constantinople.
No. I said the Council of Nicaea was where certain.
Oh no, you didn't.
Like the Gospel of Thomas.
Trent is where the Jews.
He did say there were other councils. He knew there were other councils.
He did. He knew there were other
Council
councils.
of Trent is the best one.
Yeah, and I know that was the first book written.
Now, what's this Tokadori shit? Is this related to Sanrio characters? It kind of looks similar. And that's like a proper sketchbook. Tokadori. Heard of that, Miss Enigma? That's some other.
Rivers, my head is literally bleeding right now with the conversations that I've had today. Nelly, bless him, he seems like a really reasonable believer. You know, he's well informed, he's reasonable, but there are some little things that make me want to bash my head against a brick wall. He doesn't know if God exists.
Precious to injure my head.
Yeah, the brick wall, you know, needs to stand.
Why would you get upset hearing that? I mean, I'm overjoyed hearing that shit.
I'm not
If someone says like they don't know whether that,
it just
I'm
makes
like,
me to itch my brain.
now I'm talking to someone who may be more risk adverse. They're not going to just feed me any whim or fancy they have. They're thinking more about probability.
There we go. Appreciate that.
Probability or possibility?
Well, you know, you could.
They don't know how to tell the
parse it however you want. Yeah, there is a difference, but you know, just for simplicity's sake, it's more risk adverse to abstain typically. Or like, if you watch prey animals stop and freeze and look around, they're not just going to run or fight. They are just collecting a bunch of data, holding their cards close to their hands, or holding their cards to their chest, actually.
I have a group of possums that comes around and I shine the light on them, they just freeze and fall over.
I don't really think it's a big deal if God exists or not. So, there's that.
Sorry, what did you say, Manny? I missed what you said.
I don't really think it's a big deal if God exists or not.
Okay.
Because I don't think it's really gonna change anything.
You could still went to heaven or whatever.
Religion
in the afterlife. God was just there and saw it happen or something. Like, oh shit, Melly's in heaven. You're God. Well,
it's what people do in the name of their God that concerns me.
You know what? I agree with that. I agree with that too. You know what, Donald? I agree with that. So,
see what I mean? The bro's theology is actually on point. It's hard to hate.
And I don't have it.
Some of their actions. Actually, the more fundamental among them.
I blame Donald Trump for a lot of this.
Like humanity on a world scale. It's insane. You know, he's lost 40 senators. And that's just a direct result of all of the indirect shit that's happened, like him bombing a bunch of Venezuelan fishermen. The body count is now above 100. And now we're invading their country. We're saying that if you don't give us back the resources that you don't owe us, we're going to invade. It's very weird. Don't know how that works. We're seizing their vessels and stealing their oil and killing their fishermen.
You have
restricting their fucking airspace. What? That the Antichrist character is supposed to be representing.
Yeah,
because saying that stuff. Oh my goodness.
You know what's funny is that's true. Then the atheists in our culture are the prophets of the real God. Like, we don't even know it, but God's using us and will probably glorify us in heaven. It'll be like, you didn't believe me on earth? That was actually passing the test. You should keep your leaders accountable. That's how you ended up with the Antichrist. is because Christians didn't hold their leaders accountable. But the Christian God actually says, I wash your feet as Christ and die for you, so you can hold me accountable. It's fucking crazy.
That's so funny.
You could spin Christian theology like almost completely on its head, and still
because that's how they do it. That's how it was built.
Yeah.
Of course, you do the same thing for Judaism because that's how it was built too. The Christians learned it from the Israel.
I can get super crazy. Like an atheist man here is going to say shit like don't, or many other, Antiochus Epiphanes. There's been lots of antichrists that try to prepare the church.
The Old Testament and find prophecy for Donald Trump. I bet you money, we can go through the Old Testament and find prophecy for Trump.
It's like saying from the book of Nehemiah too. It's like, Christians, the Bible's right there in your church, but you buried it on your idol worship of like humans, and you're looking for God will put leaders in charge, but only like as punishment. Like if you aren't following the way of God, God will give you over to like false Christian leaders that are like pretenders or showmen. They're hirelings. They don't really care about the flock. They're just there to make money. Actually question your pastors and shit.
Somebody needs to write an AI to go through the old.
You know what's crazy? What you just said about like Paul, like I think like you were talking about the immediate front, and I'm dealing with like what happened in 70 AD. I believe there was a whole like anxiousness around that time, and even after that time, because even the Jews themselves believed that something would happen. Even Josephus, I think, tries to sort of claim in the antiquities that something happened. I don't believe a word.
Is your mic getting quieter again?
Sorry. Sorry. Josephus claims that something happened in 70 AD, right? I don't believe a word of Josephus. So there was this idea that something was going to happen because of how the Romans were treating the Jews and the early Christians. The fact that many of them got.
You don't believe anything in Josephus?
Sorry?
You said you didn't believe a word of Josephus.
No, not when he says like, in the antiquities of Jews, he was talking about like, they were like chariots in the stuff. And sometimes they write stuff, it is what it is, right?
I get it. I thought Josephus was more pretty much a straight arrow, but he does use some typological language.
Yeah, he does. He's talking about like the scorpions, the Roman soldiers looking like scorpions. But like just to
squirt them with a water bottle like a cat.
Like people in the modern world, like for some reason, well, this started with the whole Antichrist thing. They thought like several emperors. Emperor Nero was the Antichrist. Well, it didn't start with him. It started with with a couple of them before that, right? But like
Julius
Caesar, and so like a bunch of them they thought so. Like I'm not surprised that that stuff keeps happening to.
Well, the Romans were assholes. I mean, they're freaking.
Yeah, they were. I mean, in the beginning they were, and then they changed their mind at some point.
I mean, when I went there, they were toned down a bit. But yeah.
Is Johnny here still?
No, we don't get to hear his question, but to the atheists.
But it's probably going to be something stupid.
That just feels like bait. Every time it feels like bait. It's not a defense of another proposition like the God theory. It's just attacking something else that is unrelated. It's like, well, your explanation doesn't fly with me. It's like, well, that's what we're saying, though.
It's such boring phrasing, too. Like, what do they mean when they say, oh, you believe in dinosaurs? Like, what? What do you mean believe?
Believe. Gone and seen their bones, right? Or the fossils of their bones.
it's literally like I start by believing things, but then I become convinced, and then I become certain by degrees. Then it becomes margins of error. Then it becomes like projections of revenue. You know, it's like, how certain are you? Is
Like me. These theologians within traditional I talked to, I don't know who Malik is, go ahead. Take my turn. Yep, Malik, go ahead, one.
Okay, yeah, I'm right here. I just want to say, I don't, know what y'all are talking about at this point. I was coming in to address the room, Nicki Minaj on the right side of history. I don't know if you guys moved on, but I wanted to address that statement. I do not think she's on the right side of history. I think I don't know, just to protect herself from being deported. I don't know if she got the word that they're going to start targeting celebrities that are immigrants and getting them out. I don't know. However, if you do your research, you'll learn that it's more nuanced than that.
You'll learn that there's radicalness in Nigeria killing both. Identifies a Christian. He's not even a Christian. He said it out of his own mouth. They're going in because Trump wants access to rare earth minerals because America has to compete with China. And China is abundant in rare earth minerals. And as well as China has positioned itself to take advantage of rare earth minerals in certain African countries. And that has given China a strategic advantage over America. And so the Trump administration in its typical way, and it's not only just the Trump administration, but America in its desire to play imperialism and bully nations and exploitation, they want to go into Nigeria, places like Nigeria. And, Nikki is just being a tool for their propaganda, for their pro-Christian propaganda. We're going in to save the Christian.
After perverted 10, it's guava. After guava, there's nobody else left.
You didn't hear me at all.
I thought it was after that person on the queue.
You didn't hear me at all, huh?
No, the person that you just heard speaking was speaking because I said you could take my turn, and my turn was next. If you would like to add yourself to the queue, copy and paste the queue in the chat.
But I was on the queue in the chat.
The newest one. Let me check the chat.
Like, I'm literally in the queue in the chat, so, like, I don't know what queue.
No, that's Rich that's messing it up.
Oh, yeah, that's Rich. Yeah. I'm only focusing on the ones that I've heard. If you look at the ones that say knowledge, because Rich is pissed off that he's been not allowed to speak today, so he's been fucking around with the queue. Yeah. If you look at the ones that I've been posting, those are the ones. Copy and paste your name to those that I've been posting. Like the one I just put right now. It's a King Nani, Cognito, Knowledge, Roberta Tam, Guava, hopefully Popcorn. If you want to be added to that one, just put yourself next. I'm after Guava.
Okay, so I'm after Guava in the queue.
Let's see. The latest one that I see after the one that I posted, it says King Nani, Cognito, Knowledge, Roberta Tam, Guava, then it says Beamer. Then the one after that one, it says Sugar Belly. Are we all on the same page?
No, because I was on the queue in the chat. Like,
all right. You don't see me now, Knowledge?
How about this? I see you now. Yes, the right thing.
All right.
So, Sugar Belly, let me ask you, where in the queue, where in the chat did you say, let me go after Perverted 10 or after Guava? Where did you do that?
Yeah, so in the queue that was in the chat that I saw, I was after Tim. Like that queue said.
Hold on, you posted that?
No, what I'm saying is like in the chat.
Rich is a troll.
Okay, but then you also have to account for the fact that like somebody is posting a different queue.
This is affecting the queue. This is affecting.
Sugar Belly, lying. Nothing any other troll post is gonna override that. That's the current queue. So next is Perverted 10.
I completely understand why he would think he could win with the 80s. The whole rap premise, obviously you lose with 90s rappers. Well, that's peak TRX. There's an extreme amount of hits that